down. Fresh water. And guess what? Thousands of tadpoles in the water. The frogs are lively. I know the water's not dead.
Bobcats.
Fire. It kind of gets a. It's a tasted as good as tasted good as my distilled water at home, just without the stainless steel taste of. I put stainless steel things, cups and pans and things, uh, on the fire to boil the water. Right. Uh, as soon as I was not able to light a fire anymore, I had to leave because I had no more fresh water, and I didn't have my little handy filter with me. Which next time, that's what I'll bring.
My fan just gave way this morning on my distiller. I've got to buy a new one.
The what went out?
The fan on my distiller just
Oh, the
blew
fan. Oh,
up.
I use the old fashioned method. I have an old still. I have a still. It's not old. It's brand new. It's
Oh,
less than
okay.
two. It sits on the
No.
stove top, 2.5 gallons with a little cooling pot on top, and I run a cooling water from the my faucet into the bottom of the cooling pot where the coils are running through, and it spits out nice fresh water, man.
I've got the one with the boiler with the fan on top with the drip.
Yeah, that's pretty much like a heat exchange condensator, I would say,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
So I took it apart and tried to fix it, but it's gone. So
Oh,
I've actually
yeah.
got to buy. I can't get a replacement part for it. I've got to buy a whole new system.
Oh man, that's where I will tweak the hell out of it. I will find something that will work. I'll put my own. I'll figure it out and put a fan in there. Anyway, like that's the kind of stuff I do. But anyway, I digress. But that's what I love doing is fixing shit and upgrading things that didn't work before into perfectly working operating. Such handheld flower vape, that little handheld wolf vape, and I put in the battery in that, and that bad boy just kicks butt. Man. It's like it's awesome. Still going, brand new now. I gotta just charge it up. There we go. Held to charge. Excellent. Oh, my bike's charged now. Oh yes. Oh man. Listen. Coming up the hill, I have way too much stuff, and I don't know if you've ever been in a situation where you didn't know if you're going to make the next step. That's how fatigued and how much weight I was carrying. And I got halfway up the hill. I had to drop. I had 2 packs. The first one on my back weighed about 20 pounds with these sharp little freaking straps because it's only a day pack. It's not meant for that. I have my tent on there, which is about 15 pounds. Yeah, that was about 25 pounds. And then I was carrying the one that all my stuff, that the bag, it's a waterproof bag, that all my camping gear goes on, that goes on my trailer. Well, you see, I took 2 trips because I was down at the beach 3 days basically. So I took 2 trips where I came down and set up my whole camp. Then later that night, I went up the trail again, which is this little goat trail. And it's steep as you could ever imagine. And anyway, I got stories to tell about when I went down. Took the wrong trail one time, ended up at this precipice, but I digress. So on the way back out, I had both of the packs. I ended up carrying the heavier one in my arms like a baby and going up, and I had so much weight on my back, and my shoulders were aching, and my neck was killing me. I didn't think I was gonna make it. Like, so I ended up dropping the big. I ended up dropping the big one and left it there, and then made it up with the small pack. Got up to my bike, everything was fine. Dropped my bike, covered it with my raincoat, went back down, and I go down to where the gate where you go through the fence, and this big, huge black guy has my bag in one arm and a strap, like just carried it up like it was nothing. And I go, oh my God, I thought I was gonna die coming up with both of those. Like literally, that's crazy. So I put it all back together and got all the way back home at night. And I have one of the best sleeps I've had in freaking years, man. I rode all the way back home in the days. Like After climbing that hill and everything I've been through, being on the beach for 3 days, you end up getting fatigued to the point where you've eaten enough creamy chicken rice camp food that you possibly can stand. I mean, that's all I could really eat, and it's great too when you're out place like that. Hot soup on the beach, you're in the sun all day, and it starts getting cold.
Louis.
Yeah, hot soup there at the fire. Anyway, I'll stop.
Oh no, sorry, I was yelling at one of my dogs. We're getting some really beautiful weather here at the moment. It should be getting cold, but the last week's been 25 degrees and sunny. 25 is what? About 80 or something like that.
It was about 80 in the canyon that I was just talking about a minute ago. It was about 80. It was about 75 at the beach or eight. It was probably 80 at the beach because
Oh, no.
it's right behind it is these 300-foot tall cliffs. So the wind just goes whoop and leaves the beach this little bubble of hot weather where like if you're close to the beach right near the where the waves are washing up, you're going to get a lot of wind. But if you move further back, hotter and hotter and hotter till you get to a point where the sand is so hot you cannot walk on it, or you'll have to island hop from ice plant to ice plant. You can stand on the ice plant, and there's a lot of those. Little tricks of the trade. So I literally found a rock where the water's running down that had a little algae on it. So I gave the algae a little bit of a haircut with a rock and made it all smooth and then rubbed it all off with a bunch of stuff, like made it clean so the rock was just nice and clean, and washed my clothes on that rock with fresh water running down, and then washed it really good, made that rock really smooth. And I could literally sit there with the water running on my butt if I wanted to. Great. But it's a good place for washing clothes. And then the water now is coming directly off of sandstone, directly off of the rock. So I fill up my gallon jugs there. And where all the tadpoles are swimming. It's freaking so cool, man. It's a little waterfall of shit you not, and there's more, and that's the canyon I saw the bobcat in about 10 to 15 years ago. That came out of it onto the beach and then walked around on the beach early in the morning and went back up. That's so funny, man. So anyway, I was doing like what you would do. Go a mile up the beach, go up the canyon a couple of tenths of a mile to the waterfall. It's like, anyway, it's part that's like a little estuary with a bunch of bamboo and shit. But there's a whole bunch of bamboo growing all up and through there. And it's interesting to be there in a place. I like it. It's wilderness. It's primitive, and it takes a lot of work to survive in a place like that. So I'll yield the floor because I'm long-winded.
No, you're good, Sonny. You're good. You wash your clothes in tadpole water. Tadpole water?
Yep,
I wouldn't-
exactly. And you know what? But you know what?
I love it.
Exactly. Listen, the tadpoles are the key thing because I know that water's not poisoned
Yeah.
because the tadpoles wouldn't survive, right?
No, you got a good point. Yeah. There's life in
Yeah.
that water.
Yeah. So listen, let me tell you this part. So there are seasonal creeks that are here right near me, but they are coming. What's going into those is street runoff. There's no life in that water, no matter how much water is running in it. I've never seen any life in it, and there used to be life. I've been because I see remnants of the mussels, freshwater clams,
Come,
and all kinds of stuff, all kinds of seashells, freshwater
sit.
clams. Yeah. So this one with tadpoles, it's a live little bio area. Like this area is so primitive that things are probably more like it was 100 or more years ago. There, it probably hasn't changed that much. It's never been touched. It was set aside actually as a reserve for public use. Dig this, forever. That's why they can't stop anybody from being there. They have their little lifeguards, and sometimes even the PD is down there. But listen, whose land is it? Yeah,
No one's.
enough said. Enough said. It's fucking public land. It was set aside by the people that bought it a long, long time ago, more than 100 years ago. Bought it. And people have been flying not balloons, but people have been flying winged aircraft off of those hills since the 30s, which is pretty interesting as far as the aeronautical history goes.
Well, wasn't California an island not that long ago? Like,
It was said that it was. Okay, so here's how I'm going to help you with that. All you have to do is go get a map. Go look online for a map, a topographical map, and look at the Central Valley. It is so low. You'll see the topographical map. It'll show you the height. It is the lowest place. And then go look at aquifer in Central Valley, California. In that Central Valley there, right along the San Andreas Fault, is the lowest area. It's the most farmed area. It's water rich, and there's the huge aquifer underneath it, one of the largest in North America. How's that? How do you like them apples? Isn't that a trip? Hold on, I forgot to set my alarm. Let's see, I've been talking about 10 minutes. Yeah, my feet, the tops of my feet are sunburnt too, like severely sunburnt, man. And I was dying out there the other night because I couldn't sleep. I was burning. Anyway, yeah, I got 20 minutes for laundry, and then one thing's kind of cool. I have this battery that goes on my bike. I can use it to charge any of my like mobile devices, like phones, my headset, which is pretty cool to have, but it weighs freaking 10 pounds. So I want to find the lighter version. I have other ways of doing it. Let's see.
what do you got? An electric bike, Sonny?
Yeah, I have an e-bike. It's
So
made,
what?
it's my kit's made by a company called Bikeling, Bikeling, Bikeling. Yeah, it's a U.S. company in Chicago, Illinois.
Chicago.
Yeah, the city of my birth. In Chicago. Oh, that's why I know the blues so well, I guess, because speaking of blues, I need to start playing again. Got my nails all trimmed up now, and I'm back in civilization.
Play some blues, Sonny. Play some blues. That's the core, isn't it, of rock and roll, hip hop, R&B.
All of it. Let me put this acoustic away. And I see Professor Flatter Dude. Are you still in the house? Professor Flatter Dude, are you there? Flat Earth Professor dude, are you there? Anyway.
Hey, Sonny, what's up?
Hey man, what's up,
Hey,
dude?
dude, there's like a flat Earth meetup in San Diego, like on the
What? What?
27th. Did you
What?
see that? Dude, it's
No,
like,
send me
yeah,
something, man. Send me a DM because
you got to go,
I'm like,
dude.
oh, I'll be there. I don't care where it is. If it's here, I'll get to it.
It's like, I think it's near the point.
Point Loma?
Yeah, I think it's near the point. Yeah.
It could be Ocean Beach or Mission Beach or Pacific Beach.
Yeah, it's over there. It's over there, man. What's the name of the place they're going to go to? Shit. Here, let me look it up.
Look it up.
It's
I'll be
like,
there.
yeah, hold on. Let me look it up.
Can't wait.
No shit, right?
I can't wait.
I might come down.
I hope some
But
people from LA come down if you're listening up in LA and Flat Earthers up there. Come on down, man. Look,
and then
you
there's
can even
another
take the
one.
train.
There's another one. Yeah, I might. Who's talking?
What?
Who's that?
I don't know. Someone's hot micing. Who's hot micing? Wait a second. I see a couple people in the house. Mayhem's back.
Is it
Well,
me?
that's awesome. Another meetup. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to more and more meetups. It's going to be a blast. So anyway, let me warm up these tubes.
It's called the Sky Deck. It's at the Sky
What?
Deck. The Sky Deck. Sky
The
Deck.
Skyjack.
Sky Deck, like on the boat. The deck. Sky
Oh, the
Deck.
Sky Deck. The Sky Deck.
Right.
Oh, wait. That's not in the. It's not in the baseball stadium, is it?
No. It's like, I think it's over by the point. Like I said,
Yeah, but you
might
have
be
to find
closer
out the
to
rest of it.
closer to OB.
Oh, hold on. You have to find the rest of the name. Point what?
I don't know. The Sky Deck. Look it up, man. It's like a restaurant or
It's
something.
it's more than one
Look
point.
it up, man.
It's probably Point Loma.
It's
I'll look
over
it
that
up.
way, man. So it's right over that way, man. You know, I get that's not my city, but I kind of know my way around enough to,
I know, but it makes a
you know.
difference when you don't have a car like me.
Yeah, exactly. But you might have to take a little bit of a bus ride and your bicycle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd rather just do the bike, but because I can go anywhere as long as I'm prepared. Like now, I will be.
Anyway, I'll try to come down, man. Maybe I can grab like a hotel or something down there. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you ought to.
Check it out, man. But yeah, I want to go. But there's another one down here, man, in Huntington on like May something, 15th,
See,
something
the
around
problem
there.
is he always has them near the end of the month when I'm broke. If he had them at the beginning, I could get to it. I could go to I
Well,
could
no,
pay for my own way.
this is a
Because
different
every
one,
time
man.
they're after the
This
20th,
is
literally like now is the brokest time of the month for me. And I'm like flat broke, but I don't care. Let me. Doesn't matter.
well, I always got you covered, dude. Don't worry about it. We just
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. It was a lot of fun. Hey, I hope I didn't piss you off at the other meetup. Or is it
not
just a
even,
regular
dude.
thing? Every now and then people say, Sonny, because I'm too loud.
No, you're you're fine, man. Dude,
Okay,
that was a
good.
killer. That was a crazy meetup, dude. That was crazy, bro.
It was. I'm glad I
Fuck.
stuck to my guitar. Shit.
You know,
It was like sensory overload. I couldn't handle that.
it was too much. Yeah, it was like
Fuck, man.
too much going on, man. It was crazy.
Yeah, Mark Sargent's in the room. I'm like, I don't know how to cope right now. I don't know what's going on. Like, I don't know whether to be freaked out. I don't know what to feel.
So if I come down to the meetup, man, I'll just pick you up. You know?
Yeah, it's close. It's only 10 minutes away by car.
I know, man. It's like no big deal. So I want to go. So I'll let you know, man.
All right, man. I'll be
I
at the
love
ready.
San
So
Diego, man. I so love San Diego, dude.
I can't wait to do more sailing on the bay here.
Yeah, hopefully this summer, man, we'll do it again.
Yeah. I see
We'll
great
hook up
things
with
about that.
we'll hook up with Captain Steve, man.
You know what? I want to see if I want you to ask Captain Steve if he can do a Catalina trip with us.
Ooh,
It
I
doesn't even
bet you
have
he
to be a long
could.
one. Look, it could be a weekend and that's it. He could probably
That's
swing
it,
that.
weekend, yeah.
But
All
look,
right, I'll
I,
text
I,
him. I'll
uh-huh.
text him. Like the beginning of summer, we'll figure out something.
Yeah, because I might probably be able to pitch in this summer.
Nah, don't worry about it. I got it.
Well, at least listen. Good news for next year. I got it bump up in my income coming up next year. So
don't
I'll be
worry about it, man.
65, yo, 65 and still going.
Two flat earthers going sailing, baby. Hell yeah.
I definitely want to go to the Coast Guard, ask them how do you find salvage boats, and also go to some of the yacht sales places, but brokerages and shit, because I bet they have a glut on the market of boats right now.
I don't know. I haven't looked.
I think it's a buyer's market right now. I think you can get something for
I'll have to go look, man. Hey, I gotta mute up.
I bet you can find a 30. I bet you can find a 32 or 34, maybe 36 footer, even for less than 20 grand.
Dude, I say, yeah, dude. I saw one. It was like they were just giving it away, dude. It was crazy.
They're giving away, but listen, they take some upkeep. So all you got to do is, if some of you other flat earthers get involved, it helps with the
Exactly.
and you get a freaking like week or something a year that you can go to Catalina for a week on your if you want to. Like, so we can have a timeshare of this boat. It'd be all ours. It'd be freaking great.
I like it.
And we'd have enough people that
Timeshare
know.
I'd love to, man, but I don't think I'd be using it much.
Well, you're upside down, man. You would just crash a boat. Come on.
No, listen. Is that Timbo speaking?
Yeah, I got to mute. I'll be back in a minute. I'll be back.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. All right, man. Nice talking with you, dude. Yeah, Timbo. It just depends. Listen, if there were enough people motivated enough, you could get a 50 or 60 footer. I would sail to Hawaii and then jump over to. It takes a while though. That's a long trip from.
Oh yeah, I think it's like a couple of months or something, isn't it?
It's like a year. I mean, it could be. It would be a few months. Like, let's say, look, Hawaii is about 3-4 weeks. So from Hawaii to the next jump.
I think is it the same distance from the US to Hawaii as to Hawaii to Australia? What's how many hours on a plane from LA to Hawaii?
Not that many, Timbo. I can't remember the exact, but I flew from Australia to Hawaii, which was like
how long was that?
That was 17 hours or something like that. And then it was only like 5 or 6 hours, I think it was, to Hawaii from memory. I can't say 100%, but
okay, you went to LA and then to Hawaii.
No, I went Australia straight to Hawaii, spent a week or 2 weeks in Hawaii, and then went from Hawaii to LA, and then LA to Denver. But that Hawaii to LA was definitely a very short flight.
Yeah, it's 5 hours. 5 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, by the way, I'm going to be listening, guys. I won't be able to speak, but I'll be listening. I'm at work.
All right.
Yo, Mayhem.
I hear you. I love when you check in.
Good luck, Timbo.
So,
still getting used to calling you Mayhem.
So check it out. So 4 to 5 hours. So 4 to 5 hours to Hawaii. So it's about 7 or 8 hours to Australia, right?
Yeah, so that's a fair difference, isn't it?
18 hours to Australia.
So let's
from
take
LA.
a look at that. let's just take just a general view, a ballpark view of that number. So let's see, 4 to 5 hours, and then almost double. Not quite, almost double. So think about that. So if it takes 3 to 4 weeks to sell to Hawaii,
You got another 8-10 weeks.
twice that long from Hawaii to Australia, you'd probably stop at Guam or something out that way first.
Or the Pacific Islands, like maybe like you might stop at Fiji or something like that.
Tahiti, yeah, Tonga, Tahiti,
Yeah.
those places.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
Sonny.
Yeah.
I put the meetup in the live stream, voice text.
Okay, let me take a look at it. Awesome. I love to sail, man, and now I'm feeling young enough. I think I could, like a few months ago, I go, fuck, I don't think I could ever make it. But I'm feeling like I could now, like, which is kind of scary. Hold on.
So you're feeling good now after all that? Much better?
Shoot, after they took my gallbladder out, I'm like a new man. Like,
Well,
it's crazy. Listen, 4 days out, I went on a 30-mile bike ride. They told me not to do anything strenuous, so I said, okay, well, I'm riding. I won't be strenuous, and I wasn't. I was kind of on the way back, but I go, okay, I'll be strenuous for a little while, and then I'll give myself a break when it's easy going down long hills. I'm doing 20 miles an hour or better, man. It's like flying.
so was that keyhole surgery?
I got 4 holes. Let me shoot.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I have 4 holes. 4 incisions. That where they took it out is underneath my belly button. They cut me there. And then the 3 other ones are for tools and instruments, like the camera. They had a camera in there. So
Brother-in-law just had his taken out, and
really?
it was attached to his kidney or liver. So that was bleeding. So
it is attached to your liver.
yeah, so it was bleeding after the operation, so they had to keep him in.
Oh, I see. That can happen. Look, mine just got bruised, and now the bruising. I've been in the sun, but the bruising below my belly, it looked like I got hit with a battering ram. You know how they break down doors?
Yeah.
Like if someone hit you in the stomach with it, that's what it looked like. Like I got hit in the stomach with a fucking battering ram with a 275, 6'2" monster. But I
did. And is that just from internal bleeding from the operation?
I think it's just whenever they go into whenever they go through. Why is it doing that? Whenever they go through the abdominal wall.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Just ruptures something. Because there's no way in, because it's protected, yeah?
I can't get Apple, so let me see what's this part. Wait a minute. YouTube.
Those did you listen to that QE video before?
Yes.
His videos are so well edited, aren't they? Like hilarious, funny.
I know. Professor Blue Ball.
Yeah.
Billy retard.
Yeah, that's it.
From the land of the retard bills of Blowtardadia. All right,
well, find me a citation that says you need container for gas pressure. Yes, if you need pressure, you need a container. Yes.
Leave it to Sonny once again. I'll be your guiding light into like how to skirt your way along the perceived boundaries. As well. Let me see. I got some pedals over here. What do these things do? I'm gonna get this all set up eventually to where I'll be able to do drum beats and do a little impromptu songs, cleaning up the whole joint. It's gonna be fantastic. So I'm glad everybody's having a good Monday night. If you are, if you're not, I hope to change that possibly. Turn on some light. Let there be light. And I can see my guitar pedals now.
I do everything like
That's too much.
mistreating my work. He just my team just around his house.
What? I didn't quite hear that. Someone else hot micing?
It might be me, man, because I'm on a running path with the dogs. So there's people going past, talking while they're running. So
I see. Right, let me see how many pedals I can time. Maybe not. I should know. I've played it.
oh, I've been doing 10Ks a day. So I've got to lose 10 kilos. So.
Really, I need to gain, so it's all about as many calories as I can stomach.
I wish that was my case.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with. Let's try this group.
Yeah. And it's not yeah. Dates.
So it'll be fun.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear me, you said?
Yep.
Weird, we can't hear her then.
No, we can hear you though. That's the truth.
Oh, no, sorry, my bad.
You hot micing, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm just pushing to talk.
Okay, well. Prepare to have the snot rocked out of you.
We got it. You there flying high?
Yeah, I'm here.
You getting this warm weather as well, or what?
No, I'm wearing a jumper.
Oh, fuck. I thought it was supposed to be getting cold, and now it's warmed up again, like it's the end of spring going into summer.
Yeah, it's been fairly cold here. I hope it gets warm again. I got a couple of big jobs I got to do up at the resorts that I don't want to do in the cold.
You're up too high, mate. Honey.
We got 19 and 7 today.
Oh, okay. I think we're up around 25. So it's well, that's decent. 19 for this time of year, yeah.
Yeah, last week it was like 0 and 1 and 2 and
Yeah.
crazy, but no, it's come back a little bit, but it's still cool. It's not. It's still not warm here yet.
But have you seen any snow yet? Or
Yeah, it snowed. Was it last week or the week before? It snowed a little bit.
so it's coming.
Yeah, but it seems to be doing this the last few years, where we get a really early dump and it's really cold early, and then it comes into winter and we don't get any more until nearly spring.
We got it last year. We had a wet winter last year.
Last year was garbage. The last 3 years have been garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone thought it was going to be great because we had this massive dump, like a metre or so at the start of the season, and then it got hot, melted, rained, and it just all went to shit. And most of the season it rained. It didn't actually snow.
I remember, like 20 years ago, it used to be consistent. Yeah. I remember going to the snow every year.
Yeah, we've been getting rain throughout the seasons. The last really good season we had, I reckon, was probably about 4 or 5 years ago, and even some of the lifts were buried up at Perisher, like up at Interceptor and that. But we haven't had one like that since.
Are you guys going into winter right now in Australia?
Yeah. Haven't seen much sign of it.
I think I'll go to Falls and Hotham this year.
Yeah. Bit higher up.
I'm just sick of snowboarding at Perisher and Thredbo. I've been here for years, and I drive up there, and it's like I'm driving to work almost.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Oh, when my kids were training, they were training 5-6 days a week, and then they wanted to have a day of riding with us. So I used to take them up every single day for the whole season, and it just becomes a job.
Yeah, I think Hotham's my favourite.
I've never been to Hotham. I've always liked Falls, but never been to Hotham.
Good fun. It's not as busy as Bulla. Bulla's a bit too close to Melbourne.
Yeah, Bulla sucks.
Yeah. I think I'm going to have to do a trip up into the mountains before it gets too cold. Go camping before it turns to shit.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for this snow so I can go and snowboard. I'm keen this year, but I'm keen to go somewhere else. I'll do a bit here, but we'll do a couple of weeks in Falls and Hotham probably, and then do the rest here.
How far are you from Hotham? Like 4 hours?
Don't know, to tell you the truth. It's probably close to that to get to Albury Wodonga.
Oh, okay. You got another maybe hour and a half from there, or 2 hours from there. So you got to go across from there.
I just checked 5 hours.
Yeah, because you got to go around, don't you?
Oh, there is a couple of ways. It just depends on what's happening. But if you go up over Thredbo, you've got like 2 hours of hairpin turns. So it's a shorter distance, but it's just not worth the drive, especially when it's snowing and icy.
Can you go down to Omeo and then across from there?
Yeah, I think the other way you can go is Barry. From here, it's called the Barry Way, and I don't know where that ends up, but you go down, it's all dirt, and it ends up in Victoria, fairly close to Hotham. That goes down past the Pink, and otherwise, you go out towards Cooma Way and turn off from Cooma.
Because that's all national park, yeah?
Yeah, that is all national park, and it's dirt most of the way, so it just depends, again, on the weather conditions and the logging trucks going through there.
That's where Kosciuszko is, yeah? Around there? Yeah.
Yeah.
No
think the
skiing. There's
quickest
no
way.
skiing on Kosciuszko, is there?
Yeah, Mount Kosciuszko, yeah.
There is?
Yeah.
What's that resort called?
I'm just having a look now. I'm pretty sure that Thredbo's got Mount Kosciuszko in it, because
Okay.
that's their highest lifted point where the bell is at the top.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. I don't pay attention, man. I just go and snowboard. But I'll have a look.
Yeah. Snowboarding proves the globe. That's something they'd say. Yeah, well, you got to go downhill, so therefore globe.
Right. I reckon it proves flat Earth. I've been on top of some pretty high bloody mountains, especially over in the US, and it's as flat as the eye can see.
Oh yeah. We go up. We spend a bit of time in the high country. My sister's got a place there, holiday place there in Jamison. We go up Mount Sterling and places like that. Just look out over that mountain range and so nice. Flat as well, it's not flat because there's mountains, but it looks like the horizon's flat, whether there's mountains or not. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Mount Kosciuszko chairlifts in Thredbo.
Okay, cool. Oh, so Thredbo's the biggest one, isn't it? Then. So if you got a couple of
I don't know.
mountains.
Yeah, we've got Selwyn. We've got what's the other one? We've got Selwyn, Perisher, Thredbo, and Charlotte Pass.
Because in Victoria you got Mount Hotham's Mount Hotham.
Yeah, you got Mount Hotham,
Dina
Fall Creek,
Plain.
Buller.
Yeah, they're all on different mountains.
Yeah. So the whole thing, all the resorts here, apart from Selwyn, are in Kosciuszko National Park.
Yeah.
And then I'm pretty sure that the lift that takes you up to the Bell is up on top of Mount Kosciuszko at Thredbo.
That's the highest point in Australia. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, highest lifted point, yes. And then, I don't know, man. Thredbo's a really crap mountain to ride. Thredbo at the top is like just sheets of ice.
Yeah.
And then you get halfway down the runs. They're all very steep, narrow runs. So you end up like with full moguls in the middle. And then you get to the bottom and you're fucking going through slush and sitting back on your board like you're doing a pond skim to get back to the lift. So I don't really like Thredbo. Perish has got a lot more terrain, a lot wider runs, a lot of tree runs and natural terrain sort of runs. Between Perisher and Blue Cow, it's a lot bigger than Thredbo, but Thredbo has all the village and the accommodation.
Yeah.
Perish has got nothing. But as for villages, I don't know. Like I said, never been to Hotham, but Falls was pretty nice for a village.
Oh, Hotham's good. Got bars and restaurants and pubs. And
I got a mate that's going to stay at he's never been to the snow before, and he's bringing kids and stuff, but he's staying at Dinner Plain. And I tried to get him to stay up at
the mountain a bit.
Yeah, apparently there's a lift there or something.
Yeah, there's some little runs down there, but there's a free bus that takes you up the top. But it's only 10 minutes, yeah?
Yeah, righto. Because the pricing there seems to be a bit more reasonable down there.
Yeah. There's a bus. I think the bus just goes around from Dinner Plain to Hotham. constantly.
Yeah, righto.
Runs
Yeah,
late
cool.
at night too, so
Yep.
easy. You just jump on there with your ski, with your snowboard and everything, and go up.
Can you drive up? They got parking up there as well.
Yeah, you can do that.
I hate catching their buses. Same as here.
Yeah.
I hate catching the bus. I'd rather leave a bit early and drive.
But in your car, mate, they charge you a fortune. You can go through that gate.
Oh well, I don't know what happens there, but I get a
Commercial vehicle.
yearly pass.
Oh,
No,
that
it shouldn't
covers
be a
all.
commercial. Well, it covers all New South Wales, but you should be able to do a yearly pass up there as well. But I don't think it'd be a commercial vehicle. It's only registered as a car still.
Mm.
Depends which one I take. But yeah, I know they're having problems in Victoria with the Rams, the 2500s, trying to say that they're doing 110 on those point-to-point cameras, but they're still registered as a car. They're under 4.5 tonne.
Oh, they're catching them on the on those cameras for the trucks.
Yeah, they're getting them on those point-to-point cameras and then sending them fines in the mail. But I don't know
They're
when
not
that started.
registered trucks. I thought that was just for commercial trucking.
It is just for commercial trucking, and they're saying because of the size of them, but then they're under 4.5 tonne, so they're under a light rigid, so they can't do it.
Yeah.
But I don't know when that started because I've always sat on 110 in my Ram, even with the caravan on, which is illegal.
Yeah.
And I've never been pulled over. I've never received a fine. The point-to-points have never got me, even with the van on. Drives me mad when the speed limit's 110. I know I can't do it because I've got a caravan on. When it's safe as houses, it's just ridiculous. I'd rather stay with the traffic and risk the fine.
Yeah, I was sat on it 110 with our camper on the back.
Yeah, all the caravans around Australia are limited to 100, except for Tasmania, which they limit them to 90 in Tasmania.
Ooh. They got rid of mine, man. Had the off-road Penguin, the Jayco, and got rid of it.
Yeah, I got a bush tracker.
Have you?
Yeah, but I use it quite a bit. I haven't in the last couple of years, but like for the first 5 or 6 years that I had it, we probably lived in it 6 months of the year.
Get the fuck out of there. Was is that what you were doing?
Oh, we were, because the kids were doing the snow stuff. It's so hard to get a house down here for the season, so we'd do 3 months here in the caravan park in Jindabyne for the snow. We'd usually go down, because we're in Queensland, we'd go down to Melbourne for a few weeks and do a trip down there, and we'd go back and then pack up and go across to the US for the snow season in the US.
Nice.
And then back again. So we did that for quite a few years, and yeah, I'll probably start again. I like being in the caravan. It's I don't know, man. I don't usually go to the caravan parks too much unless we're staying, but man, some of the spots I've slept on the side of the road, like get out into the bush and just open up the roof and have all the stars and that, it's just the best sleep.
Yeah, we normally go inland, but if we're going down to the beach, we'll stay in a caravan park.
Yeah.
As long as you're allowed dogs. But
The caravan. What?
it's you got to get that accent right, mate. It's a caravan.
No, I got the English. It's the English one, man. I'm just going caravan. What? I know. I'm being a Mongo. I get it. Anyway, you guys kept saying caravan. I'm like, it reminds me of the movie Snatch.
Oh yeah,
Brad Pitt is in
Brad Pitt.
You gotta give me the caravan. Fucking caravan. What? What? You guys like what? Caravan.
He actually
All right,
does a
carry
really
on, guys.
good. He plays a really good gypsy, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's fucking awesome.
What?
Yeah, I couldn't understand a word he said, right? Yeah. Anyway, we don't call them caravans here in America, man. We call them like trailers or motorhomes. Right?
We call motorhomes Winnebagos.
Winnebago motorhome.
Well, the guy that built my caravan, which is Bush Tracker, they're based in Queensland, but the guy that runs that company was originally from Texas. And he still wears his big hat and his big belt buckle and drives his 3500 Ram over here.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Texas
I got.
guys, man. They're tough. Tough guys. Anyway, go ahead, Timbo.
I ended up getting rid of it, and I ended up with a. Have you seen the new Motop hard shell rooftop tent?
Yeah, I was looking at one for my cruiser.
Yeah, I got one of them.
Yeah, they're pretty popular here in America, man. I see a lot of them.
Yeah,
they're worth the money because
definitely.
I had the zip up one. I had the zip up fold out one. I don't know what brand it was, Darchi or something like that, man. The first fucking track I went down, I tore the whole side of the cover on a branch. I was like,
oh, shit.
Done already.
Yeah. I had the same one, but I never had a problem with it. It lasted me 6 years. And then I got sick of jumping up on the roof to fold it out and fold the ladder out, and then do all the do the PVC cover back up. You used to have to jump on top of it and scoot around the side with the zip because it was too high up. So I just changed it. Now this one's got hydraulics. You just undo the clips and it just fucking lifts up by itself. Put 2 tent poles in near the door and you jump in and it's got a self-inflating mattress and a light. Yeah, bang, you're in. Smaller, but it's worth it.
They're pretty expensive though, aren't they? They're like $5 grand, $6 grand.
No, 2.5.
Yeah, right.
You can get a bigger one. I got the smaller one because
let me guess.
No one.
Let me guess. And it's bang on, and then Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, that's right. Bob's your uncle. You just undo the clips, and Bob's your uncle. It's true.
Shit.
Yeah.
As long as Uncle Bob's not in the tent with you at night, it's all good.
Uncle Bob, I told you to stand up my tent, stand here. Last time.
No, it was Bob that discovered the what was it? Venus is the same size as Earth or something.
Oh yeah,
it was Bob.
I think he measured it too.
Yep, it's good. Calculations are good.
I love that new one when they say Eratosthenes measured the radius of the Earth. Okay. What did he actually measure? What did he measure? Well, he measured the shadows, so he knows how big shadows are. Is that right?
And then he made a quick phone call to his mate on the other side of the country to measure his shadow.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Sent out a donkey to the other side of the mountain. Quick, do it.
They come up with this shit, man. It's ridiculous.
Fucking bullshit, isn't it?
It's ridiculous.
I went through all Mayhem's live streams the other night and caught up with them all, and man, I think it was the third or fourth one in that group of people that came in, and I forget the guy's name, but he just wouldn't answer any questions. Oh, it was crazy. Kept going in circles.
Was that the 2 guys with the girl?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was Fodder and Gonzo and and Owlishness. Yeah? That one?
Oh, No, I don't think they ring a bell. But there was
okay.
three of them, that's for sure. But there's two guys and a girl, and he just
Yeah, they
wouldn't answer the question. It was
they
he
talking
kept
about
looking up the internet.
Foucault's. Were they looking up? Were they talking about Foucault's pendulum?
Yeah, they were looking up the pendulum, yeah. And then they were
Yeah,
saying
that's
they
the
knew it
one.
because they just looked it up.
Yeah. If you change latitude, then it changes the So they were trying to claim that the independent variable was latitude lines. Yeah.
Yeah, with this Foucault pendulum thing, how the hell is it rotating separate to the Earth when no matter how they set this thing up, it's attached to the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a fucking
Even worse.
parlor trick, man.
If you want to look
And
in,
then,
if you look at it, how they're made with magnets. So the magnet
yeah,
actually, as it goes past, it generates power and keeps it pushing, keeps it swinging. So it's got, I'm pretty sure it was like it's got two magnets on each side of it, which, pushes it. So if you just change I'd assume that if you just change the current in one of those magnets, that you could get it to turn.
well, they've got to push it to start it anyway. And then on
Well,
top of
that's
that, like I
right.
said, if they're claiming that that's proving the rotation of the Earth, well then the Earth must be rotating under everything. If it can rotate under a pendulum that's attached to the Earth,
Yeah,
it has to be rotating under planes, balloons, and
exactly.
everything
Whirly
else.
birds. Whirly birds. Is that what you call them?
But also, how do you set it to zero? Because their zero is a spinning Earth. So they just set it up. So because you've got to govern it, yeah. Like you've got to set it
Yeah.
to zero. So what is zero? Spinning. So if you set it to spinning, it's going to spin. So
Well, if it was going to
it doesn't
work,
even make sense.
no, and if it was going to work, there'd be cranes all around the world with their cables hanging down like they do, spinning everywhere.
Swinging around. Yeah, they'd have to tie them. They have to tie them down every night. Yeah. You look.
Yeah.
Tie your mother down. Tie your mother down.
Crazy.
I call it the fuck off pendulum. No. Fuck off pendulum. The fuck off pendulum.
These people are serious too, aren't they? That's what's even more concerning.
Yep. It's crazy,
Yeah.
man.
Well, we know the Earth spins, so therefore, if we hang a pendulum, then the pendulum will spin with the spin of the Earth. Therefore, globe.
They're from globe. Okay, that's a good one, man. Can I do that at my house? No.
No, you need magnets.
Oh shit.
Come on, guys. They're
Yeah.
controlling 3 rovers 75 million miles away.
Shit,
Come
sorry,
on.
forgot about
Right. And a helicopter. Don't forget about the helicopter they're controlling.
it. Oh yeah.
Shut up.
Gotta
75
map
million miles.
gotta map the planet somehow.
75 million miles away. Helicopters. Get out.
What's the how long does it take? 70 million miles away. So that's let's call it almost the distance of the sun. So isn't it 8 minutes?
Yeah, it's like 6 minutes or something.
So they send a
6, 7
control to
minutes.
the helicopter, and it takes 6 minutes to get there, but it's
Yep.
flying. How do they land the fucking thing?
Well, they just program it, like perfectly.
Do this,
You know how they.
do that. Well, why don't they have that technology here?
That's a good question. Good question. I like that.
Why are they wasting this technology in space? But where we could actually make a use for it on Earth, we're not using it.
Right. Why can't we fly some
high altitude rescues on Mount Everest?
There you go.
Alaska rescues in Alaska, with these really super duper helicopters that can fly in 1/10 of the
Right. 1/10, yeah.
I think that was actually part of the plot of the movie Vertical Limit, is that when the people that were friends of the people stuck on the Mountain Everest, when they went up there to go and save them, they went up like halfway up the mountain via helicopter, but then they couldn't. The guy flying the helicopter had to like let him off on a cliff because the helicopter couldn't go very high.
Yeah. But we've got the technology.
What is their explanation for this this helicopter flying in minimal atmosphere? I guess you'd call it.
It's got
10%. 10% of, but at
it's got
30,000 feet, it's like
blades and it spins faster. Come on, mate.
They spin faster. That's it. Like you said, Timbo, why don't we have that shit here?
Yeah, just make the blades spin faster on a helicopter, and then we can get up there.
Yep. Dude, I could take a helicopter ride to Mount Everest. Yeah, baby. Woo!
Yeah, you don't have to climb it anymore. Just get in the helicopter and go for a ride.
You can't land on top of it, though.
Imagine how much money they could make.
Oh, I could make so much money, man. Charge like 20 grand a pop. Get like 4 people. That's like make like 80 grand for one trip, dude. Boom.
Boom. One ride already paid for.
Yep.
The rest is profit.
Yeah, you can pay a helicopter off in like a week.
It's not working.
Coming in a little bit muffled.
Coming in muffled.
If y'all talk down high, what's going on, guys?
Hey, what's going on, man? We're gonna fly helicopters to Mount Everest. What do you think, man?
Yeah.
I think we should ask Diamond High. He's a VC verified in here.
Let's ask him, man. Do you want to go to Mount Everest on a helicopter, or do you want to climb it? What do you want to do?
I take the helicopter myself.
I'm gonna take a helicopter ride, man. I don't know about y'all, but hiking up a big mountain for like a couple of weeks don't sound cool, man. Fuck that.
I think I'll
freezing my ass off.
I'll keep my feet firmly on the ground at sea level. Thank you.
Hey, I'm gonna go catch some of that curvy water.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if anyone's ever made a snowman on the top of Everest.
apparently the place is littered with like oxygen tanks and flags,
Body.
memorabilia. I mean, it's a big fucking trash pit up there. From what I've seen pictures of like, yeah,
But you can't go to Antarctica.
nope, no, you can't.
No, the terrain's
No,
too
it's too
cold.
dangerous.
Close, man. Sorry.
Antarctica is off limits. I reckon that's one of the best videos I've ever seen.
It's up there, man. Top 5 for sure, man. Definitely.
Thousands of dollars and go on a tour of Antarctica.
What's
Well,
that?
you can't go for your own safety, you know.
We can't fly over Antarctica either. It's too cold. What?
Who said we're going on a tour?
I did, but I was joking around.
Oh,
I don't think we can fly over Area 51 either.
no.
Well, that's off limits. I think they moved Area 51, man. From what I heard years ago.
They
Place is
renamed
kind
it
of a-
to Area 52.
I found out there's an Area 51 up here in Canada a year and a half, 2 years ago. I didn't know that.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Damn.
But that doesn't really make sense, the idea of them moving the Area 51, because I'm pretty sure the term Area 51, like the 51 refers to something having to do with nuclear tests, I think, or something like that. Like that's why it's called that.
Groom Lake and shit.
Groom Lake. That's it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if our spot up here has the same moniker. I would doubt it, but similar idea.
Top secret military base, right?
Yippers.
Yeah.
So is there anybody on here that thinks the Earth is a ball? Hello.
Oh, I'm waiting for somebody to answer, Dave. Come on.
No one thinks the Earth is a ball.
No, Dave. Unfortunately, I think most of the people that believe the Earth is a ball are outside of this Discord somewhere else, not caring about the truth, which is why they're not here, because they don't give a damn about the truth.
You've highlighted the main problem we have here, Orion, is apathy. Most people just don't give a flying F, right?
That's right. Most people don't give a flying.
That's the truth.
Sure.
Well, they've got other important things to do, like making TikTok dances. Come on.
Hey, you know, the nurses crushed it a few years ago, man, with the TikTok dance. And they were
Yeah, they were so busy that.
Yeah, they were so busy that they had to choreograph dances. That was interesting, man. Yeah, very interesting. Yep. Choreographed dancing.
Yeah. Never.
Craziest time in the world. That sounds like a good idea. What?
I said back to flat Earth. We can't talk about TikTok nurses or why they were dancing or anything.
All right. The Earth is flat. I can guarantee it without a doubt. What do you think of that? That's pretty confident, man. Pretty confident.
Or a question arises: what reason do you have to doubt that it's flat?
There you go.
Right?
I'll catch you later. I'll be back. Cheers.
Hey, Orion, what reason do you have to believe that the Earth is not flat?
I see it as flat.
When you saw it as a globe, what reason then did you have?
Wait, was that a question? If I saw it as a globe, then what reason would I have to doubt that
I think
it's
it was
flat?
maybe before you were a flat earther.
Yeah, when you saw it as a globe.
Oh, I think it's still the same answer technically, because I mean, it's like a few minutes after I realized the Earth is flat, I wasn't thinking to myself, the Earth is flat. I was thinking to myself, holy crap, it was always flat and stationary. Like, I was thinking back to all these memories throughout my life up to that point in time. Like, oh crap, it was always flat and stationary. That's what I was thinking to myself. So I'm like, I don't know. I think the answer is just the TV. Like, it's ultimately speaking, it's just the same thing as everyone else. The you're in school pointing at the globe,
Right.
the TV, all the sci-fi movies.
Program.
Although I must admit, when I was a child watching 2001: A Space Odyssey, I felt like intuitively I somehow knew that, like the medium, the setting where that most of that movie took place was not a real place. Somehow intuitively I felt like I knew that, but I just didn't know it entirely or whatever. But whatever.
Right, that's how you know it now, right? Because it's that constant.
Maybe it's because also it was a movie made in 1968, so it looked extra fake. But whatever. One way or another, to the vacuum of space isn't a real place.
Right, yeah, no, I got you.
So, Diamond High.
Yeah.
Are you a fully flat earther now, or where are you at?
Where I'm at, I don't believe it's a globe anymore, I can't claim it's flat, but that's to me where all the... Because I've never...
So if it's not a globe...
Right.
Then what would it be?
Well, I believe in God, you know what I mean? So like, it doesn't have to be anything, really, It just, he created Earth.
Yeah, I think I was asking, like, I was more saying on a description basis, like, if it's not curving, then, what is it?
I don't think it has to be anything. I don't think it...
well, it has to be something.
Well, just to sure it does. It's the Earth, but if you say... If you use our 3 dimensions, which we know there are, beyond that, it doesn't need to be a 3D shape.
If it's not curving, then what's the surface doing?
No, I didn't say it's not curving. I definitely believe it's not curving. I don't know how it works, is what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't have that. I don't believe...
You're struggling to say flat, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm struggling. Well, that's how I started. I said I can't prove it's flat. You know what I mean? But I can definitely see.
Can you prove it curving?
No, I can. I don't believe it curves. No, I see no evidence.
So if it's not curving, then what would it be doing?
Well, I believe you're limiting it down to two possibilities, you know, and I don't
What
think
is what's the properties of water?
you mean. What do you mean? It's three forms of.
Or what's its behaviour? Is a better term. What does it do if it's left alone?
It sits still.
And
therefore the earth is flat.
So if it's not curving, then it's
Then it's flat. In a 3D in the 3D dimension that we can understand, it's flat.
wasn't that hard, was it?
I mean, what's the shape of our soul?
Soul shaped.
That's the shape of the earth. Earth shaped.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about a shape. I'm talking about a description.
I can't describe it in any other words than Genesis.
Well, the only way we can describe it is flat with topography.
Right, and as much as our mind can absorb and comprehend, you know, with the 3 dimensions we can observe and
from what we can confirm as well. Flat.
Yeah, I'm just like I said. I don't claim to know the.
I'm not starting an argument with you, mate. I'm just playing around.
Yeah, it was feeling that way. Don't ever take it that way. You know, I'm just leaving the possibility open that maybe we don't know. You know what I mean? That's all.
Oh, that's good. Because that's what I can say as well. I know that it's flat. I don't know what else it is. But I know that it's flat. So I can safely say the Earth that we know is flat.
And that's why I'm here, because the science part of it, as far as we can see, you know, that type of stuff, that point, that's as much evidence as I can follow along with, and you know, that points to flat as well.
Want to see some laser tests?
Exactly, seeing them as in someone else doing them, you know what I mean? But it's enough for me.
Have you seen any laser test videos?
Yeah. Yep.
Sure. Which one?
The one up with the those lakes, the Great Lakes, you know. What is it, Chicago?
Okay, have you seen the FE Core one? Field engineer core?
No, I don't recognize that by the name. You know, you run through so many.
I'll post it in the voice text. Have you got access to the voice text? Yeah, you're VC verified, yeah?
Okay. Yeah, should I? I'll check it out. Thanks.
1 sec. I'll send you the short one. It's about an hour.
You know, and after unlearning, which is a quick thing to do once you've seen it, like it started with the moon landing for me. Now there's so much to learn, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's kind of you kind of got to forget. Well, not forget everything you learn, but kind of start all over again and go, okay, well, if this isn't true, what they've told us, then maybe all this other stuff that they've told us isn't true either.
Exactly, and then there's the question why.
It's kind of rough, but it's like a new beginning for life, you know. Like that's the way I see it.
No, exactly. That's exactly how I see it. Exactly how it was for me. You know, short breakdown too, like mental. It was crazy. Because that was right when all of a sudden, you know, I love Trump, and then all of a sudden,
oh yeah,
there's no president, there's no votes. Like all of a sudden, I started realizing I just don't listen to any of them. You know what I mean?
I'd forget about politics, but Orion will say different. He believes in the democratic way, I suppose.
Oh no, I would say you should focus on the policy. You know, focus on the policy, not the politician, because after all, that's what makes the difference.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably a different server.
Yeah, no. All I meant was.
You like
I hear what you're saying.
we were just on laser tests, but we kind of dipped a bit. Do you like
So I
you
was
like
the lucky one that jumped into a friggin' political debate again for the second straight time.
It was like 30 seconds, but yeah.
Jeez.
I was about to
not at all.
ask you, do you like reading? Because I can send you over a document with the other laser test with the military and the and a university. It's 120 kilometers. Different coloured lasers. You like reading?
Yeah, I'll check that out. Yep.
All right, I'll send it over to you.
What's this experiment in chat? The greatest laser experiment in history. That wasn't an experiment. F.E. course.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, that I call it as I see it. It doesn't matter who it's from. That's horse shit.
Can you explain why?
No, can you tell us why it is an experiment? I say it's not. So it's the onus is on you to show how it is. So observe natural phenomena, please.
I didn't say it was an experiment. I was just posting a video.
Oh, now you're gonna switch up. No, you can't do that with me, man. Yeah, maybe I don't know. Who do you think you're talking to?
Should somebody label something differently?
Should somebody label something different? Yeah, especially if it's not what it is.
Fair enough.
So I guess it's not an experiment. So my claim stands, since no one's proven it's an experiment, and you never will, by the way, because it's not. And if you do think it is, then you'd fail 5th grade general science. Thank you very much.
At least currently you would. I don't know. Like a few years down the road, I'm pretty sure you'd get an A+. With the way things are going these days.
Give me a second, man. I'm in another subject with somebody else. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Go ahead.
I always like it when QE comes in and gives us an update on the Globetard retards.
No, he was saying something before. I didn't hear you. I was my wife stopped in and she had to tell me something. Go ahead. What was the last comment?
Oh, I was just saying, like, what you're saying, that individual may flunk 5th grade science, today, but I'm guessing 5 years from now they'd get an A+ because, with a lot of major educational institutions, they're kind of lowering the standards. In fact, I've even heard a rather troubling part of this sort of trend today, which I can't remember what it is. They have the bar exam for lawyers. When you want to become a lawyer, you have to take the bar exam. You have to pass it. They have something similar for doctors. And I think it was like some university, I can't remember exactly the details of the story, but some university somewhere, or like some people somewhere were trying to make it so like this very important test that a doctor has to take to become a medical doctor, like they don't have to take it anymore or whatever. They're trying to eliminate that requirement, which is like dangerous potentially, because then you'd have people working
that's too wishy-washy, man. That's bullshit. Who'd you get that from?
I just was listening to the radio when I was driving my car. Like, I just don't remember the name of the exact test.
Yeah, you better get hyper specific when you want to stroll those things out. That's a bunch of horseshit.
Well, I'm just talking about the trend. You're right. I should just, when I'm talking about that, I should be more specific. But I'm just talking about the trend, like, of lowering your standards as far as education and accomplishment and being qualified for things that some people may not be, in fact, qualified for.
Yeah, but natural science will never change. You have to know the scientific method, so it won't change. The lowest standard is knowing the scientific method, so it can't change.
Can I say something? Can I ask something real quick about this laser video?
Yeah, I'm not saying what their results aren't valid. I'm not meaning that. All I'm saying is that it's not a fucking experiment.
Right, yeah, no, I have a different question about the laser experiment thing.
You have a different position. It's not an experiment. You can't have a different position. It's a training.
No, a different question.
Go ahead.
Are you not able to hear me clearly? Is that why?
I can hear you clearly, along with the
All right.
motorboat in the background. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, there's nothing running. I shower with them sometime. It has to be that. I'll get a new pair. But I just
you
want to
shower with motorboats.
No, I shower with my headphones sometimes.
I said motorboats in the background. So what the hell?
I'm guessing water got into the mic.
Diamond High. Are you high?
Diamond Hydronate is a motion sickness pill. It's a vertigo thing.
You might want to take a couple of those.
Yeah, I took maybe I took a few too many. Is how that works.
Try snorting them, and then do a friggin' hammer throw with them next. All right, go ahead. What's your issue?
Okay, the issue is I saw this guy run a hose. Right, it was a science experiment, short little thing.
No, I bet you it wasn't. What science experiment? What was it?
No, all right. Well, listen, I don't know his name. TikTok thing, right? He had a hose going, but he had a laser set up, so the hose. That's all I know is what I saw. The laser went through the water, right? But with his camera zoomed in and so many frames or whatever, the laser took the path of the water and bent all the way down. You know what I mean?
No, I have no clue what you're talking about. It's disjointed. It makes no fucking coherent sense.
Well, I didn't make it up. I'm saying like a hose, like to hook to your house. You know what I mean? A water hose.
This is getting deep.
Well, you posted the video with the laser shooting across. I'm just saying, I know that. I
didn't post anything. I was commenting on whether it was an experiment or not. I didn't post this video.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I said one of you guys. One of you posted it.
No, you said I did. No, you said I posted the video. I didn't.
Yeah, I said that at first, and then you said you didn't.
Oh my God, it's fucking tedious. How old are you?
36.
Holy shit. Okay, what is your problem with the light, for fuck's sake?
With the what?
What is your issue? What is your claim? What is the problem? Try to be succinct and coherent.
Okay. A video was posted to show me how lasers work. You know how far they can see with the laser.
Show how lasers work. So you're talking about this video.
Yeah,
it's usually helpful
right,
if you just keep it brief and then shut the fuck up.
I thought I did. You're the one who's still talking here. You're asking questions.
Because you're fucking up with every word.
We're the only two people talking.
I know you're fucking up with every half a statement that you make.
Because I said it twice, I can't get it through across. I can't make any sense.
I'm just gonna put you on fucking mute. Shut the fuck up. Go back to primary school. God. Fucking some people's kids, man. Go fucking start at primary school, right? Try to pay attention this time. I would probably drop anchor in a fucking basic reasoning course every 6 months just to check to make sure I'm okay. My God.
And maybe get a CAT scan.
What's up, Flat Man? Yeah, well, thank you. I'm glad I'm refreshing.
Yeah, I had to put the disclosure. I had to put the disclosure when you told him to snort them.
Heavens and Murgatroyd, Elroy.
Fucking Sonny, what is going on with your mic?
What? Why? What is going on with
You
my mic?
sound like you're talking through a pillow.
Hello? How about this?
That's maybe I got you turned down. Let me try it. Hold on.
Yeah, like I'm on a mobile phone. I can't help it. It's cheap government issue.
Okay, I guess I turned you up just a little bit. It's not all that bad.
Okay, how's that? I shouldn't have to be too close.
No, you're okay. You're okay with our standards lowered.
I get it. Plus, I have a pot boiling in the background. It's about. I need to turn it off now. And hot coffee, hot from the press.
Where the hell's Miggy at? He's in here. He doesn't say anything. What the fuck?
Well, he can't. He's working. He can't. He told us. He comes in and tells us he'll be listening, but he can't. You know, he can't chat until he gets off.
The fuck is? It's 9 o'clock at night. What the hell? Where the hell is he working at? Burger King?
You're right. It is 9 o'clock in your area, isn't it? Wow.
Well, where normal people live, it's 9.
I know. Well, I'm on the edge of the earth.
Yeah, on the edge of normal. No, you're well over that.
The edge of normal. I'm in the edge of normal. Okay, I'll go with that, man. That fits.
Sorry, QE. You guys are behind time. Over here in Australia, we're at normal time. You're in the past, mate. We're in the future.
What time is it in Australia? Where are you at in Australia? And then what time is it?
New South Wales, and it's 12 o'clock lunchtime.
Holy shit.
It's Wednesday. I mean, Tuesday, though.
Tuesday.
The future.
They're already in Tuesday, even though they're talking to us right now at this very moment.
Isn't that amazing?
Not really.
That would be the bending of space and time.
No, that would be a bending gerrymandering of the time zone warpage.
At least that's one
the
example.
globe, the globe freaking conundrum, I guess you would call it. The global.
So I just realized something funny. If someone were to somehow, some way, ever possibly build a teleportation device and teleport from one place on the flat Earth to another, it would almost function as two things: a teleportation device and a time machine, because you'd be going to another point in time.
Didn't they already do that on Star Trek?
I think that was a plot of like half the movies.
I've never watched Star Trek. I could never bring myself to do it.
Talk about the old ones?
Oh, any of them. I've never actually watched any of them. I was never into the sci-fi space movies.
The old one, the original one, was force-fed to us. We didn't have a choice.
Strangely enough, I've never watched the show, but I've watched a few of the movies.
That's funny. I watched a few of the movies, but that was just on. That was like the highlight of the week and shit.
I watched some movies when I was a squid.
I never mind. I still don't mind space movies at all. Doesn't affect
I
me.
actually enjoy them more now that I'm a flat earther than I did before.
I could see how that could happen. Yeah.
But my wife hates them. Anything to do with space, sci-fi, AI, computers, anything like that. And she's like, turn that garbage off. I'm not watching it.
Huh. Real progressive.
She likes the action, mate. She likes Vin Diesel. Jason Statham.
Yeah, I like those guys. Yeah, I don't want to get into movies, man.
Fast and Furious 38.
Fast and
Torino on the beach with a beer gut.
And a wheelchair.
I thought I just said I didn't want to get into movies. Well then, QE, who died and made you boss? Well, the moment I came in here.
What would you like to talk about, QE?
Flat Earth.
There's no globers in here.
That's all right.
Boring morning.
That's all right. Plenty of flat earthers need to talk about flat Earth because I've heard their arguments and they fucking suck.
Yeah. Besides, you never know. There might be some Globers listening on YouTube, and we won't want to pass up the opportunity to hurt their feelings.
Notice my silence.
I think a lot of people, a lot of flat earthers probably need to shit can the politics talk and probably get on to squaring away their flat earth arguments that have already been done for them, by the way.
Well, I'm supposed to be going on a podcast soon, so you'll be able to critique my flat earth knowledge and give me a hard time.
I don't watch any podcast. You have to PM me.
Yeah, I will once it's done. It's some guy in England. He was supposed to do it a few weeks ago, but he messaged me again this week and said he's got 2 more to go, and then I'm up. So we'll see what happens.
All right, I'll critique it. You ready?
Go.
No, I'm saying you ready. I'm not going to ask any questions. Shit, I don't know what to ask you.
Yeah, I'm ready for your critiques. 100%. I'm ready for the critiques.
What you wish for.
Only way to learn, isn't it?
I guess I don't know if it's the only way to learn, but it's one way to learn, yeah.
Well, if you don't listen to people about your mistakes and look into them, then you're not going to learn anything. If you think you know everything, then you know nothing, and you're never going to learn.
Well, yeah, that's a little bit broad, but you can learn different things without being critiqued.
I think it's if you think
I don't know.
you can't learn anything new. If you're someone who thinks you can't learn anything new, then you can't learn anything new.
Yeah.
Yep. Depends who's doing the critiquing. If it's a flat earth legend like yourself, well, we might have plenty to learn.
Listen to that. You're trying to blow sunshine up my ass. That ain't going to fucking work.
Everyone through osmosis.
Yeah. I didn't need anyone to critique me when I was embarking in this endeavor. I have my own, how would you call it, crucible. Uh-oh. We got somebody else that wanted to chime in. Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
Yeah, meanwhile, back at the ranch. You got to be your own biggest critic.
Say again?
You got to be your own biggest critic. You got to keep yourself in check.
I agree.
That's what adults do.
Yeah, but if you don't have an acumen in geometry or natural science or pseudoscience or how to identify pseudoscience, then a critique is okay. It just depends on where your start point is, right? Yeah?
Yeah, well, then learn it. Say, I don't know this, so I'll learn it or something. Obviously, not everyone has the same capacity. I'll be nice about it.
It's not capacity. It's not only capacity. It's their station in life and what their station in life is previously, and then what they're embarking on now. So I cut them a little bit of slack.
I think a lot of people get convinced that they can't learn things, and because at some point in their life they were intimidated by it, and they were like, "I'm too dumb to learn this," or they got bad grades or whatever. So they've convinced themselves that they're not competent in something, and can never be competent. So they kind of give up.
Well, learning.
I think a big problem is pride. Anybody, but a big problem
people in general.
Their own problem is pride, because I see it every day, and I trained dogs for a while. I owned a big security company, and there was 4 different dog trainers that I dealt with, one in the US, a few in Australia, in different locations, and all of them apparently had the best dogs. Every one of them had the best technique. They all hated each other's guts because all their other dogs were crap. And I listened to every one of them, and I went and tried my own things from everything that they said. Some of them I'd think, oh, geez, that doesn't make sense. That's not going to work. I'd go through and I had some really good dogs because I was willing to listen to everybody and not say, nah, I'm the best and your dogs are crap. Just an example. It's a lot of it comes down to pride and that people want to think they know more than the next.
That's called Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Well, I was just thinking about us in regard to this topic. People that aren't familiar with it, they come into it like, I mean, you've all seen it, right? We're trying to explain drop over distance, and they don't get it. And I think like it's so simple, it has to be a mental block. It can't possibly be they don't understand.
It has to be because
what a
you can
curved
talk
object
about
is. Yeah, go ahead.
You can talk about the Bible. You can almost talk about anything, politics, and people are willing to have the discussion to a certain point. But the minute you mention flat Earth, it's instant anger and instant denial, and I just don't understand that. How do you learn if that's how you view things or you react to things? But it seems to be more flat Earth.
You don't. You'll get exposed.
Well, I mean, people come in here, right? They have complex opinions about all sorts of things. But when you get into something technical, all of a sudden, it's like they have some sort of mental block, right? Like maybe that's just. I just think it's like people are intimidated by mathematics, geometry, science, that sort of thing. They're just like intimidated by it. But there's other subjects that are just as complicated and even more complex that they understand. So it's not their brain that doesn't work. You know what I mean? It's not their intellectual capacity. It's more like, I just think it's some sort of, self-defeatist attitude. Like, oh, I can't understand this. I got a D in science in 7th grade, so it's above my head.
Well, drop over distance, sticking with the topic. I mean, if you don't get that as a baltard, I mean, that's like saying, as a Catholic, marry who?
Yeah. I showed somebody a diagram, and they couldn't get it. Like, it was unbelievable to me.
You built a diagram for.
Yeah, there's like a Mick West has a diagram of it's a diagram on his curve calculator. There's a GeoGebra diagram embedded on the webpage, right? So it has camera height, horizon, hidden height, all that stuff. Everything's diagrammed out. He couldn't understand it. He couldn't understand the horizon. Because I was trying to explain to him the horizon is supposed to be 3 miles away for a 6 foot person. And he just he's like, no, man, your math is, what do you say? You're using bad math. That's what he said. I'm like, okay, dude, no, it's not bad math. And I showed him the diagram and he didn't comprehend the diagram. He's like, where's the horizon in this? Even though it says the word horizon. I don't know if he was, maybe he was trolling. I don't know.
What if he wasn't?
It's scary.
Yeah, very scary, isn't it?
Yeah, he goes to the voting booth probably.
Yeah, most likely.
No, he understood it because he made his own and checked out what he did. He was like, look, it has to be farther than that. He didn't even look at his own graph where it showed 3 miles away, but he tried to compress it. He compressed to X 100 times compared to the vertical.
Did he give you orthographic view?
Yeah, he gave me an orthographic view. Yeah. And compressed it, but he tried to pull a fast one by compressing the x-axis,
right,
by a factor of 1 to 100.
Right.
Like, you're not fooling me, man.
Yeah. We call it Muppet vision.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. He was, you know how they compress, they rescale the horizontal.
Yeah.
That's like the dumbest shit, man. Like, how can you actually, with a straight face, make that argument?
They're trying to retards is what's happening. They could care less about what anyone with like third grade basic reasoning says.
So, like, imagine I was like, yeah, I'm gonna submit this paper to the journal Nature or Science, and I'm gonna take this image and compress it and say, yes, more evidence of Earth curve. Like, they might call like the white coats and have me institutionalized.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah. That
You're gonna
probably
write
be
me back?
something. That would probably be something Phil Bell would do.
Yeah. So just send me back a letter. You wasted a stamp. Like what's wrong with you? Yeah. I mean, you can just like, if you want to test the validity of that, right? That test, just take a random straight edge and do the same thing. Take a picture, do the same thing. See if you get curvature. And guess what? You do. Because the computer software, depending on how it's programmed in the mathematics, it's just, and then the barrel distortion, like where is it? Yeah, it's going to increase the amount of barrel distortion when you compress it.
Yep.
You're like, well, use a rectilinear lens. There's no such thing. It doesn't even exist. It exists like, it's just less barrel distortion than the other lenses. Yeah, it's like a rectilinear lens. The closest they get is they make cameras for like machine parts, like for in industry.
Yep.
Where they need they can't have perspective in the view because they got to be able to measure from the picture. Yep. But the lens and the sensor have to be the same size as the part so that you don't get any perspective, right? So it's all parallel rays.
Yeah, but what's the tolerances? I mean, you're going to have tolerances either way.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You don't get any perspective distortion because the rays are going in because the lens is the size of the part. So you can have parallel rays. So that's pretty close to no barrel distortion, but there is some, but it's smaller than the tolerance of the part that they're trying to make, right?
Yes. Because they're the same size.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only case where, and you're still going to get it, like you said. Yeah.
I think I'm making a giant one, man. You'd have to.
Good.
Yeah, well, I'm saying you could make a giant one of these lenses, right, and then do some observation, but the sensor would have to be like 6 feet, 6 feet square.
That reminds me of the train wreck arguments. When I first got out there, they're so friggin' funny. I remember seeing it for the first time. It was when they put the little rockets in their small little vacuum tubes.
Oh my God, yeah. Remember that guy? He had the little teeny rocket. It was like basically like a match or something. I don't know what that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was that little glass cylinder. He had that little rocket in the little glass cylinder.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget the best part. So when the rocket, filled the chamber with, some kind of gas or whatever, not really air, but just fumes from the damn rocket itself, and then use that gas to push off of to propel itself forward an inch or two. And he's like, "Oh, you see, rockets will work in a vacuum. You see, huh?"
And that fooled everyone into thinking that was an actual vacuum. Whenever they could see the exhaust fill the vacuum, making it not a vacuum anymore.
Yeah, and there's the other one. I actually have a video about it on my channel where they have a pressure gauge. You can actually watch the pressure gauge go up when they ignite the rocket.
See, it works.
The rockets work in the vacuum. The thing doesn't even budge until the pressure gauge starts moving.
Yeah, that was some stupid shit. That is just about the level as the stars spinning in different directions in different hemispheres. I don't know what's the stupidest. It's a close run.
The hard part is I actually like on Telegram they have a flat Earth Telegram and they actually kicked me off because someone did that. What you just mentioned, right? The different directions, and I was like, dude, it's in different directions from your point of view because you turned around. like if you stared south or north or whatever, and you just kept walking backwards, right, forever and ever. It wouldn't matter, even if it was a globe, the stars would still be going in the same direction. It doesn't matter. Like, when you turn around, they change direction. Apparent direction, right? Like, what shoulder they're going over.
They change relative direction, but...
Yeah, relative direction.
At the conclusion, the objective direction, if you're that stupid, and Professor Dave celebrated this, that he is so fucking stupid.
The stupid part is once you explain it and they keep arguing it. That to me is like, wow, man, you're just like in a cult or something.
Yeah, he's FUBAR. I called him FUBAR, cream of wheat, Dave, because he celebrated when he said that they were moving in different directions. So, therefore, there, Professor fucking moron, according to your conclusion there, that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west and the north, but in the southern hemisphere, the sun and stars rise in the west and set in the east. You dumbass cracker. You don't even realize it.
Doofus deluxe.
Jeez.
And then you read the comments to the videos and you're just like, oh my God.
Yep.
Humanity's doomed.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Well, I guess they didn't have a very good crossing guard then. Say, look, Johnny, it's coming from that way. Hey, coming back now. Look, Johnny, it's coming from the other way now.
Yeah, I don't even go down that. I used to go down that road. No pun intended. To put them on different sides of a one-way street. I don't even do that anymore.
They don't even understand it. Like, they'll actually deny it, dude. Like,
yes, they don't understand it. That's incredible to me. Like, they can't get it. They do not get it at all. Like, what kind of challenge would you call that, Kiwi?
Oh,
or
it's.
Indio?
I can explain that to a first grader and they'd get it immediately.
I know. That's the part I'm getting to. Is like, they're supposed to be adults. That's some kind of problem in their cognition.
It's like
it's not cognition. They're just memorizing, regurgitating what they seen on Wiki, or their headline parroters, what they seen on Wiki or Discovery Channel, or what they're mindlessly parroting from another globe-tard that they've heard in the past. Probably McBooger Eater, Professor Cream of Wheat, Fuckwit, those type, sci-fi scam, those types. They're just mindlessly parroting. It doesn't matter.
Cream of Wheat, who's that?
Dave, Professor Dave. His last name's Farina, so I call him.
Oh,
non-professor. Non-professor Dave.
You haven't been watching my stuff.
No, I have. It's been a break. Yeah, I took a break. What's funny?
Freaking about wheat. That's so funny.
Yeah, that's good though, because people have been saying that we got to stop calling him a professor, giving too much credit where it's not due.
I like calling him professor because
you do? Okay,
more fucking objectionable.
Okay. I know Crypto said I'm going to start calling him Dave Farina. Just call him by his name. I like Cream of Wheat.
Professor
I'll be
Cream
back
of
in a
Wheat.
second. Don't say anything important. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
All right, I won't say anything important. I promise. Professor Cream of Wheat to the voice check-in, VC check-in 1.
We should call him professor so that people get less enamored with the title when they realize that this guy's just a retard.
Radwin's been all over that. We've been doing that in this server for a while now. Professor, Orion did that. Professor Orion, Professor Radwin. And we were trying to take the glamour away.
I'm trying to. Who's the first person that did that? It was a ways back. Maybe it was Crypto.
Professor Crypto.
No, I think that might have been Crypto. I don't know. No, it's Professor Doctor. Oh, what was?
It's
No,
Radwin.
he wasn't. Yeah.
It's Radwin.
Yeah.
Professor Dr. Esquire, astrophysicist.
Yeah, and then Professor Flat Earth Professor.
Yeah, he changes his name a lot. I've always known him as Radwin.
Professor Astrophysicist. That's hilarious.
Well, they do like to appeal to their titles a lot. What are your credentials?
Yeah. What's he going with now? It's like Dr. Globe Doom or something like that?
I don't know. He changes it like once a week. Like, I don't know. Once a day. Hard to keep up. I guess that's how y'all were feeling with me when I was doing my C's and B's. So, I get it now. I was going to get a clip real quick. Oh, yeah, here it is. The credibility thing, people will ask you, give me your credibility. What's your credibility?
Okay, what's your credibility? Is my
He
question.
spoke to over 2,000 girls.
You know what? That's great for you. That's
I'm
great
a
for you.
best-selling Amazon author,
That's
and I
great for
studied.
you.
Well, no, because you want to talk about credibility now and accolades. I'm giving it to you.
That means nothing to me, though. It really doesn't mean nothing to
I'm
me.
more qualified.
See, don't fall.
Unbelievable.
People, what are your credentials? They don't really care. So never fall for that, folks.
Yeah.
Never fall for that. They don't actually care about your credentials. Just notice, well, what are your credentials then? He tells her, and she goes, well, that doesn't mean anything to me. Then what the hell? Why did you ask?
It's a trap.
Yeah. Yeah, don't fall for that ever, folks. So, yeah, they don't actually care. That's why we're putting the, Radwin. I'll see people in the chat. Oh, it says your name as a PhD. Tell me about that. Are you really a PhD? They don't care, dude.
Just ask them why they have to talk about you instead of the topic.
Yeah.
No proof pertaining to the topic?
I know. It always got to distract. Look over here.
I can't believe I just heard a fresh and flip clip. What the fuck?
Jan DeMarco.
Oh boy, we got some FNF people here. What?
God, we're gonna get canceled.
Yo, girl for the streets.
I don't even miss one episode, man.
I think they're about to go live here in a little bit, but
Dude, I started watching that when they had like 1,000 subs.
I
That's
just
awesome.
think it's entertaining.
I was late to the party, but it's
I'm kind of like I mean, it's the same thing over and over again, so I'm kind of like over it.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. It's like once you get the message, hang up the phone type of thing. It is one of those, but there is some entertainment to it.
And then, there's this other consideration I've had is that the girls that are on these programs, you're not getting like a random sample, right? So it's hard to draw conclusions about, to buy a sample. The girls that go on, they want notoriety, and they have a certain mindset. They're worldly girls. If they just went and like plucked some girl out of Iowa, sat her at the table, she isn't going to give the same answers.
Every once in a while, the one of those will go on there, but it does.
But they're in Miami to fuck around. They're whores in their hometown. They're like,
it is a certain. Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's like I got ran out of my hometown because I'm a whore, so I decided where I can go make money being a whore. So I'm going to go to Miami and strip.
Yeah, yeah. It does say a lot if you want to go on the show, but thousands of girls, though, it is. You start to kind of get a clear message, so it is kind of helpful in that regard. But then again,
at some point you got to think there's something going on here. Like, I mean, they can get as many girls as they can and try to get the same type of girls, but eventually you're gonna be like, whoa, all these fucking girls are the same.
Yeah, well, but that's what I mean. They're trash, dude. Those girls are trash. Like, sorry.
There have been some gems on there. I gotta say, there have been some gems here and there.
No, I mean, when I say trash, I mean they're trash human beings. Like, I wouldn't want any of those girls to mother my kids.
Mm-hmm.
I think they purposefully grab girls that are at the club or something, though. So,
well, they do. They try to get They try to mix it up a little bit because you can tell who's who usually.
Surprisingly, a lot of them have like degrees, like PhDs. I mean, like
Mm-hmm.
Useless degrees, but they still have them. I mean,
Did you see the Israeli girl?
Oh, I was going to bring that up, dude. Oh my
Yo,
lord,
man, she accused him of being racist, and then did the racist thing, called him an Arab.
Yeah,
and he's Sudanese, and Sudan is nowhere near Arabia.
Yeah. She was a nightmare. She was a complete nightmare. She had the global mindset.
Sudan is in Africa. Sudan is in like Western Africa.
You know what my favorite part is when they asked them like the countries.
Oh man!
Wait, no,
you can do that anywhere, man.
Indio, that girl in this clip, that was the girl who asked the credentials. That was her.
Oh yeah, that was the same
That
girl.
was her.
Yeah.
She was a complete nightmare the whole night. She had the global mindset, the mind virus. Oh well, that's just your opinion. She would have said that 99% chance we're on Discord. She's one of those types.
Who did she try to fist fight?
Oh my god,
Icy.
Yeah,
She tried to fist fight Icy.
I didn't.
Who's that?
One of
the girls in the back.
One of the staff or something.
Yeah, one of the crazy girls. They have two crazy girls there that just they look like freaking killers.
Dude, the show is so awesome, dude. Honestly, Miggy reminds me a lot of Myron. When I listen to Miggy, I hear a little bit of Myron in his voice. I respect both of them a lot.
Who is that?
Miggy or Mayhem? He goes by Mayhem now in the panel here. Miggy or Mayhem.
Miguel.
He's the one that goes live. He goes live. The Wig Snatcher Club. He used to go by Miggy here, but yeah. Then Myron hosts the Fresh and Fit podcast, so they have a very similar cadence. The way they talk is a lot of fervor. So I've been meaning to tell Mickey that. I don't know if he knows who Myron is, but yeah, they do remind me of each other.
The only thing I don't like about that whole space is that almost all their arguments are from an evolutionary psychology viewpoint. And that, they try to justify any particular argument through some evolutionary psychology hypothesis, which to me is just like storytelling. When I start hearing it, they do this because this is better for survival and yada yada. Like, dude, no.
Well, to be fair, I mean, if we were living in I know obviously we're not living like that anymore, but if we were living like cavemans, you wouldn't want the woman out there hunting. That would be way inefficient.
No, I want an alpha female, dude. Are you kidding me?
Did you say cavemans? It'd be cavemen.
It'd be
caveman.
Excuse you, Orion.
He's a caveman.
Thank you for the correction.
That's why he didn't say cavemen. He's still a caveman.
Cavemen, yeah.
Yes. Right. Yeah, I don't like that evolutionary psychology viewpoint. It's just, to me, it's just gibberish.
What the
women's behavior is well documented going back a long time.
But
right?
you don't deny
read
biology,
the Bible.
though, right?
You can read the I Ching. You can read the Vedic. The Vedic freaking literature. You can read. There's a lot of writings about male and female intersexual dynamic. Okay, so that predates the theory of evolution and can be all explained that way. I mean, women have certain behaviors and tendencies, and so do men. And it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with evolution. It's just our nature.
But you mean just the biology, right?
You're talking about
just our nature
coming from evolution type stuff. What is it women are wild like men?
Okay, I'll give you an example. The dual mating strategy. Women want people with social status, and women their other mating strategy is to get the best genes, right? The dual mating strategy.
Oh, okay.
You don't think that's true?
No.
I think you're wrong.
Alpha bangs beta bucks. Alpha fucks beta bucks.
Okay, what's the gene for climbing the social structure?
Does it have to be a gene?
It's not genetic. Well,
no, that's not genetic. That is an intellectual choice.
So does that kind of
debunk you have to discern because different cultures have different social hierarchies. So there is no uniform thing.
We see it the same.
So in the Western world, it's money, but if you go to Africa, it's the ability to freaking shoot a monkey out of a tree, right? So it's completely different. That's not an evolved trait. That's just like that's opportunism.
It's whatever makes the life of the woman easier. That's all it is. The man that has the most resources, whatever place they live. I mean, that's just how it is.
I don't. Well, we all. It's. This is very funny because half the time they're Fresh and Fit and all these other red pills are claiming, women think emotionally and not rationally, but then they're ascribing that women are making rational choices about their mates. You can't have it both ways.
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes. Well, sometimes, because they won't deny. You know, they always point out that women shame men's preferences, but then they'll say that they understand a woman's wired to want certain things. Like
wired. See, like, yeah, that's that whole, like,
that's what you were talking about.
We can overcome our biology, and we can overcome our impulses, and we can overcome all these things. We're not wired to do anything.
No, if it wasn't for the government, let's say you were a man, and let's say you're a woman, right? And if it wasn't for government help and whatever the hell it is that we have now, and you were to bear a child, you would probably want somebody who can take care of that child and take care of you, right?
Well, I mean, that's current. You're thinking current times, but it wasn't always like this.
What do you mean? How is that possible?
Okay, so take like 14th century England. What happens? You get married, you have a child, and now you just got conscripted into war, and now you have to go off on the Crusades. You're going to be gone for 7 years. Who's taking care of that kid?
Probably the family. I don't know.
Exactly.
The families were huge back then.
People had arranged marriages. When you got married, they married families together. Like you would marry like.
But here's the thing: you wouldn't.
The social structure was different.
Yeah,
so
but you wouldn't marry off
social structure.
You wouldn't marry off like your daughter to like some freaking family that was like a lot less wealthy than yours. Like they were kind of similar, you know. Like they were always like, you know what I mean? Like.
It depends on it's intricate social dynamics. So, if you have an extended family with say 20 mothers or 20 individuals, right? So we're talking extended family because people died a lot. So like you didn't have there was no like nuclear family because like half the members of of the extended family tree would be missing from dying as something, right? So people had different considerations. Like a lot of women died in childbirth. Half the children before the late 1800s died before they were born. So the whole social dynamic of everything is so completely different. It can't possibly be evolutionary. It can't possibly be because women's behavior has changed independent of evolution. They didn't like, I'm supposed to marry a man that's 5 feet tall because I don't want to marry a 6'5" person because then the baby's going to be fucking gigantic and I'm going to die in childbirth. Right? These were considerations women had. They actually wanted to have they didn't necessarily want tall men. Tall men don't have a high survival rate, especially in the past. They have a high survival rate now, but they still, even now, they die younger than shorter people. So, there was totally different considerations. Do you want to have if you're a female, right? Do you want to, I want a guy that's over 6 feet tall? Well, yeah, great. Now you're going to have an 11-pound baby, and you're probably going to die in childbirth. They thought about these things. They didn't, they had different considerations than we have now. We're looking at it through the, 2023 fucking Western world lens of reality. They had a different social thing. That's why this dual mating strategy thing, one is completely a social construct. It is opportunism because women, they're more dependent on the community for survival, but not to say they have to be, but generally speaking, they need communal help in order to. Men can do things solo that women can't do solo. Okay, can we agree on that?
Yeah, I don't think anyone disagrees.
Yeah, so if a woman has to the man's off somewhere making a living, doing whatever, traveling the world, as part of the army, and she's alone, she needs an extended network of people to help her accomplish things she can't really accomplish. The wagon wheel breaks. How is she going to fix it? Well, she needs an extended network of people to help her fix it because she's not physically strong enough to do it, right? So they could do things in a group what men couldn't do, what a man could do by himself, right? So that's why they're in this, like, I need a social structure. It's self-preservation. I mean, women learn this very early that they need the social structure, but it's not. I don't think it's evolutionary. It's
What
just like
evolutionary? What the fuck?
exactly.
What the hell is evolution?
That's my point. That
What if
people
she
make.
has-
There's a whole evolutionary psychology. I don't know if you ever heard of that. Let's call it a field. A pseudo field.
Fuck! I leave for a second and it goes off the rails. What?
Well, I didn't want to talk about neutrinos without you, so.
What women want? Why don't we just ask a damn woman? Maybe.
Oh my God, are you out of your mind? Ask a woman what she wants.
Yeah. So
wait 5 minutes and it'll change.
Oh Jesus! So Meggie,
Sorry.
we're trying to find what women want. So go ahead.
Why you asking him?
You didn't appeal to the woman in here.
I was headed towards you, Flatsy Klein. I just had to punk Meggie out. Go ahead, Flatsy. What you looking for?
My husband. Oh, there he is.
No, besides that,
She wants emotional stability, right? That's what you want?
Look,
I just like to feel secure. Like, my husband, he can work on the car. Like, we don't have to send it to the shop every time it needs to be fixed.
I was thinking of that today. That's so weird.
I think that's a bigger deal, and also just that's
No, this
really
is what I was thinking about.
thing.
Like
Fix
women,
things instead of buy new things.
think about this, right? Would you rather marry a guy that can't fix anything, but he has the money to hire somebody else to fix it, or a guy that can fix it himself?
I prefer a guy that can fix it himself. We don't have to buy new things often because he can
It's so
fix it.
funny because there's women that prefer, oh, I want a guy that, like, but we have a problem, we just hire somebody else to fix it. Well, why don't you marry that guy that comes to fix it? Like,
I grew up poor, so I'm not looking. I've never been one. I know sometimes when you grow up poor, you want to be rich, but that wasn't ever me. I've always been content. And then again, I grew up, had to be on my own at 15 and figure it out myself. So I've been self-sufficient for a while before I married.
All right, let's get a little deeper than you want somebody to fix a car.
The outcome is the same, though, right? Isn't it?
What do women want? Besides,
I could
Compliment.
say, but I might get
I
slapped.
really don't. I really want the woman.
I like compliments. I like things that I don't feel comfortable saying in the room. You know, I like things that are more private to be really good.
So, intimacy. You like intimacy. You like compliments. You don't have to go deep into that. She belongs
to the street.
Yeah, I like my back. I like back rubs, like stuff like that. But I like giving the back rubs too. So.
Oh, brother.
I like a girl that likes the front rub.
getting all touchy-feely in here.
Holy
That's
shit.
what I like. You ask what women like.
I just wanted, we could just categorize that as intimacy and then compliments. We can go to the next category. What else?
The ability to have a nice job, nice paying job.
Okay. Good.
I mean, you don't necessarily have to have one but he did. He was climbing cell phone towers. And he had to make sure that those things were line of sight with the next cell phone tower, so the Earth is flat.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Next.
Way to work that in there. We're proud of you.
I know, right? Let's see. I don't know. This is a hard question because I feel fulfilled. I'm just going to be naming off attributes of my own man.
So let me highlight them so we know where we're at. So we got intimacy, we got compliments, we have job security. Anything else?
and also being able to fix things instead of buying new things. Also, the ability to have a nice intellectual conversation. Like he's witty, so he has a lot of
So he's got to be smart and witty, yeah.
yeah. Well,
Good sense of humor.
yeah, he does have that.
Okay.
And I don't feel like
You know, she just
shit.
Ramsey, Jesus Christ, you're coming in hot, dude.
Let me say something, bro. Come on.
Your fucking mic it sounds like a busted chainsaw.
Okay. Thank you for that. So, women also want men that can they can bear their children. They want that as well.
You know, she named off a lot of things that a lot of people do not possess.
I also like
Yeah.
good value.
Yeah,
Good
Jamsy's
value.
in Boston. I can confirm that.
When I first met my husband, he had such great values, even though he could be a shithead. I like that he's a shithead, but he's also like he's not big on, or he doesn't agree at all with things like abortion. And
Was he a bad boy?
he was a skater, like skateboarder, growing up.
Dude, these archetypes,
he
like
went
this
to
bad
basic-
boy dark triad shit, man, that's more that evolutionary psychology bullshit, man. That's what I'm
He went
talking
to
about.
basic
Like,
training. He went to basic training, and he got kicked out of the army before he even really began after basic training for fighting too much. So he is a shithead.
look, the whole, they're like playing to the lowest common denominator, right? They say things which I completely don't agree. Listen, a lot of things they say are correct. I'm not saying, but I have some problems with some things they say on Fresh and Fit. I'm sorry.
She belongs to the streets.
I agree with that part. I don't think all men want to run around fucking everything. I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't think that.
Yeah.
That's another thing that was great about my husband. He wasn't like that either.
I don't think men want to do that. Quite honestly.
Yeah, then that show that you guys were talking about, like they allude to that kind of behavior for men, and that's
Well,
not good for anybody.
We don't live in a perfect world anymore where I can just go and get like the sweetheart that's waiting to drop a handkerchief for me. Like that stuff isn't real anymore. So they're
Well, I dropped a handkerchief for my husband,
Well,
so
you're
it still
rare.
happens.
Okay, that's rare, but like, and that's great. Obviously, I'm sure a lot of people would appreciate that. But I think the show is mostly focused on modern times, regardless of I don't think it's a good thing. I think it's kind of sad the situation we're in, but they're simply just commenting on it. People don't like that, but it is what it is. It's just reality at this point. I would love for it to be everybody dropping handkerchiefs, but that's just not where we're at, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, and also their interpretation of the statistics, they could be interpreted in multiple ways, and there's other like things. A lot of this stuff is self-reported.
I mean,
because I thought about that. So here's an example. How do they know women file 80% of the divorces? Did they actually go down to like courthouses and look at the divorce filings and read those records? Or is it self-reported from like census data or vital record data or something else? Right? So how you collect the data is important. Yeah, exactly. Like this is probably like census data or some study that some like group did, and it might not even be a representative sample.
Here's the thing: when you get married, you basically have to sign a government contract, right? And
yeah,
so,
but well,
and they
I
probably
understand
keep
that.
records of that shit. And I don't know, maybe.
Well, yeah, it's vital records, marriages, all that shit's vital records. I'm saying, who initiates divorces? They say that women initiate 80% of divorces, and like, how do they know that? Did they go to the courthouse and look at like all the filings of divorces and see who filed?
I'm sure
'Cause
there's
that's
somebody
the
who
only
did
way
it.
to really know. That's the only way to really know is to go to the courthouse, see who filed for the divorce, and then count that. Oh, girl filed this one. Look at the next file. Oh, girl did this one. Because they don't. That's not a normal record. You have to actually look in the case file.
You don't think
That's
that
not like
somebody
a
did that?
statistic that went into a courthouse and ran through freaking case files. Do you know how long that would take?
Yeah, it isn't actually 80%. It's just trending in that direction, and they kind of cheat the statistics. But
yeah, but like, where does the statistic that particular statistic come from?
I heard that. I've heard that way before those guys, before the Manosphere stuff was. I heard that statistic 15 years ago. So I mean, but it was closer to 60% when I heard it. But
You just look at all these interviews, right? They commonly ask the girl, like, do you do the breaking up? Did you break up with him, or did he break up with you? It's almost a majority of the time what happens. She's like, oh, I broke up with him. So that seems to be the common trend, regardless of the statistics.
Yeah, but often
common.
I would say that the girl break up with the guy because the guy probably didn't want to.
Well, India.
He was never. It was never on a trajectory for them to be married.
Right.
So guys will play around. You know what I mean?
The why is maybe less irrelevant. So we're just trying to talk about the statistics.
Yeah,
alone.
why it
Seems to be
happens.
common that the girls leave. Mostly.
It is what it is. I mean, that's what's happening.
Well, why would the guy break up with the girl if he's getting laid? He's not gonna, right? So the girl's looking for a relationship. The guy's looking for pussy. The guy's getting pussy. The girl ain't getting the relationship. Of course, she's gonna be the one that breaks it off.
That's why
would
you
the
put
guy
your
break it off? He's still getting pussy. Like, why would he break it off?
That's why you put application in, and when you get a new job, you don't let the old employee see it coming, and you just tell her you gotta go.
We got any Glovers in here?
Globe feminist.
Man, I hate that word.
I figured as much. How many times are you going to say that in 30 seconds there, Indio? You want to say it a couple more times?
That trend seems to be going away.
He took a break. He went to get him some
I can be a glober for you all. I know the answers to all their questions. There's only two answers. Refraction and gravity. Those two answer everything.
All right, what is gravity?
Gravity makes things go down.
I missed the days when it was three
I apologize
answers.
for using vulgarity, though. The P word. So sometimes these guys are hard-headed. You know, sometimes you just have to be very blunt in order for them to get it through their head.
Oh, I meant feminist.
Word. Don't say that.
In India, you have to also understand that they're using that show. They all party after that show every single time that podcast is on.
Of course.
So he's screening all of his future ex-girlfriends live on the air, right? And he's using peer pressure to do so. And he also is coming from the Muslim background, which 4 wives is exceedingly common in that culture for thousands of years. So he's definitely, you're right. He's definitely putting a slant on it.
Yeah.
That's not true. He doesn't party at all. The Myron guy.
He doesn't drink.
Yeah.
Who's taking advantage of drunk girls. Right. Even better.
No, he doesn't party.
Myron doesn't party. Yeah.
Yeah, but all the girls on the show are drinking. So, I mean, he's still screening for girlfriends.
Well, yeah, that part.
He's admitted he's brought girls back to his shit, dude. In their drinking. Look, put it this way. He's claimed that he's smashed a bunch of girls that come on his show. He also claims that under no circumstances is he marrying a girl in the West. So what are they doing? What are they doing? Why are the girls messing with him? when they know that this dude is never gonna
They got the millions.
take them serious.
Because it's all about the Benjamins.
What do you think he's paying them for? It wouldn't surprise me. Look, it's entertainment. You know, you never know what's really going on behind the scenes. I wouldn't hold these guys up as paragons of virtue.
No, but I also wouldn't hold. Like, I wouldn't.
It's just the generation that we live in. I mean, I don't really hate it.
Even me, I'm not.
No, there's nothing like you have to just keep it in perspective, man. These guys aren't heroes. They're not paragons of virtue. You know, they're giving out some information that a lot of people probably didn't have previously that I think people should know, to men and women, right? And it's useful, but you got to take the bad with the good. No one's 100% right or 100% wrong. Like, you know, just keep your head. It's to a degree. I don't want it to be like this, like cult following. Like nothing these guys can say can ever be wrong, and like, you know, and idolizing these people. I don't think they're idols in any sense.
Here's the thing. I disagree about that whole, you know, having a lot of women. Like, I don't think it's necessary. Obviously, I don't think it's necessary to have a lot of women, but if that's what they want, that's what they want. I mean, whatever.
Isn't one lady a trouble enough? No.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Listen, I don't want to talk about my own experiences, but I've bounced 3 girls at the same time. Okay.
It must be hard.
Just
huh?
a fucking
I can
headache.
admit that
Don't do it.
I can admit that I'm a handful, especially since I've become a flat earther. Come on now.
You're supposed to get nicer when you become a flat earther. What are you doing?
I mean, I am, but it's also a lot of talking about it with people who don't necessarily want to.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I mean, not just me. One of my friends had 3 girlfriends at the same time, and they all showed up at his house at the same time together in the same car.
Oh, dating 3 chicks. I thought you meant all at the same time.
Oh, not like that.
Like I've ridden
No,
a
I've had those
tricycle, but
opportunities.
imagine
I'm
3.
just not a degenerate, so I don't do that type of stuff.
Location also matters. I would agree with you. 3 American girls, 3 actual American girls would be difficult, but there's other countries where 3 girls wouldn't be difficult at all. So,
well, yeah, like I mean, 3 girls could be good. Like one works in the fields, one works in the factory, while I hang out at the brothel, and the other one takes care of the kids.
yeah, or one runs your one business, one runs your other business, and yeah, exactly.
I'm
and one
very
works in the rice paddy.
that I am lesser of a man because I enjoy menage a trois. Didn't you say you're not a degenerate? You wouldn't have.
You need to be Nagamas, sir.
Yeah, I just like I can't do that.
All right, so we're officially off the fucking rails again.
Okay, so we're gonna circle this back. Thanks for keeping us in check, Huey.
It went from Flatsy being so passionate about her husband and how great he was to menage a trois.
Yeah, none of it happened.
Well, he's in Canada, so like he has to say something in French. It's the law.
You can blame everything on QE for interrupting me earlier and cutting me off.
Hey, I even brought in
Your mic is interrupting you.
I was about
I called your mic out.
I was about to fix the voice, but my voice was broken.
Your mic was so crackly, you were interrupting yourself.
Yeah.
I even brought Flat Earth into my little thing. So, come on, guys.
So anyway, the final wrap is don't view anyone on YouTube without a critical eye. Thank you. Have a nice day. Back to Flat Earth. First of all, automatically you shouldn't trust them because they're Glovers. Right there, right off the rip.
Wait a second. What did I hear out there? Was that Miggy?
Get those boots together.
Miggy.
Get them damn heels together.
I've been listening to. Is this the? Am I in the right server?
Yeah.
Oh shit! What's up, CB? QE, what's up?
Shit, I came in and the first word that I heard was Trump. I said, "You got to be fucking kidding me."
I will bet anything that it was Orion.
No, check it out, man. We had Rolling My Boulder in here last night, spiraling out of control. But one of the things that he did say was a bit of props to QE because he's like, nobody ever can make me spiral in here like QE does. I'm like, what? So apparently you got under his skin and now you live in his head.
Rent free.
Yeah. But your name came up.
Wow, man.
Yeah, he was in there causing a ruckus with Sasha. And I mean, you know how these sophist types are. And he was just out of hand, and Sasha was like trying to deal with him in his way. And you know, his broken English only can do so much. So yeah, he was struggling.
Listen this.
And then Rolling My Boulder was going shh, shh. We was shushing him. And that just pissed Sasha off even more. And so it was just what it was.
Shit show.
Yeah.
I had a backhanded slight towards you earlier, Miggy. I'm glad you weren't around.
Whatever. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, but I know. If I know you, I know you. So I was thinking about running off on the break time and saying, "Hey, man, I'm here." So,
I said I preempted it, so I greased the skids for the backslide itself, so it didn't have that much oomph to it. Because they were talking about what women wanted, so I said, "Well, we got women in here. Let's find out what they want." Miggy.
I know, kicking a man when he's down, eh?
So let me ask you guys a question. What do you guys think the moon is? Because I come from a family of farmers, and I can't remember exactly what my father used to say, but he would always say like the best time that plants grow, like to plant plants, is like when there was either a full moon or a half moon, or I can't remember what it was. But there's definitely some stuff to that, right?
Well,
thanks, CB.
The mainstream explanation is the moon will. I think it will show you when the seasons are about to change.
Yeah, but that's not his question. Yeah.
No, that wasn't my question.
Well, that kind of indicates it.
The moon is part of the mechanism in place that is part of the construct, and it's part of that input and flow in and out of the system. It's part of that.
That's deep. Thanks.
Yeah. You see the sun, how the luminaries above doing the input into the system.
The input into the system. He asked what it was.
Do you speak any English?
Yeah, like what do you guys think the moon is?
Plasma, light.
Focus on his question. That's all I ask.
And plasma, an image. When you're looking at a plasma TV and you see an image of the moon, that's what you're seeing on a plasma, but at the creator's level.
So the moon is ionized gas.
Okay, why does it look like it has like?
Hold on a second.
You're looking at an image.
Okay,
you're looking at a light, an image.
So plasma is ionized gas. That needs a container.
Oh fuck!
Oh fuck!
Like the sun, right?
You look.
Oh, sorry, I'm hot miking. I just got back from a wake and my feet are killing me.
Flatman, you're hot miking.
Your brain is killing you?
Level, what's up, bro?
What's good? What's good?
Seen you in a minute.
Yeah, I took a little break.
Hey, you know who is in here, though? A hardware engineer. His name is Rhinoceros. What's up, dude? Plus, he thinks the Earth's a globe. Oops.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
What's up, gentlemen?
What you thinking, Rhinoceros?
Oh, whoever has the sound effects, bro. Holy. Who is that?
Wow, if you don't know, then you don't know.
Rhinoceros, come on, man. You've been in here, what is it? 5 months now.
Oh,
Something
too
like that.
long.
And you're still a Glober, dude. Come on, dude.
Yes,
What's going on?
sir.
How's this possible? Explain to me, man. Help me understand.
No, don't do that. That opens the whole friggin' floodgate. Please provide scientific evidence for your globe with sugar on top.
Oh, quantum eraser. There is no scientific evidence for a globe.
Oh, good answer.
Oh my God. What? That's not what
Damn it,
Vsauce
man.
said. Oh yeah, that is what Vsauce said. Okay, that's not what Neil deGrasse Tyson said.
Because
He's
the
like
globe
he's like
is your shape.
Shit, this is like the Matrix, man. He gets so good he doesn't have to stop bullets anymore. He just like the wigs just come right off. It just falls off of the guy.
Hey,
Hell.
Rhinoceros, let me ask you a question. If you want to get to the truth of a matter, isn't it important that you have accurate descriptions of reality and well-posed definitions to things so that when we communicate and try to figure things out and reason, we aren't all wishy-washy?
Yes.
Okay. So saying
But
claim of a globe is a shape is an accurate description of reality. That's what it is. Saying science can't prove a globe, that is an accurate description of reality. You sounded kind of sarcastic in what you were saying.
my thing is though, like he's actually achieved something, and it's accolade of being a hardware engineer in life. Like this is something that he's done. But how did he achieve all of that, and with the knowledge that he has, and he's still a Glober like that? I don't know. It's just even after he's heard the truth, he's not able to provide any evidence. Like,
can we talk
wouldn't
about
that be
one thing?
ringing some bells?
Can we talk about one thing? Last time I was in here, we talked about the black swan, and I actually went back and I did a smidge of research about it because apparently when I came in here last time, my explanation of it was horribly wrong. Which fair enough, okay. But if I could reiterate for you what the explanation is that could somebody post it in the chat real quick?
I can't wait.
How many horizons?
somebody post it, please.
How many horizons are involved with this?
There's one horizon involved.
Oh, okay, cool, awesome. We would narrow it down.
It's about to go down.
one, but yeah, don't.
Ryan, you don't have permission to post your gold birther. You should be able to post, no problem.
Oh, do you want me to put? I don't have it. I don't have it.
You got in there. All right.
It's there.
I figure you guys.
I thought you had evidence to post. That's what I thought you were talking about.
Oh, my bad. I was just.
Yeah. What was I thinking? That you'd have evidence to post.
And again,
I can. Just somebody post the fucking picture, and then I'll post.
It's been posted multiple times.
it's already been posted a couple of times.
My bad. I'm in the wrong chat. My fault. Okay, so
come on.
My explanation is that the reason that this is a black swan is because platform habitat is 9.41 miles away, yet the geometric horizon should be 1.22 miles away. So therefore, we shouldn't be able to see platform habitat. We shouldn't be able to see the horizon fall behind platform habitat because it's 9.41 miles.
There you go.
Yeah. Yep.
Not too bad.
Yep.
Okay.
Was that it?
Well, no. So I was looking at some videos and I found a video of platform habitat being obstructed by the horizon.
Oh, so what? We're talking about this one.
Okay.
Why is it in this one? We'll get to that next one. No problem. Why is it behind it in this one?
How could it possibly be visible in this one?
Possibly be.
Yep.
That's a good question. I don't know. I was going to ask you why in this video that I'm watching, I can see this person in the same spot being able to see platform horizon behind the horizon, but at the same time in the same spot seeing platform horizon or seeing the horizon. Sorry, platform habitat. Seeing the horizon behind platform habitat.
Any English?
How do those two things correlate? How could that be possible?
How can it correlate that you're using the wrong verbiage? And I've just posted at 10:13 your little fucking issue. Go ahead and read that out loud.
Do I have to talk to QE? This guy makes my fucking blood boil. Can I talk to somebody else?
Yes, you do.
Yes.
We're representing. That's your representative.
How did you need Rhinoceros?
This is your representative right now.
We yield the floor to QE. Go ahead. QE.
You have reached operator. You have dialed the phone and reached operator QE right now, sir. Yes.
Okay, then
Trust
stop
me, it's going to hurt you than it's more than it's going to hurt us, man.
It's just like one of those things where, like, I want to see the supervisor. I am the supervisor.
I am the supervisor.
I own the store, sir.
Go ahead, QE. Hurry up.
Now, if he doesn't want to talk to me, I can understand.
No, I wouldn't mind talking to you if you weren't such a little dick. And if you're fucking...
it's big dick, sir.
My mom... I promise.
There's only about 20 words. He only asks you to read about 20 words, bro. If you can't read the 20 words, someone else will be nominated to read for you.
I believe in you, Rhinoceros. You can do this.
You think you could do it, bro? Come on.
You guys want? What am I doing?
Oh, right. Okay. Hold on. This is getting spiraling. Anyway, so QE posted. He wants you to read that. Can you read it? I mean, it's not necessary, I guess.
Sure, I'll read it for everybody.
Just really, thank you. Awesome.
Do you speak any English?
Am I reading it now?
Yes.
Translate it to Spanish if you can.
These two photos are taken with the same camera and camera height 4 days apart. Not only are A and B both black swans, baltards, pay close attention. Your physical sphere edge horizon that blocks buildings and boats has moved. Does your spinning monkey ball inflate and deflate?
That's why you wanted to read it. I didn't even read it myself. I wouldn't have had you read it if I knew it was like that.
Do you understand the ramifications of that question, sir?
No, I don't. Somebody
Okay, so Rhinoceros. So say I don't see any of this text on either one of them, and I see these two images.
Right.
How do I decide which one is the true geometric horizon? Which one represents the physical edge of a ball? The one on the left or the one on the right? And then how do we know?
I'm going to guess you're going to say the one on the left.
No, I'm just asking you a question. We have these two images side by side, and someone's like, look, this is taken from the same place, the same shot. Which one represents the physical edge of a ball, right? Which is the horizon that blocks boats, right? Which is the geometric horizon? The one on the left or the one on the right? Now, how do you know which the true horizon is?
What do you mean by true horizon?
Reread the last question. Does your spinning ball, does it inflate and deflate or not? Does the Earth change its size or not?
I would say no, it doesn't.
Okay.
So how can those two images be so drastic?
Right. How can they? I don't know.
How do they look drastically different?
Fucking tides!
The tides?
Tides, temperature, atmos.
Looks a lot more misty.
The
and
point
like,
is, the horizon is an apparent location. It's not the edge of a ball.
Okay, but
the point.
He said
disappear over.
The point.
Okay, if the horizon is an apparent position, what do boats disappear over when they sail away? What does the sun set over when it disappears? If the horizon is just some apparent optical phenomena.
You defined apparent for me? What do you mean by apparent horizon?
What it appears to be.
It means not actual. That's what it means.
So what we perceive.
Not actual. Apparent mean in this context, apparent means not actual.
Right. Okay. And that happens because it's a little misty outside?
What the fuck?
Who cares why it happens?
To help him out.
The cause is irrelevant. The only thing that matters is the observation.
I think
we can speculate in the cause out. Why is the cause relevant? Does that
You think the
change?
ocean is?
Does the cause, if we know the cause, does it change the fact that you have two different observations of the same thing, but show different things? It doesn't change that fact, whether we know the cause or not. We don't need to know the cause. The point is, the horizon is different in each one. So if the horizon is different, either the ball is changing size, or the horizon is in apparent position. If the horizon is in apparent position, then claims like boats go over the horizon and the sun sets over the horizon are meaningless nonsense, because they're setting that phenomenon is an optical effect, because the horizon is an optical effect. And if you use the horizon as a reference for an optical effect, then you're just saying I'm looking at an optical illusion.
What's the optical effect that's happening?
Listen. Meaning there's no geometry. There's no geometrical horizon to the Earth, which implodes the sphere-tard claim.
Please tell me that made sense, Rhinoceros.
There's no geometric horizon?
Correct.
The physical Earth curve.
Correct.
It's not a physical hump of curve or water.
That means the ball that you think exists doesn't have any geometry, because then it's changing its position where the horizon is as far as the Earth curve goes. So you'd have it farther away in one image and closer in another. How could you have that in a physical geometric shape if you're measuring every single day the same geometric shape? And where boats disappear, it should be the same place. They should disappear in the same place. But how is that possible if you're seeing a different horizon on another image?
That's what I'm saying. How can in one picture you can see platform habitat?
We don't claim the
Because it's not a
horizon.
physical hill.
That's not our claim.
Because the horizon isn't limited by Earth curve in either pick. That's why.
Yeah,
everyone's talking over each other. It's so hard to.
Ryan, this is really simple because it's not physical curve. Think of a hill in your front yard. It cannot move around. So as we see in the evidence, the horizon's shifting around. That means it's not a physical Earth curve like a hill in your yard. Can't be moving. So it's not a geometric position like that hill in your yard.
Which is very important argument if you think you live on a globe.
Because that's what the thing boats go over.
So the reason platform habitat is covered by water in the second picture is due to waves. Is that what you're saying?
It doesn't matter anyway. It shouldn't, because
it does matter.
In photograph B, look at how far away the horizon still is when it should be at 1.22 miles, but platform Hill House is 6.21 miles or 27 miles away.
But these two pictures are taken at the same place. I mean, if the Earth is flat,
correct. That doesn't answer my fucking question.
I'm not asking you a question. I'm stating a point. These two.
You're not stating a point. You're just reiterating fucking horse shit. So I'll finish what I was saying. Even in photo B, the horizon should only be 1.22 miles away. Why is it over 6 miles? You're still screwed, in other words. Follow? You don't read my stuff very well, do you?
Sadly, I don't think he does.
I'm retarded and I understand.
Ryan, you're giving all these variables like waves and mist and all that. One of what the variable isn't is Earth curve. That's what we're trying to point out. So there are other variables like how high off the ground you are, the weather, tides, waves, all that stuff. It matters. It does matter. But what we're trying to point out is that what doesn't matter is the Earth curve. That isn't there in either of these photos.
Okay, I understand. The only thing I was asking is why these two pictures are different. That's the only thing I was asking.
The horizon
sides. That's a red herring fallacy. It has nothing to do with the actual content of the fucking argument.
Because horizons are based on variables which fluctuate, not ones that don't, like Earth curve.
There you go. The horizon changes.
Why?
Because it's not Earth curvature. If it was Earth curvature like a hill in your front yard, it can't be moving around.
Because it has to do with how far you can see. Right?
Yeah, and weather that day, mist in the air. Like you said, you already pointed out all these other examples. So, yes, the horizon changes. Why? Well, it's not Earth curve. That's why.
If it's like super fucking misty like your horizon would be really close.
Doesn't matter anyway. It's the rate limiting step. So photo A is the rate limiting step so far, unless somebody can show one further. It doesn't matter what B shows. Who gives a shit?
We can't measure it anywhere in the world, but at the same exact time, boats disappear behind it at 3 or 4 miles off.
The worst case scenario in A, your horizon, let's say the horizon is 10 miles away. It's not. It's way further than that, but we can safely say the horizon in photo A is at least 10 miles away. That would put the radius of the Earth at 264,000 miles.
No big deal.
Well, I'm going back to work. You guys, I'm going to be listening, though.
Take care, Mig.
No biggie. 265. I mean, you can still hang on to the globe model, right? Right, QE?
Give or take a couple.
We can save it, right? I mean, it's still savable, right?
No.
Just somebody explain to me how either mist or one of these other explanations for photo B would make it appear behind the water. That's all I'm asking.
What does it matter? That's not the argument.
That is
your curve is already gone.
It's a red herring fallacy. You don't know what the black swan argument is still.
Fucking debate bro over here with his red herrings and shit. Just give me a straight answer.
It's just called using logic correctly.
Why
does he know what a red herring is?
You don't have to know what something is just to know what it isn't.
Why
do we have to go on?
Habitat appear behind, literally below the water line? Why would that happen just because there's mist?
Well, not because of Earth curve, because that's a black swan horizon too. So are you trying to put forth a black swan as a debunk for a black swan?
I am asking.
It's not just mist. He also said tide, so there are other factors. We named a few of them off for you. So
Did the same person that took picture A took picture B?
yeah.
Yes.
Plus more. This is not just these two as well. So don't get
If
it
this
twisted.
was like due to perspective or something, then platform habitat would never appear below the horizon. It would just get smaller.
No,
But
don't
the
worry about
platform
saying what it
habitat
should
in
or
both
shouldn't be
pictures-
doing.
Hold on,
You're
let
supposed to
me
be
finish.
arguing for Earth curvature. That
Let me
isn't there.
finish real quick. Platform habitat appears the same size in both pictures.
Who gives a shit?
It's not about
the
perspective.
argument. I just told you you don't know what the argument is. That's why you're red herring fallacying this thing to death.
What does
I have a suggestion for the guy. Maybe you should ask QE, what is the argument?
What do I mean by you don't know the argument, and then you ask me what does that mean? That means you don't know the fucking argument.
Huey, tell me the fucking argument then.
Well, you came in here fucking with a claim against it, and you don't even know it.
Wait, bro. You
just
went
came
off
in
and
with
did some
a question.
homework and came back with a better explanation for it. So do we need
I
to
just
go
came
over
in
it
with a question. All you guys fucking ride my dick and just talk shit on me.
You
So
don't
just
have a
tell
dick.
me.
How can I ride it?
All right.
Well, you're in a learning stage right now. It's okay. So do you
All
do you
right.
feel like we
There
need
you
to
go.
go over
There's
this?
the argument. There's the argument for you.
Please, both of you, educate me.
There's the argument for you. Can you fucking read?
Let's see. Modus tollens.
Yes. You know.
Can
he doesn't.
you go more in depth for me? Give me the if then
on the modus tollens for you.
I think picture A is just more. Day is clearer and there's less waves. That's
Don't
all.
worry
It is.
about the picture. We're on the argument. So modus tollens. You know what that is?
Yikes. Yikes, dude. Sure. Yes.
What is it?
Oh, well,
Oh,
I just want you to tell me
the
why. I just want you to tell me why the platform habitat goes below the horizon.
Yeah, we
and
already
what-
fucking told you a number of times. It's a red herring fallacy, dumb fuck. You don't know what the argument is. That's why you're bumbling and fumbling and stumbling around here. And I just asked you what the argument was. You didn't fucking know it. Then I posted it, and you still don't fucking know it.
You want to say fuck one more time?
bro,
Yeah.
stop trying to jump to the that second
Focus-
picture.
Hold on a second. Of course, you'd focus on that. How about what my fucking favorite color is? You're a clown, man. You've just been exposed.
Okay.
Yep, that's okay.
Well, then help me, QE. Help me, Quantum Eraser.
I've already helped you. I've already posted the fucking argument. Already posted the Black Swan about 30 times. Already posted your bullshit mindless parrot of platform habitat being below the horizon. I already had that in the hopper. What else you want me to fucking do for you? Make you some hot chocolate and rub your feet?
We can't think for you, bro. Come on, man.
You need to give him a back massage.
Fuck.
Did.
Well, okay. Just it's about the horizon. Okay, so stop bringing up the platforms being below or above or whatever. The horizon's moved, so that seems to be an issue. If it's curved Earth, then why is it moving around? That's why it asked you whether the globe was inflating or deflating. You never really answered that.
Wouldn't it be a problem if the Earth was flat and the horizon moves? Why is that not a problem?
No. You
Another
gotta stay
red herring
focused.
fallacy. And of course, he's going to get everyone chasing that shit. Can you read the argument for everyone?
Jesus Christ, dude. This guy with his fucking fallacies.
Reading hard.
Well,
me not like reading.
You're that guy, ding dong. You're the guy with the fallacies, dude.
The guy with the fallacies, I'm only merely pointing them out.
What the hell, man? Let's read the argument. I'm gonna repost it so you can read this. So we didn't even get it past the modus tollens, so let's try again.
I'll read it for him because I speak two languages and he might understand if I read it.
Someone fucking read it. I'm bored.
If this, then that. If not this, then not that.
Maybe it's a language barrier, guys. You gotta give him a handicap.
It's a logic barrier.
Oh, a logic barrier. Okay, that makes sense.
Rhinoceros. You know that if you're using a logical fallacy, that by definition makes you irrational.
If curving,
Do you want to be irrational?
then geometric
Or do you want to be a
horizon.
rational human being? I mean, if you want to be irrational, it's up to you.
If no geometric horizon, then no curvy.
Yeah, how come there's not a geometric horizon in either picture, Ryan? Isn't that kind of a problem for the globe?
Sounds good, guys. Thank you.
What?
So, Ryan, he just snatched his own wig. Well, Ryan, you seem to be indicating like you think the picture on the right is evidence of Earth curve, and the picture on the left is some mystical optical effect, and that's why I asked you, how do you know which one is which? Which is the true? I mean, maybe we just live on a bigger ball, Ryan.
Maybe that's how you know it's a ball, because there is no curvature.
All I was asking was how you guys explain between the two. That's it. I wasn't trying to fucking.
First of all, we don't need an explanation, but we can. But we don't need it because this is a test of the globe. This is a test of the globe model. This isn't a test of the flat Earth model. This is a test of the globe model.
Yeah, Ryan. So can you explain why the geometric horizon of the globe isn't in either picture?
Uh-oh.
Okay, let's put it this way then. So if a boat sails away and you see it disappear, hull first, and then half the mast, and then the top of the mast, and then it disappears completely, is that evidence of the Earth being curved?
I don't know. You tell me.
Bro, come on, man. You're just Do you need to take
What do you want me to
a
say?
creatine snack or something?
Ryan, your scientific overlords, right? Your globalist overlords have made claims. They have made claims. They say that they have measured the Earth. They know the diameter. They know the circumference. They say that they know all these numbers. Do you think that it's important for reality to actually reflect what these globalists have claimed these numbers are to be or not? What do you think is important? Right? You're deferring your education, you're deferring your expertise to these people. So do you think that it's important for your so-called experts' measurements to accurately reflect reality or not?
Look, I'm an electrical and computer engineer. I don't give a fuck about the shape of the Earth. It affects me.
What the fuck are you here, bro?
I'm just here to talk, dude. I'm just here to understand. I came in here to get.
I'm gonna correct you. I'm gonna correct you. You're just here to sound stupid, is what you're doing.
Oh, okay, gotcha, Roger.
Well, you tell me if you don't think you've sounded stupid so far.
I mean, he's trying a little bit. It's just that he's not catching up yet. It's okay. Kiwi's gonna hold his hand and carry him. Go ahead.
I mean, I think that's a very accurate question. Do you think your so-called experts, do you think that we should force them to be right or not?
Yes, and I think they are right. And there is an answer to your question, and it's the reason why there's
so the horizon and the black swan is actually at 1.225 miles. Is that what you're claiming?
225? You mean 1.22?
Yeah, 1.225 miles.
You said 225. Anyways.
Yeah, it is 1.225, yep.
Yes, and it's what I've heard is
so
it's due to refraction.
It just appears.
Refraction.
Atmospheric refraction. There goes your globe.
There goes your globe.
Thank you for participating.
Thank you for participating.
And
in geometric horizon.
Right.
There is no geometric horizon, number one. Number two, thank you for that. Number three, atmosphere is a paradox. It's a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. And you said refraction. Really? Define refraction for everyone. What citation?
So refraction, in my understanding, is when...
not your understanding. Nope. Fuck your understanding. You don't understand shit. We want citation, please.
Fuck you. I do understand shit.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice day.
Do you want my understanding?
Can I ask a question real quick? So we have two images. How do you know which image has refraction? One versus the other. You have the left one and the right one. How do you know which one has refraction? Can you point to anything in the images?
Well, so in one you can see farther over. You can see farther over the globe than you can in the other one.
So that's some circular logic there.
Okay.
Is that not? I'm just asking. You have two observations. You're trying to figure out whether it's a globe from the observations.
Right. So refraction is the redirection of an electromagnetic wave when it passes from one medium of lower density to another medium of higher density.
That's incorrect. Citation, please. Incorrect.
Okay, please give me yours then.
It's not mine. It's what it is.
Well, give me yours then.
Why? Because you haven't provided it. You just.
Do you believe it's real?
Up. You fucking clown.
Do you believe it's real?
You're fucking finished right there.
You haven't provided what it is.
Please don't make me talk to QE anymore. This guy fucking makes me go.
37 minutes after the hour, you're compromised.
You're barely talking, period, Ryan, let alone to QE. So, I mean...
Ryan, just take QE as your very old great-grandfather that is very smart. He knows a lot of stuff, and you're just listening to him. Just try to hear him out. Or anybody in here, bro. You're good, bro. Just get it.
If he wasn't such a fucking dick, dude, maybe I would listen to him.
Well, I'm trying to get to the basic problem here. Is that you have two observations. You're claiming one is refraction, the other isn't. Why?
Thank you for talking to me like a human being, Indio. I'll talk to you.
Well, dude, who cares about that? I can change. I just want an answer. How do you know between the images which one is the true geometry and which one is the illusion created by refraction? You don't. You can't.
Okay.
The only reason you're even saying that is because you're convinced the Earth is a globe, and any evidence that would falsify that has to have some ad hoc excuse to hand wave it away.
Okay.
Correct? No, correct or not? Do you even understand what he's asking you or not?
No, I don't.
For fuck's sakes.
For fuck's sake.
No, I don't think he does.
No, I don't.
I think he does.
I have no idea.
You do.
I came in
you
here.
said the horizon is too far because it's a globe. How do you know it's too far because it's a globe? How did you come up with the globe in the first place?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
How do you know what the real horizon is, Ryan?
Do you even understand how that's a problem for you being a globe believer?
It's not a problem, dude. The difference between those two pictures is atmospheric refraction. The air closer to the ocean is cooler, and the air above it is hotter. Therefore,
Thanks, you just debunked the globe Earth. You don't even know it. That's how
fuck you, QE. You're a little bitch.
You're a dumb fuck. So there is no geometric horizon. According
Blow
to
your
you.
father with that mouth?
Why don't you understand that you're claiming that refraction changing the position of the horizon debunks the globe geometry?
It doesn't, dude. Refraction explains those two pictures
It does
perfectly.
because, well, I'm going to tell you why it does. It does because they claim that the horizon position is what indicates the globe geometry in the first place.
Are you aware of
If
that?
the horizon changes, the globe changes.
No,
he's
it
not aware of
doesn't.
that.
So look, on a
do you know
flat
it doesn't?
Earth, on a flat
Ryan,
Earth,
do not
these
say
two
what's
pictures
gonna happen
could
on the
never
flat Earth.
exist.
No.
On a flat Earth, these two
Sorry.
pictures could never
Can't do
exist.
that.
Why
Sorry.
couldn't they exist? Are you claiming there's no horizon on a flat Earth?
There would be a horizon on the flat Earth, but nothing on the flat Earth would ever go behind the horizon. So platform habitat would never appear behind the horizon at the same, with it looking at the same size. So these two pictures could never exist.
You are correct. Nothing can go behind the horizon because
exactly
the horizon is not the edge of a ball. There's nothing to go behind.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome to
So
Flat
how
Earth.
could these two pictures exist?
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snack
How
and
could these
snack
two
and
pictures
bastards on the
exist?
left. Smoke them if you got them.
How could these two pictures exist then?
Well,
That's so simple. You should be asking yourself that.
Yeah, they both exist because there are no curved oceans because there's no globe. There you go.
So, like, the trap has been laid, and Simpcore just posted an image in the live stream voice text. You see that, Ryan?
I have. What is this? I have no idea what this is.
Okay, so that's a little RC boat. Where's the you can't see half of it, right?
Okay.
Is that because of Earth curve?
Maybe. I have no idea. I have no idea what
Well,
this video
I mean,
is.
like, it's like the same thing as that oil rig, right? You only see half of it, and you only see half of this boat. So, like, you're claiming the oil rig is Earth curve, so this also must be Earth curve, right?
I have no idea. Can somebody post the whole video?
Yeah.
That's the most honest thing he said so far. He has no idea.
There's more than just this video too. This has been replicated about 20 times. In case you need to know. So,
Look,
yeah,
due
there's
to
a whole video.
perspective, things on the horizon should only ever get smaller. They should never appear
so
below the
so
horizon.
this is Earth curve. That boat is Earth curve. That's why that's happening. That's why we don't see the bottom of that boat. Right?
Let me watch your fucking video.
Gotcha, bitch.
Not my video. So let me tell you what this test is. I mean, because it's like a 11-minute video. I know you're not going to watch it. So this lake is 1,000 feet long. That boat is 700 feet from the camera, and SimCore just posted the math. From that camera height, the horizon is 2,600 feet away. So how did the boat disappear behind the horizon? It didn't reach yet.
I'm watching your video. Please give me a second.
Okay.
11 minutes.
It's 7 minutes, you fucking idiot. So give me one.
Well, I was guessing, man. Watch it at 2 times speed. It's pretty self-explanatory, man. It's not
language on you.
complicated.
You blow your father with that mouth?
Oh, no, you didn't, CB.
Sir, I want to remind you that QE is one of the elder members of this server, so some respect, please, because, you know, it's getting up there, bro. So, please.
Yeah, and get off his lawn.
Hey, Ryan, do your friends consider you like the smartest one in your little circle of friends?
Yeah.
It's his globe of friends.
That's an honest question. I actually really want to know the answer.
I don't know, dude. I don't go ask my friends if they think I'm the
What do you think? If I was going to ask them, do you think they would say that you were one of the smarter dudes in your circle?
I don't know. Do you go and ask your friends if you're the smartest? What do you think they'd say about you?
Yeah, they would.
Okay. Cool.
Let him watch the video. This is taking too long.
The question's not going to change.
There's no camera trickery. It's like there's other videos on the channel. You can look at them. You can watch them too. Boat completely disappears. There's other videos with boats completely disappearing, sticking lights on them. Like you can, all sorts of stuff. The point is that the horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet away, and this lake is only 1,000 feet long. But we observed a boat on this lake disappearing, bottom up, till it vanishes. So we've eliminated Earth curve, right, as a variable. That's eliminated because the lake isn't long enough for Earth curve, so it can't be Earth curve. So it has to be some other reason. Remember when I said the reason is irrelevant? The reason it happens is irrelevant. The point is, we can eliminate Earth curve as being the reason.
Yep.
The fact is, these are the observations we make. And if you say the one on the left, the one on the right of the oil rig, that's the true one, and the one on the left is the refracted optical illusion one, that's just nonsense. You have no way to tell.
He's still screwed. They're still screwed.
Yeah, exactly.
The compelling factor of the matter is where the horizon is.
And then if we want to drag in, well, where did they get the radius value? Oh, Al-Biruni. What did Al-Biruni use? He used the horizon.
And elevation angles.
And elevation angles. Which they measure up from the horizon. So
Ryan Sandberg.
What explains it perfectly.
What do you think of this stuff, Ryan?
I'm still watching this video. Can you guys give me a second?
I think he started crying.
It's always a joy talking
There's
to you guys.
nothing we've said that is inaccurate.
I give
or hard to comprehend.
Propaganda or fucking inaccurate descriptions. There's nothing we've said that is untrue.
No riddles. Nothing difficult to comprehend at all.
And oddly enough,
whenever something disappears bottom up, it doesn't have to be a curve.
I agree. The only thing you guys have said is I don't know why these two pictures are different. The reason is irrelevant.
That's not what we said.
It doesn't matter.
We give you multiple reasons.
No, I told you it doesn't matter. I can give you a so-called scientific hypothesis on why it's total internal reflection.
Can you give me a definition? What does that mean?
Holy shit.
What good will it do you? What the fuck will you know about total internal reflection?
Just know
nothing
what you
until
think
you
it
explain
is.
it.
It isn't. You think there's earth curve there, a hill of water. That's just not what it is. That's the whole point. So why does it matter what you don't even care? You shouldn't even care. The only thing you should be arguing for is earth curvature, not
I
refraction.
am, and you guys can
not
explain this video and how these two
You're not
pictures
making
can
that argument.
exist on the same in
You
the
said
same platter.
refraction. That's
What do you
letting
mean I
go of
just
your
did?
earth curve.
It's not that I didn't explain it, it's that you don't understand it.
I don't,
The
because
problem
you
isn't
haven't
here, the
explained
problem is there.
Okay. Well, then I
The
can
total
see.
internal
You guys are right.
reflection is when light, okay, so if you have a gradient, right, of denser to higher medium, if you have a light, say in the more dense medium, it will internally reflect from the less dense medium back into the more dense medium. So you have a layer that's right on the surface of the water of more dense medium. That's where the bottom of the boat is, inside that layer. And the light that reflects off the boat and is supposed to reach the camera doesn't reach the camera because it's totally internally reflected onto the layer below the camera's lens. This has been replicated and documented in peer-reviewed scientific papers. It's not something I came up with. So the experiment that they did was they took a mirror, they put it 1.6 kilometers away, and they filmed this mirror for hours. And they had a temperature tower, right? So they get like 16 thermocouples, and they measured the temperature gradient. And while they filmed this mirror, the mirror would disappear. It would vanish. And then after a period of time, it would come back into sight. So they look at their data. And their data says when there was an extreme temperature gradient, the light would be totally internally reflected below the level of the camera, basically creating like a duct, like a fiber optic cable, so that the light that was the mirror never reaches the camera. So you want an explanation, there's the explanation. You probably didn't understand a fucking word of it, but that's okay.
Nope. Definitely didn't.
Well, then what's like...
Thank you for trying, though. I appreciate you.
Okay, so anyway...
Unlike
Irrelevant
QE, who's a
anyway.
fucking little bitch.
The point is, it is irrelevant. The explanation is irrelevant. The point is, the observation exists. We know that we do this observation. Something's cut off. We know it's not cut off because of it being round. You have an observation, oil rig cut off. We know that it's possible for something to appear not cut off when it ain't round.
Fear.
It's really simple, man. This isn't complicated.
Do you agree, Ryan? This isn't complicated. Do you agree, Ryan?
Does he understand what Indio just said?
Look, okay, so we'll put it this way. On one hand, you have image horizon too far. That's caused by refraction. That's the claim. Other claim is oil rigs cut off. That's caused by total internal reflection, and it would happen on a flat surface. We have a demonstration of that. Where's the demonstration of refraction extending the horizon, picking up the horizon, lifting things up over the horizon? Where's that? Light bending down. Where's those demonstrations? Where's the evidence for the claim of refraction? Doesn't exist.
Where's the evidence for the claim of the thing being refracted? Don't think there is any. That's why they have to say it's refracted.
Yeah, why would something being refracted allow you to see 10 times farther?
Wouldn't matter. As soon as you say refraction in that photo, you're screwed as a globetard because that means there is no geometric horizon.
India, what was that name? Total internal. What'd you say?
Look, he's
Total
going
internal
off on a
reflection.
red herring fallacy.
Total internal reflection.
Yes.
Okay, Roger. Thank you.
Yeah, that's gonna help you out.
Yeah, he's still spell checking.
Dude,
Just
okay.
looking it up, dude. You guys, everybody relax.
Think about
Jesus
it. It's the way
Christ.
fiber optic cables work. Yeah, great. So there's something.
You're a good sport, Ryan. You're a good sport, dude.
So there's
Thanks,
something called the
dude. So are
critical
you.
angle, and when you have something that's beyond the critical angle, to the boundary of the medium, so it'll totally internal reflect. So, oddly enough, if you have like a tenth of a degree temperature gradient between two layers of air, that angle is 89.98 degrees or something.
Total internal reflection in physics, complete reflection of a ray of light within a medium such as water or glass from
Rays
the
of light
surrounding
don't
surfaces. Shut the fuck up. I'm just kidding,
Rays of-
Kiwi. I'm kidding.
I'll tell you what, Sunshine.
Simmer.
Never
Simmer.
fuck up, Sunshine. Never.
We were doing good, Ryan. Simmer down, Turbo.
And this tonal internal reflection horse shit is just a red herring fallacy, greasing of the skids, irrelevant red herring fallacy.
It is irrelevant. I admit it's irrelevant. He just wanted an explanation. I was trying to now I have the explanation. Now I can move on. No, he wants to dig deeper into his hole.
Yeah.
Ryan, if you live on a globe, why the fuck is it so difficult for you to explain why you live on a globe?
Oh man, I was just kidding, Kiwi. Relax, bro. It was a joke.
You're a joke.
It's funny.
Okay.
It was funny. It was really, really funny.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, you are.
That's sarcasm.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's not name calling. You have exposed yourself over and over again for the past 45 minutes as being a numpty dipshit.
I'm such a joke, then why are you muting me?
Well, because you keep on interrupting me.
No, I don't.
No, that's your whole fucking argument is nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. It's refraction. You don't even know what fucking refraction is. I had to define it for you. Your bullshit definition didn't fly. What's refraction? What is it? Define it.
The deflection of an electromagnetic ray when it goes from a medium of one density to...
Incorrect. That's incorrect. What is Snell's law? Citation, please. That's the law of refraction, by the way. That's your definition right there that you just fucking mindlessly parroted from some baltard? That's not the definition of Snell's law. There it is. You want to read that? Read those three for us. See if it marries up with what you said.
Do I have to keep talking to Quantum Eraser? Or
Yes,
can I
you
talk
do.
to him?
You're non-responsive, man. Your Honor. Permission to treat this guy as a hostile witness.
As a fuckwit. We'll just put him on mute. We'll just put him on mute, and then we'll read them together without you. Electromagnetic fucking wave. That doesn't exist. That's not fucking light. But I digress. Britannica, Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light. Rays of light don't exist, by the way, but I digress. In crossing the boundary or surface of separation between two contacting substances. There's not two contacting substances in your paradoxical atmosphere, Sunshine. From physics classroom, refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave. It's not a fucking wave. As it passes from one material to another material. The refraction occurs at the boundary and is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave that doesn't exist upon crossing said boundary. There's no boundaries in your paradoxical atmosphere. From Wiki, your alma mater, Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction, you see that law of refraction right there? We're on topic. Is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves, light's not a fucking wave, passing through there's boundary again, between two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air. So the question is, where are your two different isotropic media in your paradoxical atmosphere? Hello, McFly.
Oh, hello.
Maybe we should ask if he was even listening. I doubt he even was.
I'm sorry, dude. I tune out when QE's talking.
Well, then tune out somewhere else. You don't get to hear the rest of it either.
Ryan, honestly, how much more?
I can see it in your eyes. You're a fucking bitch.
This is like talking to a wall.
Ryan, how much energy do you think we should give you from here on out?
None.
Honestly,
none. He can't hear you. That's what should have happened a long time ago.
Makes me sick.
I think this is what you call intellectually impotent.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah,
it's pretty bad.
That's pretty bad.
Hey, we got some fresh meat in here if you want to grab another one.
I don't see them.
Well, they're not VC verified.
Snatch that wig.
Yes. Flashbang. That's a newcomer.
You got a mic? Hey, y'all got a mic?
Sí, yo tengo microphone.
Is that like supposed to be some gay Spanish accent?
Maybe.
Oh my.
I think Dime, did you want to chime in? You're welcome to chime in anytime. Mike was a little spacey, but
Diamond, what it do?
Nothing. I've just been listening to you guys.
What do you think? Give me a recap. What's happened so far, in your opinion, sir?
The subject you were talking about is exactly what I was trying to bring up before. So, I mean, to recap it, I'm not, there's scientific words, like, I'm not really good like that. So I get it. It makes sense in my head, but I can't really explain it the way you do.
Good thing this has nothing to do with science.
Do you think it's unfair of us to make people accurately describe themselves?
No, not at all. Definitely not.
You want to go ahead and give it a try? Do you want to tell us what you feel? What's going on, dude?
Well, please don't tell us how you feel.
Merch.
Yeah, merch. Oh God, so funny, man. I'm dying.
I think how I feel, this subject, like I was saying, it's a pretty serious thing, like at least with my family. It's dividing, divides people.
Why would it be dividing?
Because I'm just looked at as crazy,
Why is it so important to them that they got to look at you as crazy?
They always did, so now, I'm just official. It's just, it's hard to explain.
Yeah, that's the point. But the problem isn't yours. The problem is theirs. That's why it's hard to explain. Maybe they can explain it.
Yeah, they don't.
Well, think about this, man. If you were like, yeah, I think there's a shipwreck at the off the Florida Keys. they wouldn't be like, "You're crazy. I'm not going to talk to you," and disown you. But if you're like, "Oh, the Earth is flat," and they're like, "Oh, you're crazy. I'm going to disown you." Why is this so important? I'm sure, like, you could say a bunch of other random things that they wouldn't agree with, and they wouldn't try to ostracize you. Why is this subject so sensitive to them? To them. Because it's not sensitive to you, it's their problem. Because they feel a certain way that you're a flat earther.
I had the same experience with that, which we cannot speak about. And now look who's laughing. Never got that.
Well, Daddy told him not to play with flat earthers. And what Kel just brought up, Daddy told them to definitely do that. So that's what Daddy says, usually.
Yeah, I never got it, and now look at that. Now look what's coming out. So, oh well. It's probably going to be the same with Flat Earth, right? Eventually, the truth will reveal itself, hopefully.
The truth comes out when you just go to the beach. It's that easy.
The truth is out there. You have to strip away the lies, right? You have to stop believing and, like, go, hey, why do I believe this? Oh, shit, I don't know. There's no evidence for it. I'll stop believing it, and I'll just live in reality. Stop playing pretend.
It's like no family is perfect. Like sometimes you just can't speak about certain things with them, and you just find other people that you can speak about it. And that's all it is.
True.
That's my point. Why this subject? Why is this subject so touchy? That's my point. That's not normal. If it was just some sort of scientific question, what's the shape of the Earth? Disagreements would be normal. Right? And people wouldn't get all emotional and upset about it and, like, ostracize their own family over it. That means that this topic is abnormal, right? And that people's responses are emotional. Well, what's the justification for the emotional responses?
Well, they clump flat earthers to
indoctrinated and fucking brainwashed. And they don't even realize it.
Yeah. People know inherently how many other things need to be recalibrated if this subject is indeed true the way that you're describing it, rather than how my teachers described it in high school. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to recalibrate the rest of my world,
Yeah, you're throwing a huge wrench in the gears, man. Them gears are grinding up.
I have to go back to school, basically. If you want to, that's an accurate statement. You have to go back to school. Even if you want to believe in the flat earth, you have to go back to school.
The pushback that you get for something that needs to be addressed on a worldwide scale, man.
I mean, let me ask you guys something. Do you think the average person is even thinking about globe or flat earth? I don't think they are. I think they're
thinking about BBLs and Kardashian's fat ass.
I think they just wake up. They just wake up at 9, go to work, come back at 5, and that's it.
Yeah, that's
well,
exactly
the most people they're living paycheck.
To be this way. Well, I mean, we're supposed to be the goodwill workers so that we just keep working and we're not innovative in our own lives or on any kind of large scale whatsoever.
Look, what they try to do is maintain this balance, right? They don't want you to suffer enough so that you revolt, but they don't want you to get ahead enough so that you have leisure time to think about the predicament you're in, right? So you have to keep this balance. Keep them working long enough. Yeah, exactly. To keep the status quo, you got to keep them walking long enough so they don't have enough time to think about the larger issues, right? So you have to worry about, oh man, I got to get up in the morning, I got to make my kids lunch, got to do all this, right? So you're on the rat race, you're running the hamster wheel. But they don't want to make the hamster wheel too tough because then you'll be like, screw all this, man. I'm going to go protest in front of the government, buy a bunch of guns or whatever, right? So they just keep you in that middle. And if you don't even have time to think about your predicament, flat earth is like way on the back burner of like the hierarchy of needs.
I would argue against you because it only took about 12 fucking minutes of actual
12 minutes.
Yeah. No, it took me about 12 minutes of cognitive. I devoted about 12 minutes worth of mental energy into flat earth to determine whether it was a viable option for me to keep looking into or not. That's all it took. It was about 12 minutes.
Well, you're pretty smart, pretty clever.
Well, I mean, it probably
took me
didn't.
probably took me a bit longer. I had to follow a line of like events and how things came about to really figure it out. I guess I don't know how long it took me.
Yeah, it took me.
Well, I mean, to investigate. If the standard was investigate further.
Yeah. That's right.
Chicago skyline. That's it. This is a mirage. That was all it took. Those freaking 3 words.
No, well, okay. All right. Mine was Math Powerland, though. Math Powerland claimed that every image of the Earth from space was a CGI photo. And I stopped him in the middle of a sentence and opened up about 8 different Google windows with like 8 different queries of search queries. And I went to like 10 pages on all of them to go find images of Earth from space. And I was like, oh, fuck, I know what I'm looking into now.
Yeah, his comedy show, too. With the part where he goes, you've never seen the Earth from this viewpoint.
From this perspective.
Yeah, exactly. That was pretty eye-opening, mind-opening, really.
Yeah, that's all I needed. That's all I needed.
Damn, you're right, dude.
That was him, yeah. 100% correct. I have never seen that from my perspective from that angle. No.
And he's like, it took 2,000 years for us to get high. It took till 1969 to get high enough to confirm what we already agreed upon 500 years ago.
So India, when I'm putting in my search queries, I stopped his video on one, and I told you I'm dead honest. I opened up like 8 different windows of Google, and I put in all these different queries because I thought I was going to bring up different images. And in my mind, I was like, there's going to be Polaroids for days of fucking astronauts from space taking just Polaroids of the Earth from space because we've been going up there for 50 fucking years. It has to be. And then I went 10 pages deep on Google and didn't see anything that was an actual real photo.
Yeah, you still try again. Maybe this time.
I did.
What I found really funny was the picture where they were supposedly on the moon, and they were looking at the sun, and the sun was like tiny. I thought that was funny.
Well, the Polaroid was the camera of the day.
I'm sorry, not the sun. The Earth. Sorry.
I just thought, in my mind, I was like, there has to be Polaroids for days. This Math Powerland's a douchebag. Fuck this guy. There has to be Polaroid pictures of the Earth for days. Well, that's not what I found.
Yeah, I remember the picture of the Earth being really small.
You saw that, right? Yeah, they're like on the moon or something, and the Earth looks tiny.
If there was a Polaroid, that would be nearly impossible to fake.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
If they would have used logic, they would have taken the picture, and the Earth would have been like the entire fucking screen.
Hell, do you know what a Polaroid is?
A Polaroid, yeah.
Yeah. It's like impossible to fake. Like all the other film, right, it has to be developed and you can fake it in studio, right? When you print it, when you make the negative and project the negative onto a piece of paper, all that can be faked. You can't fake a Polaroid. That's like, I would say it's impossible. I mean,
you might be able to
do it. You could do it like in a dark room, because then it wouldn't develop when it comes out, and then maybe you could edit it right onto the Polaroid. But it would probably be like super obvious.
You don't think they could?
No. Does the Polaroid react to air? Like, I don't remember how it works.
Yeah, I don't think you can alter a physical Polaroid, but if you put it up on the internet, like that's different, right? Because then they can fuck with it. I don't know.
You could take a Polaroid of a painting.
So maybe take a picture of a set that's already
true.
That is true.
Make a painting of a Polaroid.
There you go.
Yeah, but when you're like just scrolling through literally 10 pages of Google searches for images, it's not very difficult to figure out that they are all CGI.
All you have to do is go to the beach to debunk all of them. Oceans don't do what they show them.
Well,
doing.
That's also very true. That horizon extends so fucking far and flat. why would anybody ever think that they're living on a globe with the horizon extending that far at an actual beach?
Yeah, you're not looking at that thing that they're showing you in those cartoons, so that's it.
Do you guys ever see the video when they got back from the moon landing, the first three, where they answered all the questions?
The interview?
Yeah.
Yeah, we all saw it.
Okay, I watched that with my dad, right? Just so he could watch it, and from their faces, just imagine these being three guys that got back from the moon, and just their enthusiasm, just, if you can pick up on anything, you know what I mean?
I believed them. I believe they went to the moon.
Okay. But what I was getting at is, I saw in my dad's eyes, I saw that he could see that something was off, but there was some kind of, he would never accept it, you know what I mean? So what he said was different than what I believe I saw in his eyes when he watched that.
Do you guys believe in hypnosis?
I do, yeah, 100%.
I think, yeah, I think that's a fact that some people can be hypnotized, right? A certain portion of the population can be hypnotized.
Oh yeah.
Those who don't believe in it, the ones who don't believe in it are the easiest to control.
I'm fairly certain that I am unhypnotizable.
Yeah, I purposely watch those things. They're like, "Oh, don't watch this because you won't get hypnotized." And then I watch it, and I'm like, "Okay, what's supposed to happen?"
There's a difference between the fake crap and the real stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And
the real stuff is your propaganda that you see on TV every single day.
My point was that maybe they were hypnotized. I don't know.
Well, yeah, some people can fall asleep anywhere. Some people can fall asleep standing up, backseat of a car, on a train, on a plane. Other people, a lot more difficult to fall asleep. So.
Yeah, and I have sleep apnea and all that, but I remember back being when I was 14, 15, I used to get hypnotized back then, and they couldn't wake me up when, I go so deep into this little mind game thing.
I can fall asleep with my head next to a kick drum on a drum set.
Can I give a shout out to Ryan for that last hour and a half worth of content that we got from him? It was fun.
That was great. Yeah, it was.
I mean, you could replace him with a wall, and you'd get the same effect.
No, but actually, the way that turned out, the way it all worked, helped me see it clear. So it helped. It was good.
Yeah, hanging around with that was like every day.
He can't be that dumb, right? Like, even I'm not that smart, and I kind of...
Look, we've had a Glober come on here and claim that they've never claimed the horizon was geometric. That it was never their claim, ever.
I could say this, that certain people, and especially just people need to be taught different ways, sometimes. They have to learn it a different way than somebody else, or they can't see it.
Yeah, we understand that, but the point is, for roughly 2,000 years, they've been saying ships over the horizon prove the Earth's a globe. And now that the Black Swan is around, they want to claim, well, the horizon's not geometric, it's apparent, and it's not physical location. Well, yeah, that's convenient after you've been brainwashing people for 2,000 years.
And at the same exact time, also claim that the world is too big to be able to measure curvature.
So how'd you measure curvature?
Those boats are disappearing, but we can't measure it.
They're disappearing over a curve that's too small to see. Can't see the thing they disappear over, but you can see them disappear over it.
Yeah, that's something.
I said that to a Glober, and then he paused for like 5 seconds, and he's like, I don't see a problem with that.
Was it Professor Phil?
It was the dogs guy. I got a clip of it.
Those Aussies are fun, dude.
I don't know. This
I'll play it real quick.
Go ahead.
Geometric horizon.
So what do boats disappear over?
The geometric horizon. But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with your
Doesn't mean
whole
they don't
globe
move
proof?
over it.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
Whoops.
I don't see the problem with that.
Wow.
Have your cake and eat it too.
I want both.
Has to be a leftist. Leftists are the only people that have no problem with contradictions, that they can hold them both. It's not a problem for them. They don't believe in logic. So if there's a contradiction, they don't care. Contradictions only matter to people that actually, adhere to logic. People that are illogical don't care if there's a contradiction.
That's so true.
Not to mistake a leftist for a levelist.
Oh, yes.
Fuck those levelists.
You're on fire tonight, levelist.
I'm a couple glasses of wine deep, so. I'm channeling my Helio right now.
Oh yeah. God. No, you're not. You got to say some obvious shit like, the earth is the earth.
Or a rock from the sun.
Oh, yeah.
India, I thought about you the other day. I was watching something on YouTube, and I got a commercial, and the commercial was explaining how all this Renaissance art was being completed during the 1600s. How they were using lenses, but they kept it secret. They weren't letting anybody. None of the other artists or none of the people buying the art was aware that they were viewing their subjects through a lens. They were they were inside of a dark room, viewing their subjects through glass or a lens or a mirror, and then they were just tracing the outline of their subjects, and then they were coming back in and filling it in with the paint, and that's where all of France is full of the Louvre, right? There's all these Renaissance painters when all this realistic art. All they were doing was copying the art from lenses. The more you learn about reality, the more of all of your fan favorites. You never meet your idols. Basically,
I actually wasn't aware they used lenses. I know they did it with what's called a camera obscura.
Yes, yeah, that was the commercial that I learned from. That was the beginning. Okay. So yeah, that's what started it. it was basically, it started from a mirror, then it went to a lens, and then it went to something else. It was like some little baby lens they were looking through, and then they were just tracing out the outline of the photo, and then they were making it look all realistic. That octagonal building that everybody always talks about, how perspective is when all these great painters figured out perspective. It was all tracing. It was all fake.
That's hilarious, man.
Yeah, it was crazy. More heroes just getting slayed, you know?
Yeah, because like perspective, like they started drawing in perspective, but there was no like mathematical theory of perspective for like another like 400 years. Like that was invented by a whole nother person. Like that had nothing to do with art.
It was great. It was great. Yeah. It was. I'll mess up the years, but it was basically like they went back into time and they looked at all the art until a certain time period, and they were good. You know, they were drawing better than I could draw. The reason that I took such I paid attention to it is because I took an art class in like 9th grade, 10th grade, and I was fucking terrible. My teacher made me like draw a gumball machine, and I was so embarrassed at how badly I redrew this gumball machine. I was like, these fuckers from the 16th, 17th century, Da Vinci, fuck that guy. How is he so much better than me? And then after I watched this video, I was like, all he did was fucking he just retraced the gumball machine, and then came back in later on and fucking painted in all the rest of the fucking thing. It was hilarious, dude.
I mean, it's still a very good painting.
I agree with you. They can fill in the paint a hell of a lot better than I can, but all they did was trace. It was just tracing.
Like a lot of artists actually do certain things like that. Like they'll do like they'll
camera obscura.
They'll trace around an object, right? Like a face. They'll trace the face around, and then they'll fill in the inside. So I mean, it's just easy.
Yeah, but I didn't. Why didn't you tell me that when I was in 10th grade, feeling like a fucking douchebag when I couldn't paint a paintball machine? I'm sorry, a gumball machine.
Oh well.
They don't. You know what I mean? I'm just saying they don't teach you that in art school. They don't tell you that those painters were tracing things out. They tell you that they were so gifted. Their eyeballs and their fingers were so in tune that they could retrace accurate proportions of reality.
Did they ever make you draw the circle, like a circle?
Yeah, I felt like a douchebag the whole time I was in that class. Yeah.
The circle, you just keep circling it around, right? And then you just erase the lines that make the circle look bad. That's all it is.
I just find it funny, dude. No, well, I did. It's just like the more you learn the truth about your reality, it's just that more and more of your heroes get knocked off their perch. Is all I was trying to bring forth, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some. Me and Bong Saul found this weird thing. So you know who John D is? That guy. He's connected with Kepler, and
Yeah.
Well, he was granted, because he was like doing witchcraft for Queen Elizabeth. He was granted some land in the Americas. So this is before Pilgrims and all that shit. And supposedly, there's a tower in Rhode Island called the Newport Tower. And they think that this guy thinks that John D built it because he did travel to America once. And the tower is actually a camera obscura, right? So it's a tower, and the light will shut. And like inside the tower, there's like a fireplace, but the fireplace is like doesn't have a chimney, and it's like way up in the air, like 30 feet. Well, they figured that when the sun rose on the equinox, it would shine through a little hole, right, and make an inverted image of the sun rising, a camera obscura, in that fireplace. So it looked like there was a fire going on inside this tower on the equinox when the sun rose. Yeah, I just posted a video about it. It's pretty mind blowing, actually.
Yeah,
and it makes sense.
True.
Yeah, well, it makes sense they wouldn't let anybody know. I mean, why would you? You know, if you were a Japanese well, let's just say you were a Japanese katana sword maker in 1500. Why would you ever let anybody know your recipe for making that steel?
Yeah, they would
Right?
only teach like their apprentices or somebody
Exactly.
that they trust.
Exactly.
They wouldn't just
So
give it
all
out to the
these
public.
all these great artists in Italy in the 1600s, if you got a hold of these lenses and you were just retracing all of these things, and your art literally became like 100 times more beautiful than the art that was available 50 years before you, why would you ever let anybody know how you were able to achieve your art making? It's just
want to hear something messed up? Mathematics was the same way. Mathematics and astronomy and all these fields, they were the same way. They didn't tell each other their techniques. The techniques to solve these mathematical problems. It was like if you wanted to solve something like cubic equations, and you had some technique to solve it, you wouldn't tell anybody. You would just
why would you
do the problem, right? And what they would do is they would okay, here's the problem, and then you would basically write the answer, and then you'd send it to Newton or something, and then Newton would have to try and figure out how you solved it. But you would keep that technique to yourself, and they all did this. All the mathematicians in Europe, they did this. They had these stupid little contests between each other, but they never told each other the techniques. There was actually a sword fight over this because I think his name was Tartaria or something. He actually got his nose chopped off in a duel because he said that he solved the technique, and then he showed the person the method, and then they took credit for it. So it was like a badge of honor and stuff to when you solved some mathematical problem, right, and had a proof, that was that's your work, that's your honor or whatever. You actually had a duel over it. But anyway, the idea, all these methods, these mathematical methods for solving problems, these were all figured out after the people died, right, when they got their papers. But at the time that they were doing them, nobody else knew about them. They were like a trade secret that they wouldn't tell anybody.
Well, what do you think? Yeah, cool now.
What was that?
Well, I don't think anybody's intelligent enough right now to figure out any new things to be able to hold it over the top of anybody else's head right now.
Well, they don't teach people how to be self-sufficient. They teach them how to be
of course
9 to 5 or
nobody's but also there are no teachers that are intelligent enough to create any new way of thinking about anything right now either. So
have you seen the Batman with the Joker?
Do you think that? Yeah, I've seen it.
So the part where the Joker goes, if you're good at doing something, never do it for free.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's what their thing was. If they're good at doing math, they're not going to do it for free. They're not going to just tell people the answers to things. Because they have to have a monopoly. That's what.
Yeah, I've never been to Europe. I'm not going to act like it's either in Italy or in France. Well, one of those museums over there, it literally takes a month for you to be able to spend enough time in front of every single exhibit, every painting, to be able to form your opinion about it. It will take it. The museum is so fucking big. There's so many different photos or paintings inside of this museum that it will take a month or two for you to formulate your opinion on them. But to come to the realization that all they did was just trace them. It wasn't like there was an explosion of amazing painters. They just got a new technology and didn't tell the rest of the people about the new technology. It's funny. It's just a quirky way of looking at history.
I found out that they do the same thing with stone sculptures. There's actually a technique where they'll take a model and basically what they like a clay model or something, and using pieces of wood, they basically rescale, right? They put it on a piece of the model, say the shoulder, and then they put it on the stone, and then you know what I mean. When they chisel out the basic shape, but when they're finely tuning the shape, they'll use a clay model that's basically rescaling the model into a giant piece of stone. And they had a technique for this. Dude, I couldn't believe it, man. I thought these people just like carved it out of the stone and just like out of their head.
They were making like you're talking like liquid stone, right? They were mixing.
No, they're carving it out of stone, but they're using like, how do you put it? I don't know how you describe it.
I've heard that other guy. I don't know his name. I don't know his name. Anyway, I heard him saying
I watched a video about like a modern day sculptor that's fucking cut in stone, dude. Like carving statues.
Yeah, no,
they didn't just like carve the statues out of their head. There's a technique where you can copy a large stone. You can make a large stone statue from a smaller model, right? And not just by looking at it, actually like placing like a stick between that smaller model and your piece of stone, like at each point, right? And it'll make a perfect replica of, not perfect, but a replica of whatever smaller model you have, which is basically the same thing, right? As like tracing a photograph. Instead, they're tracing a smaller piece of art, right? A smaller model.
Yeah, there's a reason why if you are a magician and you reveal how a trick is done, that you're excommunicated from the Magician Society. Because after you know how a trick is done, how would you ever go back to not knowing how that trick was done?
Yeah, all the trades. You ever hear about what is it called? It's called the Apprentice Pillar. It's in Scotland. Have you ever heard of this thing? It's a pillar that was carved. The rumor is that this is a story behind it. Is that there was a mason and an apprentice, and the apprentice carved this wonderful pillar, and the master was so jealous that he killed the apprentice because the apprentice was going to end up putting him out of work. You know what I mean? So he killed the apprentice.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Wow.
That definitely sounds about right.
Oh man.
And
humans have been humans the whole time. That's for sure.
Yeah, especially like we have unions now, but they used to have guilds, and like that was like you'd apprentice in a guild, but you're like sworn to secrecy, and you could probably be like, I'm sure if I looked, like there was probably severe penalties for like revealing the secrets of the guild. Right, so because you'd have a Cooper Guild, which is like making barrels, right? And even Bong Saw talked about this, that in Samoa, right, that like whatever job like your family did, like before, of course, Europeans and stuff, like you protected that job. So if you were a navigator, you like you would only tell your family how to do it. You wouldn't tell anybody else outside of your family.
Of course. I mean, if people's last names were stemmed from their profession, you can understand how important those jobs were in reality.
Yeah.
In SpongeBob, aren't they always trying to steal the recipe for the Krabby Patties or whatever? Sorry, don't watch SpongeBob.
Oh yeah, the Krabby Patties.
This might be
the recipe for the Krabby Patties.
This might be an older crowd for you to.
No, I'm sorry. I don't watch it.
Hey, dude, I've watched SpongeBob.
You've only watched 4 episodes of SpongeBob.
I watched him. Listen, I stopped watching him when he turned gay, and then I stopped watching him.
I don't think I've ever seen one show, actually.
Yeah, I don't want to change the subject, but have you guys remember MythBusters, right? That show?
Yeah, Savage, Adam Savage, and somebody else.
I tried finding like I tried finding like a video where they were trying to myth buff like flat Earth or something like that, and I couldn't find anything.
Because they can't. Adam Savage admitted he's not a scientist. Someone asked him a question, I think about the moon landing. He said, "I don't know, I'm not a scientist," or something, which I think was hilarious. He's not. They're just like special effects people that work in Hollywood.
Yeah.
They're nobodies.
That's accurate. That's very accurate.
Yeah, like Tyson.
So they're special effects people. What's their job? What is a special effects person's job in Hollywood? It's to trick people.
Fooling people.
It's fooling people in a television show or a movie. Yeah, and then they started a show called Mythbusters, where they got to do it full time.
It's got to be hard work, man. It's got to be hard work to be a Glober nowadays. Think about all the mental masturbation you have to go through to still ride that Globe train.
I think it's almost become like with the space, propaganda. I think it's almost getting to the point of saturation. Like they have PTSD from like asteroids killing them and black holes blowing up and the sun exploding and like all the crazy information that people are being bombarded with.
Aliens.
It's like nonstop. Yeah, aliens, UAPs, James Webb Telescope, black holes. Oh my God! It's like there's so many things. It's like 10 new space things a day. Like, oh my God, dude, it's everywhere. And then when you think it's 10 new space things a day, and like how, like none of it is relative to my existence.
It's like, just show me the fucking curvature. Please. That's all I ask. Just show me curvature. Is that too much to fucking ask for? Is that a ridiculous request for you to say that we're a fucking globe for 100 years now? We've been a globe for 100 years now. Just show me the curvature, please.
Buy TV.
It's amazing. Like, I mean, Austin Whitsitt Whitsitt has to have gone against the best, dude. Like, I don't know. Is anybody else faced the amount of douchebaggery on the Globe side that Austin? I'm sure there's been a great many flat earthers in the history of flat Earth. I just don't know if any flat earther has ever faced the amount of douchebaggery to come against Austin Whitsitt.
Douchebaggery, the standard.
Yeah. I
don't know. Southern Israelite went against a whole bunch of them in the beginning, and they were really big douchebags in the beginning. So like Red's Rhetoric, fucking Aaron Ra, like all those, like all the worst.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Austin was like 3 years late to the game. You're right. Austin was a full 3 years late to the game. But he fucking caught up quick, dude.
But he has like I would say Austin has like he has more notches on his belt. Let's put it that way.
The dude he has faced every type of douchebaggery that there is to offer on the Globe side. I mean, I was a flat earther 3 years before Austin, but I could honestly say that dude has faced more douchebaggery Globe earthers than I will ever face in my entire life already, because I choose to not face them. I don't want to talk to them.
The flat Earth. Did Austin Whitsitt debate fight the flat Earth? Has he ever gone up against him? I don't remember. I don't think so.
Yeah, he has.
Hey, yeah, I don't know. Like, I know he's debated a lot of people, but like, some of them are like Globe clubs that are just like hangers on, and then plus the main guys, I guess the main guys.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
the main guys, people that are completely incompetent. I have a problem calling the main guys. The main guys they don't the shit on my shoe. Like,
yeah, exactly. They don't agree with themselves. They don't agree with themselves. They're all just, I mean, wow.
There was one point that Austin brought up to fight the flat Earth, and he didn't know he didn't know anything about what he was talking about, and he's like, I don't know, but I know that you're wrong. He's I don't know but I know that you're wrong.
Because you're a flat earther, so you're automatically wrong. You triggered my trap card.
I just know he would want you. He would want you. I've actually asked Austin if he could phone a flat earther. India would be one of his flat earthers he would want to phone. So,
I mean, that's good, I guess.
I concur. Same.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah. If I was in I would too, actually. But I asked him. I flat out asked him, who would you want to, if you needed one of those like phone a flat earther moments? He's like, yeah, I'll take India.
Awesome. You can see me blush.
Yeah, well, I've heard you in here with like a new Glober, and like I don't know, you were just able to get them to calm down first and just listen to some points that you made that's not usually what we're talking about on here, but I don't know, it was just awesome. I was like, that guy just went and researched flat Earth in depth. No doubt he'll be a flat earther in no time.
Well, that's what pissed me off about Ryan. We were just talking to Ryan, and there was several things that were brought up to Ryan, but he didn't go fucking research any of them while we were discussing these topics. And he sounded like a douchebag while we were discussing these topics. So
he's been here a while, though. He has a mental block. Like, for him, just my opinion is that he's never going to be a flat earther until everybody else is a flat earther. It's that simple. Until he could say, yes, I'm a flat earther, and nobody picked on him. Because obviously, based on the way he was acting, was kind of immature. If you didn't notice him, mocking people back. I haven't heard that's what 12-year-olds do. Like, what the fuck? You're a grown adult. I can't even believe you're doing that. No, people were saying something. He was repeating it back in a snarky tone. Did you notice he was doing that? Or maybe
yeah. No,
okay.
I did.
Yeah, so mocking, basically. That's what it's called. Just mocking. Mockingbird. So that's what he was doing. And he's an adult. So there's no way, right? If he that was his reaction to us kind of laughing at him, giving him shit. And we're people he probably thinks are nobodies. So imagine people he respects giving him shit because he's a flat earther. He couldn't handle that. He'll never be a flat earther as long as there's a social stigma to it. So there's just some people I know that their primary consideration is where they are in the social hierarchy, and that's all that matters to them. Don't pick on me. I want to go along to get along. I want to be part of the cool kids club, blah, 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 blah. I can't stand on my own. He's one of them. He can't stand on his own.
Obviously.
Yeah. I mean, most of the people in here don't give a shit what people think about them. So that's kind of like a dividing line. I mean, it's not the dividing line, but it's a dividing line. If you care what people think about you, you'll never be a flat earther, right? It's never going to happen.
It also depends where you work, who you're around in real life. I mean,
yeah, but let me point something out real quick. Think about how much time in this very arena, this very Discord that we're in right now, how much of the time do we spend teaching globe earthers about their own beliefs? Not about flat Earth. We have to spend 60% of our time telling them, describing to them, educating them. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, it might be. We have to actually teach these motherfuckers about their own beliefs in the first place. It's just, that's why I asked him at the very end before I don't know if he got kicked out or if he signed off or what. I just asked him, I was like, how much more time do you think that you deserve from us, sir? Ryan, how much more time do you think you fucking deserve from us? Because most Globers need to be taught about their own religion. They don't actually know it. They're just operating off of, I guess, Hollywood, their own movies.
That's why I love like when they'll make a claim, right? And I ask them, "What's the evidence for the claim?" And they say, "No, I don't know." And I'm like, "Well, why do you believe it?" I love saying that to them. It just gets me off. Like, dude, someone did it today. They're like, what did they say? Oh, it was about refraction or something. And he was like, "Well, I don't understand it." Well, then why do you believe it exists if you don't even understand it? Oh, my evidence is something I don't understand. What kind of shit is that?
I don't understand it, but it benefits me. I know that I don't understand it, but I know that it benefits me.
It was the craziest thing, man. I'm gonna actually read it out of the text because it's just like some of the things they say just blow my mind. They just blow my mind.
I think it's just gonna continue to be harder and harder to make people understand where they live.
He talked about Eratosthenes, but he didn't understand even what Eratosthenes was measuring. He didn't understand the sticks and shadows. He didn't understand the geometry. He didn't understand any of it. But he used it as evidence of Earth curve.
So, right now, on YouTube, you get a warning when you listen to a flat Earth video. When do you think they're gonna actually just completely censor it and say that you can't make these videos?
Never.
You think?
Not yet. Yeah, not yet.
No, it'll bring in too much attention.
Yeah, it's still too fringy. It's still, even though there's millions of flat earthers in the world, millions, but it's still too fringy because there's so many other psychological missions going on right now. Like, flat earther is on the back burner, dude. There's so many other things going on right now. You have your Andrew Tates, and you have your dude. There's so many other missions going on right now besides flat earth.
Yeah, they're trying to stop the bleeding of the mainstream narrative. Like, they're trying to just hold on to that at this point.
Well, that's why I said eventually.
The Mexican beer germ and the Ukraine thing and like all those narratives and the freaking Rustic J and the J6
Jays. Yeah, the J thing is very interesting to me. Is it? I finally got back on Twitter and I was like, oh, everybody's talking about Jays now. So I'll be interested. I will be personally interested to see where the J discussion goes in the next year or two.
What is J? Code? Is it code?
You need to pay more attention to politics.
The chosen people.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
The supposed chosen people.
Oh, those Jays. I thought you were talking about January 6th.
No, I'm talking about that's just my opinion. I think that across my feed, I've seen a bunch of J-ish stuff recently. And I was like, oh, y'all want to talk about those people now? Okay, well, let's talk about those people. But of course, everybody gets deleted off of Twitter. So
it's only one of the tribes of the 12. It's like, what?
Look, here's just a sad fact. Most of these people saying they are Jays aren't actually practicing Jays. They just wear that. It's just
hide behind.
Yeah, exactly. Hide behind. Oh, because they can pull the H card, right?
The T-Mud.
Of course.
The anti-S card and the H card. Oh, you're just like, just so what? I robbed you. You're just anti-S. You know what I mean? It's like they just use that as an excuse for everything, basically. They can do whatever they want because, like, they got hurt in the past, so they can hurt everybody in the future.
So it's T-Mud.
I forget the guy's name. I'll find his name. Anyway, like we're talking like we're going back to 1936 right now. Before World War II breaks out, Hitler is in negotiations with the Zionists to create Israel. He's trying to get Israelis. He's trying to get Jews to move to Israel. This guy. He is the first vocal face of Zionism. Admits to being anti-Zionist, or I'm sorry, anti-Jewish. He admits to being drumming up anti-support for Jewish people in order to scare them into moving to Israel. So essentially what I'm saying is Jews are the greatest anti-Jewish people of the world.
Didn't he do that because of the Balfour Declaration?
Yeah, that was before that. Yeah. Balfour Declaration was World War I. That was 1918. Yeah, so...
Henry Ford, man, he wrote that novel. That was a good one.
Well, I mean, I don't want to get any deeper into this topic.
Yeah, it's such a deep conversation. It's so deep. It's like it's so many multi-layers deep. It's weird.
Yeah, because there's Zionism, and then there's like that gets conflated with Judaism, and they're not necessarily the same thing.
What books are they taking into account? What books are they validating? What books are they not validating? Yeah, it's a weird conversation.
Yeah, because you have people that they're hijacking the Jewish religion for their own nefarious purposes, right? I don't know what you would call them. They're ethnically Jewish, but they're not Jewish. They're not practicing Jews. They don't go to synagogue. They're pretty much atheists, right?
And they admit to being anti-Jewish. They admit to being the purpose that anti-Jewishness exists at the same time. That's the weirdest part.
Yeah.
So what about Albert Pike in his letter that kind of planned the world wars and the Middle Eastern debacle? And then to release the nihilists, to make a bunch of secular generations and release the nihilists.
Well, I mean, the thing that's messed up is that the average Jew is being duped by Jews within their own community, like Zionists, because they're brainwashed by their own people. You know what I mean? They've been brainwashed to think that, the world's against us. The world's so I'll say I'm a Jewish kid and I grow up and I'm being taught the world's against us. They tried to kill all of us, yada, yada, yada. And then as you get older, now you're like an adult, you're voting age, whatever. And then you have the government saying, they're all trying to kill us. They're all out against us. Now you're hypersensitive to anybody criticizing anything from the group doing anything. Now, instead of you giving a fair investigation of someone saying, yes, Benjamin Netanyahu's a freaking scumbag, instead of you going, well, let's invest Benjamin Netanyahu, you go, this person's just anti-Semitic because Benjamin Netanyahu happens to be a Jew, and you're making a statement against a Jew, so you're automatically anti-Semitic. No, this guy who happens to be a Jew, he probably also happens to freaking have size 10 feet, right? It doesn't matter. None of that shit even matters. Person did something and he should be held accountable.
Careful when you're talking about them boys.
8.5.
I'm not really talking about them boys.
8.5. He has 8.5 feet.
Yeah.
Get his footsteps right.
What I'm saying is that the average Jewish person is being victimized by people within their own community.
Well, you see how effective it is.
100%.
To give folks a reason to capitalize on victimhood. Super effective.
Well, I mean, just because people are Jewish doesn't make them any smarter or anything else than any other human being. They're susceptible to all the same crap everybody else is. Brainwashing, being manipulated, all that other stuff. And just like in the power structure in the United States, our leaders try to brainwash and manipulate us. Their leaders try to brainwash and manipulate them. It's
And this
no
is how
different.
flat Earth is on the back.
That's 1,000% true, by the way. They get hit behind. It's very easy to hide behind them because of the barriers. The ADL, Southern Poverty Law Center. Oh, there's the B'nai B'rith. There's a bunch of organizations that will shield you, but you still get to hide behind a bunch of people that are. The thing is like Western society doesn't understand the traditional nature that Jews have been able to operate in. Like the thing about white people is like, we don't give a fuck that you're white. Like we don't actually care. Like we will separate ourselves from other white people just because you're white. But the thing about Jews is like, they've been able to coordinate their movements for thousands of years, stay in touch with each other, work with each other. But modern white people in Western societies, we don't do that shit. It's weird that it's weird.
Some of I think some of that perception though is super. Not saying you're superficial, but that's like the superficial on the surface. Because there's Sephardic Jews and Ashkenazi Jews, then there's like Jews for Jesus, and then there's
That's
like
true. That's
really Hasidic Jews, and then there is differentiations within the Jewish community, and like there's Jews that think that Israel shouldn't exist.
Yeah, I agree with them.
Because they think that they should not go back to Israel until the Messiah comes, and they think that the Jews that are in Israel now are basically the devil, basically, for lack of a better word, right? They're there because the devil wills it, right? And that they're not there legitimately. That they, like, after they were forced out of the temple for the second time, they were forced out of Jerusalem, exiled from Jerusalem. They're not supposed to go back until the Messiah comes. The true Jew is not supposed to go back until the Messiah comes. And he invites them back. Well, there was no Messiah that invited the Zionists back to Israel. So there are large groups of Jews that do not support Israel at all, and think that Israel's a criminal state.
I mean, look at what happens with the white people. I mean, there's a lot of them that hate themselves. Like they hate their race. They want their race to like just.
Well, if they hate their own race, I hate them too. How about that?
I'm just saying, like.
Yeah,
there's a lot of confusion, man. It's very easy to confuse people nowadays.
There's a power elite at the top of the Jewish community, obviously.
I mean, who owns most of America's mainstream media? I mean,
I think if you ask that question, then you know the answer. Because people that don't know the answer to that question, they don't ask that question to begin with. So
I know I don't want to say.
And like these people that claim to represent the Jewish community, are these like the same people that say, I represent the lesbian community, or I'm a trans activist and I represent? Who fucking voted and made them in charge? Right? No one voted and said, this is our official activist for our community. He's going to go on TV and speak for us. No one did that. No, these people are just grifters. They're just grifters.
I'm just going to tell you that the crazy part for me is that you can go into texts from 2,000 years ago and the
Vanished. Said, I just want to debate with all you flat earthers. And vanished. Bummer. I mean, I actually don't even want to debate anybody, quite honestly. It's not really that entertaining. The entertaining part is watching the mental fucking breakdown. That's entertaining. So I guess part of it's sadistic. I'm here to watch the spirals, man. That's all I'm here for.
No, see, I like the other part when people switch over, when they finally see it.
I mean, listen, to be honest, most people, maybe I shouldn't say most people, like it's normal to waffle back and forth in the beginning. That's completely normal. Because you're trying to overcome, a lot of social conditioning and indoctrination. When I say indoctrination, it's not like a bunch of people fucking plan to brainwash you. It's the repetition of space movies and space images and space this and space cartoons and space that over and over and over and over and over again. It's hard to conceive that the idea that all that's bullshit. But if you really think about it, think of Santa Claus over and over and over. And if you were inclined to believe it, you could actually convince yourself that Santa was real. The only reason you don't think Santa is real is because you thought Santa was real and some kid in school was they thought they were being cool and they said, Santa isn't real. And you're like, no, yeah, Santa is real. My mom wouldn't lie to me. You ran home crying.
Yeah, that's true, but I mean,
well, guess what? We're telling these guys Santa ain't real and they're running home crying.
No, I know. I was thinking about the truth, at least with my religion or certain things, when you finally hear the truth, it's the truth, Nothing's turned me away from, my core beliefs.
I mean, go ahead.
People all my life talking about atheists. I spent years and years listening to debates, from all points of views and religions, and none of it swayed me.
I guess I fiddled with atheism a long time ago. I realize now that's the stupidest fucking idea ever. It's literally got to be one of the stupidest ideas. It really does. Why would you even want it to be true?
I was an atheist around when Ron Paul was running for office. I think he was running against Mitt Romney or something like that. I can't remember.
I think if you're an atheist, then you're not held accountable for anything.
Yeah, but why would you want it to be true? Why would you want there to be no creator? Why would you want to be just a random fucking accident in a giant meaningless universe and you're just a speck on a speck on a speck? Why would you even want that to be true? Because if that is the reality, that is a horrifying freaking reality. And that would just drive people to go crazy and, get a firearm and do crazy things.
Yeah, I mean, look
why there's people grabbing firearms and doing crazy things. Yes, exactly. That's the point. That's why, they've internalized this. Many people believe this. Let's call it existential existence. That their existential resistance is an accident. They're just a bunch of random chemical processes. Even their thoughts themselves are just chemicals in the brain, and all that shit's just actually an illusion. that they are really just a biochemical reaction, and their perception of their own self is just physics. That's all it is.
Well, here's the thing. I was.
Oh, my favorite color is red. Nope, that's just physics. It's a biochemical reaction in your brain. That's just physics.
Well, here's the thing. I was raised believing in God, and then I went through a phase in my life, right, in my 20s, where I kind of, deviated away from it. But these people nowadays, they're being raised to not believe in God. Like they're, so it's like totally different. Like,
Well, they're being raised that believing in God is there's something wrong with you. That you're flat. You're delusional. There's something wrong with you and shit. You're a science denier if you believe in God. You're this, you're that if you don't believe in God.
You're also
right. You're dumber. Oh, go ahead.
But you're also made out to be a weak person as well, and the way.
Oh yeah.
People like Ned Flanders and all this sort of stuff is just yeah.
Oh yeah, you gotta like rely on a god to like dictate your life or something like that. Like I've heard that before. Like
yeah, and they portray like Christian men as effeminate, semi like, which is odd, right? That's like the oddest contradiction. Depict Christian men as weak and effeminate, right? But the Christian men are like, oh, we don't want weak and effeminate men turning into women. Oh, you're a fucking, and then you get a whole another bunch of expletives.
That's so true. I just realized that right now. Oh shit.
That's because they're usually quiet spoken and not swearing and yelling and carrying on like fools the way the rest of the world does, and they don't view that as normal. Now you're the big tough guy if you can swear and yell and carry on like an idiot instead of looking after your family like a real man.
Right, and sleeping around.
Well, I mean, it's try to like, the Christian religion, the Christian theology, I shouldn't even say Christian religion. Christian theology is like peace on earth, goodwill to men, right? The good news of Christ is risen, yada, yada, yada. And the goal is to have peaceful coexistence between human beings. That's the goal, right? I guess ultimately. I mean, other than the religious part, which is why proper Christian men don't swear, don't cause chaos, don't fornicate, don't do all these degenerate things. But in the modern society, that's seen as, in the modern degenerate worldly society, it's seen as weak. That if you don't partake in vices, you're a weak person.
Again, it's just the opposite, isn't it? If you're not in these vices, then you would be the stronger person and not led by the crowd.
Yeah, but you know how it is? They have to flip everything on its head, dude. Everything's inverted.
It's an upside down world, yeah.
Not on a globe. Nothing's upside down on a globe, buddy. Everyone's on top.
You know what I always wondered about, just to quote from the Bible growing up, thinking about the globe without ever thinking of a flat Earth, is how every eye will see the Messiah coming back. That one. It's the only little thing that made me wonder.
I don't think anybody should ever fixate on when Messiah is coming back.
No, I just meant that it says every eye will see him. So, like, how could that be on a globe? You know what I mean?
That's a good point. I mean, maybe the Earth will become transparent.
He could be orbiting like a satellite.
He's just going to be like a big, like, Jesus. He's going to be like 93 million miles away sitting next to the sun.
Yeah, no, it says he comes in with in the clouds, a certain direction he comes from the east, he says, to the west.
Well, that'll sure prove it's not a globe, man. Yo, I just think about what is the nature of evil, man. What is the nature of evil? And as the devil, as the Bible describes it, is that Satan is the great deceiver. And there's no greater deception than misleading you as the nature of your reality. Oh, there's a ball. You live on a ball, and like there's a big space out there, and there's a bunch of balls spread way, 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 way far apart. You can never get to them, so in a way you're kind of isolated. But you can imagine that there's people on those other balls somewhere, and if there's other balls somewhere with other people, well, there can't be a Jesus on Mars too. And there can't be a Jesus on frickin' TRAPPIST frickin' 3 circling Cygnus 9 in the Andromeda Galaxy. Like none of that stuff can happen, right? The whole idea of a creator, right? Because once you get rid of Earth's uniqueness, once you jettison that, then you have to jettison God, Messiah, or all those things. Or you have to start making claims like, yeah, like we have a God for Earth, and then like, the frickin' what do they call them? I'm trying to remember the aliens from frickin' rectilinear or whatever they call them. Aliens. What do they call?
From where?
They call them the recta something. It's the aliens from, like they said, came from the Pleiades or something. I can't remember. There was like a bunch of people that said they saw aliens back in like the 70s. They said they came from the Pleiades. But there's a name. There's a name for them.
The biggest.
Whatever the name is, right? But they got to have their savior, right, on their planet. Right? They got to have theirs. And then like some other planet that's got aliens, they got to have their savior, right? And then every planet's got to have their own savior. This can't be just Earth. We can't be unique. We can't be special. Do you see how I'm saying? It's like this snowball. It just starts snowballing. The globe snowballs, the idea, the concept, and it snowballs into a big ball of, oh, there is no God. There is no meaning. There is no purpose to life. There is no Messiah. There is nothing. There is no right and wrong. There is no good and evil. There is no morals. There's no ethics. There's just what's convenient and what's good for you at the time. Right? Which is the exact opposite of what's taught by every religion on Earth.
I think one reason why we're in the issue we are in today with society is that these people that don't believe there is a creator or whatever the case may be, atheist, whatever, the powers to be over us do believe there's a God because they're implementing satanic crap over us for their control. And whether these people want to believe it or not, the people above them do. We just got to look at what's happened in the last few years. We look at our music. We look at our movies, the leaders we have, what they're doing. And this is why they get away
what they're
with
promoting, what they're doing, and what they're promoting, man.
That's right. It is a satanic agenda, and whether or not people believe in God or not, the people who are implementing this agenda on us do believe. And that's why what's happening is happening, I think, to a large extent. If people woke up to that, might change.
Yeah, that's funny that you say that, because I say this all the time. Like, the devil, Satan believes in God. Satan knows God exists. And he's just like, screw you, basically.
He wants to be like the Most High. He wants to.
Yeah, he knows God's exist, and he's trying to convince everybody else that God doesn't exist. But he himself knows God's exist. And the people that follow a satanic agenda, they know God exists, but they have decided that they're going to tell God, basically, here's my middle finger, screw you, I'm going to do what I want. And not only am I going to do what I want, I'm going to revel in the corruption of your followers, right? So that's what's, for lack of a better term, getting them off. Corrupting the innocent is what's getting them off.
I mean, the outcome can't be good. I mean, what do you think? It's just the short term gains that they get from it? Is that what they just think short term, or what is this? Because like I said, I see it all the time. and, like,
How does the saying go? I'd rather rule in hell than serve in heaven.
But again, this is
who says you're gonna rule in hell though? That's the thing, right? Like,
but this is what the this is what's put out into the population. You know what I mean? That, you know, if you go to heaven, you're sitting on a little cloud playing a harp. But if you're in hell, you're down there partying. There's chicks, there's drugs, there's beers. You're having a great old time, and that's how most people view it. Oh well, I'm going to party in hell. Like,
Yeah, and the truth is another thing mainstream Hollywood pushes and everything. We don't, according to the Bible anyway, we don't go up to heaven for long. Like, he comes back, we reign here. We always live on earth. He creates a new earth. Like, we should be on earth for eternity, not in heaven. They don't even think of it like that. Neither does Satan rule hell. You know, those are all lies.
But Satan has dominion over the earth. He controls this realm.
Yeah, the God of the earth for right now. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He controls this realm. He decides what happens here. And we're like pawns. I shouldn't say pawns. We're pawns in this game. There are obviously some type of restrictions. But like, he'd probably wipe us out, but he doesn't want to because that's not his game. The game is to turn people against God, to deny God exists. You understand? Yeah. Like, his game is like, he's not after us, he's after God, and he's using us to get to him. Like, if you get to, I'm using it as an analogy, basically. But he's using us to get to him, and the only way to use us to get to him is to get us to basically deny his existence. Right? So, the people that help him do this, right? This is the rule in hell versus serve in heaven. They're on earth. And obviously, the people that do the most evil things on earth get the most benefits while on earth. Right? They're the sociopaths. They're at the top of the socioeconomic ladder. They have extremely large amounts of wealth. They have access to all sorts of degenerate things like drugs, sex, women, you know. And I'm not going to get into the other things that they're also into, right? So, you know,
they live
but these are the ruling class. These are the people who are ruling over us.
Yeah, I think King David talks about how they live longer and they don't get ill and stuff like that.
Yeah, they sell their soul, man. It's real simple. For lack of a better term. So, like, this is like when I ran into Flat Earth and I was like, I like, you know, you just ponder, like, okay, what are the implications if the Earth is flat versus the Earth is a globe? And if you think about it in the metaphysical, theological sense, it has huge implications. It's just that the implications are mind-boggling and just stunning, right? Especially if you're, you know, follow the Bible and you look at what the Bible says, and then you look, I've been living in this reality, but this is this other reality, and this is what the Bible says about, like, how to interpret the reality that we all live in. And it's like, not to believe the superficial, you know, worldly, follow the crowd type shit, right? This is, you know, that
question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is a question that I brought up a while ago. I don't know where it was, but you know, there's many Christians who read their Bibles every day, but don't know anything about flat Earth. I mean, I used to read my Bible, and it wasn't until someone pointed it out to me and said, "Hey, do you know that the sun wasn't created for like the third day or whatever it is?" And I'm like, "Nah, man, there was morning and night every day." You know, so unless it's pointed out to a certain extent, a lot of people don't realize, but I have pointed it out to pastors in the past, and they've agreed and said, yes, the Bible is a flat earth book. However, you know, they didn't know what we knew today. They don't have the science.
Yeah, now men know better than God. Yeah, I get it.
That's right, yeah. So then, you know, being a Christian, I don't know whether this is a salvation matter or not, but being a Christian, you're supposed to believe in God's word. You're supposed to believe in that Bible over man's word. Let God be true and every man a liar. So can you really claim to be a Christian if you're picking and choosing what you believe to be true out of the Bible, especially the creation and the foundation of the Bible? Because if that foundation is wrong, then the rest of the Bible crumbles, just like your house. I don't see how they can call themselves Christians denying the scriptures.
I've actually heard, I remember when I was younger, hearing that part of the Bible, that this earth was created before the sun and there was a light before the sun was made, as evidence that the Bible was false. Because we know that the earth's a globe and it revolves around the sun, and that the light on earth is created by the sun. So there's no possible freaking way that the sun could have been created after the earth. I've heard this argument made, which I think is ridiculous. But I've also heard another argument that the light that's being talked about in the Bible is called the primordial light, and that's what the stars are. They're the echo of the primordial light. Like there's like a.
I've sort of viewed it that God is the light of the world, and that was God's light. Whether that's obviously we have the sun as well for night and day, but is that our primary source of light?
Well, I mean, it was put like this. This isn't my idea. This is what I heard someone said, that there was a primordial light, and then when God separated the waters, the primordial light was outside of it's God's light, but it's outside of what we can see. Like and like what we can see of it is like what's the stars. They penetrate from outside of the firmament. That's light that's coming from the primordial light that's coming through the firmament. Those dots.
To add to this, I know when he creates the new earth, one thing about it, besides there being no seas, it says, like no oceans, he said there will be no sun. Either no need for sunlight, but there will be no sun, but a new earth. So again, you'll have an earth without a sun.
Well, I mean, ultimately, all these speculations, they're actually, I think flat Earth is important, but I think ultimately, it's an important tool to get people on the right track. But I don't think it's the ultimate goal. So I've had people that are Christians come in here and say, why is it important that Earth's flat? We should just be railing to, about Jesus to people. And I just don't think that I think people were so far along in the fall of man is that isn't going to work to pull people out of the abyss that they're in. You can't just go, just read the Bible. They just say some shit about Sky Daddy or Spaghetti Monster and shut their brain off. You have to take their worldview that the Earth's a ball and that they were created from a Big Bang and evolution, and show that is untenable. Using their own methodology of inquiry, right? Rationality, logic, mathematics, geometry, right? That's their own rationality, how we're supposed to analyze the world. And that when you analyze their worldview using their own tools, that it falls apart. Well, what do they have left? What do they have left, dude? There has to be something else. They have to reach for some alternative worldview.
See, I don't believe, I missed some of that, I had to jump up, but I don't believe that the heliocentric world and what they teach in the Bible can be exchanged. I think they're two completely separate doctrines. The Big Bang created the globe that we live on that's going around the sun. God created a flat topographical plane with everything rotating around us. So when they're claiming that God created this ball, I believe they're making their own doctrine.
Yeah, obviously. I think the same thing. They're just making it up. They're trying to cope, they're trying to amalgamate their graven idol. It's the same as when they made the calf, right? Right? Their graven idol, the globe, they're trying to mush that together with the Bible, with the story of Genesis. And they can try to rationalize it in their mind, but it don't work.
No, it doesn't work.
All you need is the one verse. The earth is like clay pressed with a seal. That's not a ball. No matter what you say, that's not a ball, dude.
You getting called out. You're
Could
getting
be a
called
flat
out.
ball.
Indigo.
Yeah, what's up?
Big Thinker wants to know. Yesterday, Indio made a claim that the horizon was moving, changing in the curvature galore at Moffat Beach.
No, I didn't.
It's in the YouTube.
Yeah. Who's the guy?
He wants you to prove it. Something. Big
You might have
Thinker.
to come in here then and have a chat.
Yeah, come on in. Hit that. Jump in the VC, man. You can answer it straight away. Come on, Big Thinker.
No, I never said that.
I didn't think you would say something.
No, I didn't say that. Listen, I'll tell you what happened. There was a person in the text chat saying, "Oh, go watch this video. Go watch this video."
Okay.
I said, "Okay, I've already seen it because I have," and I told them that we can demonstrate that on a known flat surface, and that's what I talked about. I didn't say it was the horizon was fucking moving. I didn't say anything like that.
I wouldn't suspect so.
You could actually probably, I don't know if you could go on back on the old video and see if it's in the chat and like scroll up. But I don't think the chat is I don't know if Helio saved the chat in that particular video, but it could be. Just go read it.
Well, isn't that what we witness anyway? The horizon moving in and out depending on the atmos conditions?
Yeah, but I didn't say that at that particular time. This person kept trying to like straw man me, say I said angular resolution, I said, what else did he say? I said a couple other things. Like I'm saying, dude, you're just straw manning me. I didn't say any of those things. I said we can demonstrate this visual phenomenon on a known flat surface. That's all I said. And I gave him the link and I showed it to him. So I didn't make any claims about why, because why is irrelevant. It doesn't matter why. The fact that you can demonstrate the exact same visual phenomenon on a flat surface says that, oh, if I fucking see this phenomenon, it's not necessarily Earth curve. It's pretty simple logic, man. It's like, it's not complicated. I don't know why these guys try to make the shit like complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why they stay in the chat, don't they? It's the same as Facebook. They can get in there, make claims, put up their laughing faces, say whatever they want, but they really can't be held accountable in front of everyone. They need to come in here if they've got any balls and actually talk and be held accountable for what they're stating.
Right.
Yeah, he's an Australian too, critical thinker or whatever, I think.
Big Thinker?
I think he's one of little Wolfie's little brat pack or whatever they are. Wolf pack, sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, bring it on in here, Big
The
Thinker.
wolf pack, you reckon?
Yes,
The wolf pack were all clowns in that. What's that movie?
Yeah. What is the name of that?
Bring in the clowns? I don't know.
No. It was the wolf pack. It was the one where they all went to Vegas for the.
Oh yeah, that's Frank Sinatra,
Hangover,
Bing Crosby, Sammy Davis Jr. Who's the other one?
Ocean's 11.
When the moon hits the sky like a big pizza. Who's that guy? You know what I'm talking about.
No, I was talking about the Hangover movie where they got Alan.
Oh, the Hang.
Yeah, and he starts the wolf pack. That's what kicks off the whole adventure.
Right.
Oh, I was thinking Brat Pack. Dude, man, I'm old or something.
I'm like, Ocean's 11.
Dean Martin.
Brat Pack.
Yeah, Dean Martin.
Dean Martin.
I ran like a big pizza pie. That's all right. That's drunk.
Yeah. Yeah, Brat Pack, not Wolf Pack. Sorry. Got my packs wrong.
It's all right.
No, you
No, I thought we're just
Wolfpack,
talking
I
about
thought-
Wolfie's Wolf Pack.
Yeah, the
I
Wolf
was saying
Pack.
that
Oh, I get it. Yeah,
they're all clowns, just like on the movie.
that's funny.
All right. Well,
The Wolfpack. I thought you were talking
big
about
thinker, man.
Nazis
Go get.
the Nazis that escaped to Australia. Just kidding. That's for Speculation Sunday. Sorry.
Whatever, big thinker. Bring it in here. Piss off. Bring it. Bring it to the VC, man.
Okay,
Yeah,
big
like-
thing. This dude just called me a liar in the chat.
A couple of times, yeah.
Yeah, what the?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Really? Hold up.
Yeah. Dude.
Oh, hold up here. Let me put my keys away.
That's why I said bring it to the VC, man. Straighten this shit out good and proper.
What's the YouTube channel, man?
I'll drop the link in the voice text there for you if you want.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the dude, man.
Dude.
Hey, dude. Did you see the pictures I posted in the last?
Did, man. I did see
You see
those.
the
Awesome
sunset?
pictures.
From that
What's
beach,
that?
sometimes you can see Catalina from that beach. It's at
I
least
know, right?
70 to 80 miles as the crow flies.
Yeah. It's
If
crazy.
If I could get a day like that and get a P900 by about next summer, like this
It's
summer's coming
done.
up, next summer I could afford a P900. So, plus lots of other luxuries that. Did I tell you I spent 3 days on the beach? Actually,
I saw the pictures where you were hanging. Yeah,
I
man.
rode all the way to La Jolla in the afternoon and just stayed at the beach for like 4 hours. Then in the evening, came back, hiked all the way back up and rode all the way back home, another 16 and a half or 17 miles.
That's
And I
fantastic,
found the
dude.
fastest way. I got it down to 15.8 miles. So I'm like cruising with and I got there with 75% battery or more. When I came all the way out of there after 2 days, the second time, because I think it was Tuesday I came back on Wednesday evening. I left again in the middle of the night. It was rain. No, that was the first night. First night
That
I
was
went, it was
different.
raining. I stayed on the cliff and it was cold as hell. But anyway,
Looks pretty good,
so I
man.
went that was last week. I went this week. I started, like I said, Tuesday. I came back home Tuesday. I spent the night here at home Tuesday. On Wednesday night, I left again and spent the night. It was nighttime. I went at night again. I got there in the middle of the night, like 12 o'clock, midnight, or
Yeah.
1 or 2, maybe. I think it was 2. Got there, set up my camp, went to sleep. Spent the next 2 nights, Thursday and Friday. Came back on Saturday.
Yeah, you sound great, man. It was probably super energizing.
Yeah, I just took a 7.8 mile ride tonight because my battery charged up again.
Sonny, your mic's is a little bit low.
Oh, sorry, I'm probably
It's a
too
little low.
close. Hold on.
You're usually a more
I wasn't probably close enough. That's probably better. Huh.
yeah, that's way better.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I wasn't close enough. Or I could look at my settings.
Do I sound all right? I've been having some
Yeah, you
audio
sound
issues
perfect.
over here.
Well, I have everybody up on my stereo, my Kenwood, so it's like freaking really great.
My stereo, I don't know, everything's messed up over
Here
here
we
right now.
go. Sensitivity. I don't know. The volume's all the way up?
All right, well, you're fine. Just
No. Do I need echo canceling, noise reduction, automatic gain control? I don't think so. Advanced? No, none of those. Noise
No.
suppression. Does it sound noisy?
No, you're good. Not noisy, just low. That was it.
Oh, it's low. I wonder. Okay,
Just
so hold
low.
on. Let me see if I can raise that.
All right.
It's
Indios
all the way
take care of
up. Okay, I'll open the sensitivity all the way to the left. How's that?
That's fine.
Okay,
Great.
It's probably
Fantastic.
better that way. Voice activity mode. The only modes are voice or press to talk, right? Okay, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we need a timestamp, big thinker. Timestamp would be good.
Thanks for calling me big thinker, dude. I appreciate that.
Not
That's
you,
really
man.
nice.
Talking to Chad.
I know. Just-
Hey, well, who else is up in here, man?
Don't get
What's
in the
up,
way of
Al?
food.
We got Al,
When it
Big
comes,
Jumper,
I
CB's,
would tell everybody. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. I apologize.
Demon High, Flatsy Klein, Flying High, Cal, Little G, Mayhem, Mike Power, Orion's up in here, Resolve, Sasha. Show me curvature in reality, okay? That'd be good. Stormfire. Been a minute. Talk to you in a minute. Fluoride. There's a pretty good crew up in here, man. What's up, people? Yeah, it's late night. I know. It's usually just a couple of us.
Yeah,
Although
it's
it's been more crowded.
10:55.
Last night was
10:55
pretty.
here on. Sorry,
Last
go
night
ahead.
was busy, man. I could.
Yeah.
Problem
there
here
was-
in Australia is that we're the opposite time to anybody that wants to talk about these things, and I end up sitting up till 2, 3 in the morning.
Yeah, I try to get in by 1 a.m. at the latest. I gotta go.
Usually around that 1 a.m. 1 a.m. for me is when everything starts heating up over there for you guys. So
Right.
if I,
Yeah,
if I
that-
really
that-
want to listen in, it's I tried to do a Bible study on another channel the other night, but it starts
Yes.
at 1 a.m. 1 a.m. my time. I'm
Oh,
half
shit.
dead.
I got helicopters and sirens going. That's not good. Yeah, that's I love it when the conversation's smoking hot, man, and it's hard to leave a lot of times. I'm like, shit, you know, and I stay up past my bedtime.
Yeah, see, what's the time there now?
It's almost 11 p.m.
Yeah, okay.
So
Yeah, well, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon here.
right, yeah, you're just about to cook dinner up here shortly, and
Well, he's 4 in the afternoon, so that means it just the sun passed us. I like totally can see it like now. Like before, it's more confusing when you thought it was a globe. Like honestly,
right?
Like that's weird, but now it makes sense. It's going further out south, and it takes a while to get all the way back around again. So that's a trip, man. Especially when you
It is a
realize
trip,
the arc
man.
you have an arc. You know,
This
There's
is
an
the
arc that
coolest
travels.
coolest place to talk about Earth, man. I love talking about Earth because we live on Earth, you know. Pretty easy to figure it out, man. If you go outside, check it out.
If you go outside, there is a caveat there. If you go outside, do you ever go outside? Some
Go
of
check
you?
it out, man.
I don't think some of you go outside much.
Flatsy was just down at the beach, man, a few weeks ago, checking out that nice. I saw some pictures she posted yesterday, I think,
Oh, that sounds cool.
where she was out on the beach and it was flat,
Is that
flat
near
as a
Mobile?
pancake.
Isn't
Ooh.
Mobile on the coast, right?
She was on the coast. That's cool, man.
I'm trying to get one of my Glober mates to jump in here.
All right.
I'm messaging him now on Facebook, telling him to get in here.
Okay, good. Come on, Glober. Come
Yeah.
on, Glober friends. We
Tell him
want
to
you to
grab
come
a
in here.
Tell him to grab a pint, man. Jump on in.
Grab y'all a pint and come on in. I'm getting better.
Not that wasn't even close, dude.
That wasn't close. What?
You sound too English. Too fucking,
Oh,
fucking
shit.
English.
Well, jolly well. What the fuck?
No, dude, I don't do good Australian either, but I could do a pretty good Scottish because every other word is
Blimey,
the F
mate.
word. No, I can't do that. No.
Bit of bang. What the fuck?
You got to talk a bit more like a criminal, you know, we all originated out of there, all our family.
That kind of a not nicely kind of sound.
You can't do it, Sonny. I love you, baby.
I'm starting to get it now. You know,
You ain't got
I'm
it.
gonna be-
I don't have it either. I'm not saying I got it. That's for sure.
Hey, blimey, mate.
That's like mixing English and Australian together.
I'm a bit of a pirate.
You guys don't use blimey. Blimey, that's so English, right?
Blimey, mate. What the hell are you
It's
talking
super
about?
English.
We're having a shrimp at the Barbie, and your Aunt
Shrimp on the
Irene comes
Barbie.
up, and then Bob's your uncle. Sorry.
Did you guys see the new moon, man, last night or night before, man? With
Dude, hey, dude, listen. The
it
night
was so
before,
cool looking, man.
it was a crescent moon. I was on the beach 6 feet.
Yeah, it was bitching, wasn't it?
The real new moon.
I saw
That's right.
fell asleep. It was
Yeah.
about 1 or 2 degrees. It's the lowest I've ever seen. It was a crescent with the horns
Right on the water.
upward.
Yeah, it was right on the water line.
The horns
for
are
you.
pointing upward, and it was dropping into the sea. Orange horns of the,
No
the
shit.
sliver moon. And I saw it the lowest I've ever seen to the horizon over the
Oh
ocean
man,
ever.
I got to get you a
Ever.
camera, man.
Ever.
Um,
I've never seen it that low.
That's so cool. You got to see that, man. Yeah, I was looking at it last couple nights. I was just like, damn. And then I think it's like Venus right below it or something.
Yeah, I had a great time on
It was-
the beach. I found
it's real pretty,
a
man.
stream. Hey, dude, listen, I found a stream with fresh water. There's tadpoles in it.
I heard you talking about that
It's
earlier.
live water.
You were washing your clothes and shit in there. That's
I washed
cool,
my
man.
clothes, got drinking water, boiled it all. Nothing happened to me. I just got out of an operation. I think it's the 8th day or 9th day today. Before that, I was bedridden in the hospital on a liquid diet for 2 weeks.
Damn, dude.
Minus 2 days. 2 weeks.
Right. 11 days or something? 12
No,
days?
like like 12 days or something.
Well,
I
you
got
sound
my,
great, man. You sound like you're feeling better. I heard you plug your guitar in today. I was like, oh, here it
Yeah, I'm
comes.
starting to get fired up. I feel younger.
Sweet.
I feel young. Listen, I feel young as I've ever been. Listen, I think I had this problem with my gut because of that gallbladder my entire life. Think about that. They said there was a
Yeah.
huge freaking stone in there, like an asteroid.
I got my my mate in the YouTube now, so I got to give a shout out to old Johnny Gordon, and then we got
Hey,
to get him
Johnny.
over to the. We've got to get him over to the chat soon, I think.
He's in YouTube. What's his name?
John Gordon.
I don't
John
know.
A. Gordon. Oh, Johnny Gordon.
I don't see
Come
him
on,
in
Johnny
here.
Gordon. We want you.
believe
in
he's
there.
Welcome, Johnny. What's up? You got to click the link, man. That it's in the description, and it brings you to Discord. And click that, and then we'll get you up in here, man. We'll figure it out from there. You can. I don't know. Does he know Discord well, or?
No, I don't think he does.
Yeah, Discord's a little tricky, man. I got to give newbies a little bit of time to figure it out. But it took me a while when I
that's
first
true.
got it. I was like, "What the hell? What is all these things here I'm clicking on, man? What the hell's going on?"
Until you get through the technical challenges of just operating this,
But it's a fascinating, absolutely amazing program.
Bear Pelagic Coffee is in the live stream on YouTube.
Shit.
I want some of his coffee.
All right, I'm getting some, man. I'm gonna get some tomorrow.
I've got a I've got a new French press, and I'd love to.
All right. We're
I
gonna
have
get
to have
some.
coarse ground
Hey,
coffee.
wait, can you send me that? I'm sorry. Hey, Flatsy, good to see you in here. Miss
Good to see you,
Mrs. Hart.
Simon.
Great to see you.
Good to hear you. Good
Kim.
to hear you. I was
You
going to
too.
say, can one of you send me the link for the guy in here that has the coffee, because I get paid in a few days here. What? It's the 24th. In 4 days, I get paid like clockwork. So
Paraplegic coffee, man.
I was, we're kind of.
Let me.
and
I'll look.
and you know what, dude?
I'll look it up. Actually, Paraplegic, drop your link in the YouTube chat, and then I'll
Yeah,
grab it from
please.
there. What's that?
Hey,
You got to
dude.
call him. You got to call the dude.
Okay, no
What?
problem.
You don't have a website, bro? What?
Wait a second. Hey, dude, I'm trying to get your attention. I want to say something. I finna go up to LA on the train and wring my brother's neck, get my damn Gibson. I'm so sick of that shit, man. Like, really, for 8 years, he's had my guitar.
Well, it's probably going to need a workover. So, yeah, you might want to meet him halfway or something.
I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna go up there.
All right, he's old school, man. You got to call the dude.
Okay, I'll call him because I
Well,
love coffee, especially good coffee. Okay.
I heard it's great coffee, and it's always nice to help out a flat earther in the meantime.
I think that's what we need to do. Like,
If you can.
I want to start doing some luthier work again, even if I have to do the route I did.
You know
before,
what, dude? You'd be really good at it. You need a set of fret files or nut files.
I
I
used to
mean,
have all of that. Listen, I used to have all that nut files, fret.
you need a set of nut files. You need a little sander, like an electric sander would be cool.
Well, look, you saw my fretboard. Hold on, I'll show you a picture.
You don't need much, dude. I mean, you're not gonna be like sanding necks for doing crazy stuff. You could do it right there, man, and just put a little ad on Craigslist, dude. Like, I fix guitars. I'm downtown. Check it out. You'll pick up a fucking 25 here, 30 there, all cash too, man. Easy money, bro.
Thank you, Paraplegic. I'll give you a call when I've got some cash.
I might just get some and send it out. Get some for Sonny and Kim and maybe a couple other people, man.
I sure do appreciate him giving out that number. That's awesome.
All right.
You don't have to keep it on there, but then again, if people want to call you and get some coffee, leave it on there.
Where is it? Where did he put it?
In the YouTube live stream chat.
He did?
Yeah, I just saved it to my contacts.
Where? Oh, there it is. I got it.
You'll know when I call you and I'm Flatsy Klein.
You can text.
I'll prove it. I'll prove it by singing Patsy Klein.
All right. Well, let me text him now. That way, got it. That shit. Cool, man. Thanks, bro. I'm a good friend of the guy that brought you here, man. Latter-day Saints.
So you see in the live stream, I posted. There's straight lines creating a curved shadow. Look at that.
Hold on, man. Let me take a look at it. I got a text.
There are shadows on a curved surface. Straight strings making curved surfaces. Look at that fretboard. I did that.
Hold on, man. I'm typing something here.
Okay. Well, when you get a chance to look at the live stream,
I'll look.
The wig snacker roll I just got with those cross swords. I'm a legendary wig snatcher. Oh, I got to get that clip. Oh my god. On the late show. So that's the work I do. I scout that neck with a rat tile and a rat file and a half round file and a lot of sandpaper and some really excellent masking of the frets when I did all that.
Yeah, that's I usually try to avoid that. I'll change frets rather than fucking try to file them and shit, man. Fuck that.
No,
it's easier to just change.
I scalloped
so much easier to just change them all out, man. But
no, I just scalloped the fretboard. The frets were fine. They're still fine. Anyway, I already did a level on it recently. I make my own tools and do that with a 2-foot.
Hold on, man. I got a helicopter over my head.
No worries. But take a look at the nut section. I rebuilt that.
Hold on 1 second.
I rebuilt that entire piece. And I have some more pictures, but
I got to get some Paraplegic coffee here, man.
You see my strat. You saw my strat at the party. I mean, to get together.
All right, let's take a look at that. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting picture, man. It looks like your fretboard's been like scooped out or something now. What
It's a scalloped fretboard.
scalloped? Yeah.
That's what I was trying to tell you.
Dude, I've never ever played anything like that, man.
Oh, it's crazy, dude. It's so much fun.
Dude,
Once I got
that
used
is
to it,
that's wicked.
it's really wobbly. Like it's a Malmstream. That's what was hired me. But I can go pretty fast on it. It's pretty wild.
I'm sure you can, man. You're a great player.
But I really try to go fast. I don't really go any faster than, like, let's say the leads on like Bad Company songs or Led Zeppelin. I don't need to go any faster.
Well,
Yeah, Paraplegic is precious. He is precious.
yeah, he is. All right, I want to buy some coffee, man. So, how much a pound, man? For which one? I can't remember which one was good. But,
That would be great.
or text me a list. I like low acid coffee, man. I like low acid.
Yeah, that's true. Do you find blonde roast is the best tasting?
I don't know. I do like a good Colombian occasionally. I mean, if I can get it. I mean, the wife doesn't like it. My wife doesn't like it, Colombian.
It's too dark tasting for me, too. I don't like it.
Yeah.
French roast are too dark for me. I'd rather go with like a Guatemalan or Central American.
I do love Kona coffee, though.
No, yeah. Those are good. Those are really
Kona
good.
is awesome, man.
Yes.
If it's real Kona, man, none of this fake shit, man.
And Java from Java, you know that the real Java coffee, that's really good. Indonesian, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, there's some great coffees coming out of South America. Are you kidding me? Yeah, hell yeah.
Costa Rican coffee is great. Guatemalan coffee is excellent. Mexican coffee
Yeah,
is really
man. I mean,
good. All good.
These guys have been blowing it up for a long time, man. Yeah, Kona is super pricey, man. Dead balls, man. Right on. I mean, it's like if you can get the real stuff, it's so pricey, dude. It's like twice as much as anything else that's good, you know.
Kona, yeah, you have the shipping charge. It's got to go on a.
It's just.
Aircraft or something.
Yeah. I can't. I'm not paying $40 a pound or whatever the fuck it is now.
Oh,
it's crazy.
No, man. No way. I get a pound for like $5.99 organic from the grocery outlet.
There you go. I love the Geo, man. I love Geo, bro.
Okay.
Dude, if you go to the wine section, man, pick yourself out a bottle of Argentinian wine, red. Just make sure it's made in Argentina. You can get it for like, some of them you can get for like $5. Right?
Yeah.
I've got to get. I love wine, but I don't want wine that is filtered with pigskin because I've cut pork out and all that. So I have to get the right kind of wine.
Well, I don't know what you mean by the pigskins. I'm not following. What?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of wine is filtered through pigskin. That's why there's a whole list
never
of
heard
kosher
that.
wine.
That's amazing.
I know for a fact that my local breweries that make wine don't do that, so that's awesome.
All right,
How
man.
come none of these
Paraplegic's hooking me up, man.
How come none of these? Am I?
Go ahead.
Is my mic on still?
You're still really low, man. I don't know what's up.
Oh shit. Well, I don't know. Anyway, but it's interesting that none of these sunny imposters have gotten through. That's hilarious. Like I've never seen it. There's several that have their name is Sunny, also SUNNY, like me, but I've never heard them in the VC ever. What's the difference between a file and an embed on here? Isn't it the same thing?
For the what? The file
Like
embedded.
if you're embed like or a link or an
Yeah.
image rather or a file. What's the difference between a file and an embed? If I'm putting it into
Embeds usually a link, but it could be a link to a file. Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
Could be.
maybe. I don't know. Because there's already a link option. Why doesn't it let me search that? Oh, here we go. Got it.
Interesting.
wait a minute.
Cool. Thanks, Paraplegic, man. You're yeah, appreciate the combo.
Someone
Yeah, I'll
send
get the
me-
grinder. I got a grinder and grind up some
Can you
beans,
send me
man.
that? Dude, can you send me that link?
If there's no link, man, it's a phone number. You got to text.
Oh, okay. Well, Paraplegic, can you send me the phone number to my DM?
Here, I'll put it in your DMs. Man. I got it. Got you. All right.
Supporting our fellow flat earthers.
What's that?
Supporting our fellow flat earthers.
Exactly, right? That's what we do, man. Ask Sonny, man. Ask
I never
Sonny.
had so
He'll
much
tell
help
you.
except from flat earthers, like from anyone else.
Right?
Even my own family. Bunch of
It's crazy, man. Yeah. Yeah, I don't talk to my family at all, man, anymore. They're
I know family of origin. Who the fuck?
I don't. Oh, you broke up, Sonny.
That was a big joke, man. Here you go, Sonny. You're strong enough. You can handle anything. That's why we're dropping you in this fucked up family. Hey, that's a good one. I'm like, God, you have a sense of humor. I mean, I didn't get it till I got so beat up. I had to just look for your guidance because we're completely exhausted. Oh, wait a minute. Here's some waves that the Globers have said is Earth curvature. Look at these waves. Hold on. This is hilarious. I captured this from a screenshot from another VM LSV's 69 channel. Here we go. Hold on. Share with Discord. Yeah, look at happy. look at Habitat and Hill House with this wave in front of it. I think it's at 1 foot.
That's good.
Again, it's observer height. So it comes just coming right up here. Select the last channel and go. Share. This is funny.
Yep, there's your curve, man. That's it. Shut the server down, everybody. We're done. Fuck, it's about time.
That must be
I've been waiting. Damn it. How long have I been in this server? Over 2 years. Begging for the Earth curve. And this, we got it. Finally got it. Thank you, Sonny.
Begging for some Earth curve. Well, you know what?
Lumpy Earthers win.
The rainbow sphere.
Well, it's been nice hanging with you guys. What do you want to call the new server, man? You want to change the name to
Lumpy Earth? Lumpy Earth. Look at that.
Lumpy Earth.
Look how lumpy it is.
Hill
24/7. That's
hills of water.
Lumpy Earth.
See, it's an actual hill of water. But see, the Glober's whole thing is everything has to stop. It has to be static. Static.
I can see the curve like undulating all over the place.
Yeah, it's
a lot of lumpiness.
really
Crazy curve.
well. That's
Yeah.
the oblate part, heretic. Come on, that's the oblate part. You know that.
Yeah. Now.
First of all, you can't see any of the curve because it's too big. Now you can see all these minute changes in detail.
Yeah. On the wave.
So,
itself,
Sonny, man, let me ask you, Sonny. You were in a globe server, did you say?
No, I never go there. What'd you hear?
Where did you grab this screen grab it from?
I did it. I grabbed it from BMLS 69's channel.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, look, the title of it is there, magnification at sea level.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
and that's
curved, man.
69.
Finally.
It's Platform Habitat Hill House. It's got the timestamp. This little shot, I timestamped it and got a screenshot of it at that timestamp.
Right.
Because
Going
it's
on
showing
here.
exactly the picture. This is really close to the pictures Globers are trying to show. To saying, look, you can't see the last one. You can't see habitat, so it's got to
really.
It's getting sad. I've seen them do that quite a few times where they'll take a picture of some waves and then try to pass that off as a curve.
Right.
Just pathetic.
Well, I call it curvy water. And being a surfer, you know, I love curvy water, right?
It's just desperation on their part.
It is. Hey, I want to shout out to the panel. Everybody's been great. There's been some new kids coming around and some new people. Couple.
Look, Glover's
Yeah,
living
it's just
desperation.
been really. It's been a good listening. It's been good listening to everybody. The last week or so, it's been pretty strong. But we could use more. Yeah, more globies up in here. But we had a few come in, and they're like, "Wait a minute, what? You guys are awesome. I think I can hang with you fellas for a while." It's been kind of funny. Miggy's been doing some pretty cool stuff with his little wig snatcher stuff. Man, it's been pretty good too, man. Very, very listenable. I like it. Good shit. It's good. That's good, yeah.
Is my mic still on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you are, Sonny. I got you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Can anyone hear anyone?
Is anyone listening? I think is how the song goes.
Is there anybody out there?
Not if you can hear me. Hit the high note, Sonny.
Oh, is my mic still open?
I hear you. No, I want you to hit the high note, man.
Good. Okay, good. Okay, thanks. I need a stand for my mic. To be honest, I probably need it.
Is anybody out there? Not if you're listening. Is there anyone home? No. Nobody's home? All right.
Should be, boys, not the
Yo,
way.
Sonny, that sounds like proximity, amigo. Try getting real close.
Okay, sorry.
That sounds good.
I don't hear him.
Yeah. Just kidding.
Hey, wait a minute, man. Did I mute Sonny? Maybe I muted him. No, definitely didn't.
Peace and quiet.
Yeah, a moment of silence for the globe. I love those. Those are always they're refreshing. I'll say that.
Yeah, keep it down. Trying to get some sleep over here.
What was I? As Maggie was getting, or so it was Sasha was getting hushed by fucking Roll My Boulder was being a fucking typical a-hole, and Sasha kept telling him to shush. And they
I like the way you say his name. Roll My Boulder.
That dude, yeah. Oh my goodness, I had some nights with that guy, man. Oh yeah. Really, dude? Killing yourself, man. You ain't killing me. Sorry. Brutal. Anyway, I guess he got booted finally. Trying to hush up Sasha. Shush.
Okay.
Shush.
Okay, how's that? I'm back.
There you
after
are.
a restart. Yeah, I didn't press that. So is that better?
Yeah,
There's something wrong. We're hearing you again. Just joking.
Now you're muted, Sonny. Okay. Good. Anyway, roll my boulder. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah. All right, we got a VC verify. Watch Europa. The last battle. I'm just gonna.
He's been here under like 10 different names, I think. He was like Jacob Rothschild or something like that before.
Yeah.
I don't know. He never ever speaks. So.
Okay. Well, he's a Discord member since 2022, December 20th, and joined this server December 22nd, 2022. 2 days later,
Hold on, what's his
joined
name?
this.
What's his name? I remember Jacob Rothschild. What's his name now?
Watch your
Yeah, and he had a bunch of like 9/11 names and just a bunch of different names like that. He kept changing. I think it's the same guy. Changes his name all the time and never speaks. Whatever. He's just chilling.
All right, cool, man. Moving on. Who's this cat up here, man? Al? Alric?
Alaric.
87. What's your trim, man? You're VC verified. How long you been on Discord? Since 2018? Cool. You know how to use your microphone. I wouldn't have to tell you how to do that. Right. Hey, has anybody heard from Jose Mesa, man? Anybody? He dropped in. I just miss him.
A few months.
Anybody?
Where's Bong been?
The admin, you mean?
Bong Sao?
Oh, Bong?
Well, you mean Jose, the admin, right?
Yeah, Jose Mesa. Yeah. He's like one of the original
Yeah.
guys who ran the server, man.
Yeah, I know him. I haven't seen him. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he was such a powerhouse, like Miggy, man. Him and Miggy, fuck off, man.
He's got a military wife.
If anybody asks me, who you gonna send into a debate? I'm like, I'm sending Mig and Jose. Yeah, good luck with that, boys.
No kidding.
We'll see you later. Bye.
It'll be all she wrote.
It's two Mexican guys just fucking ripping ass, man.
Yeah. They do a great
Busting
job.
out the bullwhip, man.
I've seen them both operating here.
And they do
I've
it.
seen
They
them
both do it. They both do it with such grace and elegance and kindness and loving. I mean, they really are amazing. I mean, it's been a pleasure hanging out with you guys and listening to the different conversations over the years. It's been pretty crazy fun.
I better eat something.
Everybody has their thing, man. You know, Sonny's got his, and I do my thing, and CB's crushing the heretics. Always
great.
Bringing
All
super
these
power
legendaries.
points.
I'm
Indio's like
great.
ridiculously smart, man. I mean, that guy.
Who?
Indio,
Which
man.
one? Helio.
Indio, not Helio.
Oh, yeah, Helio.
Yeah, Indio. That's
Indio's like, yeah.
You know, my favorite thing to do, though, is just to ask some questions.
Yeah, you're really good at it, though. I mean, you got it down, and you don't let them stray too far. That
You just ask them the questions they do not want to answer. It's so much fun.
it is fun, man, and it's that's what it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be doing it the fun way, and this has been pretty fun, man. I think we're like a 90% success rate around here for the fun. So it's been solid. Keep it going. Keep it on a flat earth, man. People get off on some weird subjects sometimes, man, and I dig that, man. But Just take it to another room. That's it. You can talk about it all you want. But don't post any like crazy links or anything. That's bad. That'll get you busted too, man. I guess you can DM somebody, you know, some off-topic shit links. You know what I mean? Don't put them in the Discord, right?
Hey, man, got the super pure off-topic shit. You want some?
I got some super off-topic stuff, man. Meet me up in. Yeah. Meet me down in. What's the best room for off-topic shit? I mean, I don't even know, man. Where do you guys go usually?
Chill chat or the religion
Chill chat,
spirits tribe.
cinema, yeah, or the cinema or any other voice channel.
Any other
Let's
ones?
see.
Chill chat. I've been in there a few times. Yeah, definitely. My favorite thing used to be, I mean, I still would love to do more of it, is the VC check-in, man. I always just had the best time doing that. I had a pretty good success rate, man. I mean, I wasn't the best at it, but I'd say I probably checked in, 30, 40 people over the years. I don't know. I'd say I only had a couple that turned out to be just assholes doing something, yelling the N-word or something crazy, where I didn't see it coming. Damn, I got burned, man. But it happens. But that was a cool place to go, man. It's so limited now. Hardly, I don't see as many in there as they used to be. They're getting scared, boys and girls. They're getting scared. All right, Big Thinker's still going at it. Paraplegic, he's handling it. Nice job. That's about it in the YouTube chat. Just the two of them. Or Flat Squatch. What's up, Flat Squatch?
Really a pitiful kind
That's
of
a
showing
great
for the
name,
globe,
man.
isn't
Flat
it?
Squatch is better than Flat Earth Dude, man. I mean,
Oh, Flat Squatch. Yeah, he's been around.
I probably would have gone with that. Flat Squatch. You know who would love that is Karen B. She would love that name. You got to go to Karen B's channel and type that shit in. Flat Squatch. She'll laugh. She's really into Bigfoot, yeah.
Oh, really?
There's another one, man. It was one of my other favorite names was a Clint Eastwood movie. The guy changed it up. What's his name? Old Western. Damn, I remember it.
What, a famous old Western star?
Yeah, like a old Clint Eastwood Western is flat.
John Wayne.
John Wayne?
No. That's,
Hang 'em high?
No. Flat. I'll think of it here in a second, man. Hold on.
I'm trying to think.
Is it the one where his family gets killed and he goes off for revenge?
No, yeah.
Gene Autry.
It was one of the old Westerns, man. Clint Eastwood.
Gene
Hold
Autry.
on, man.
Wasn't one? It
I'll
wasn't
look it
Gene
up.
Autry?
Must be Marlon Brando.
Got to be Brando, man.
I'm just randomly naming old actors now.
Yeah, it's definitely yeah, his Western movies, man. He did a lot of them. Whole list of it. Okay, what's that name?
Oh, Kurt Russell.
And that's it. Kurt Russell. Damn. Did a lot of Western. Yeah.
You're 6 steps away from being a Kurt Russell cowboy. What the? Never mind.
Yeah.
The wrong dude. Anyway. John Wayne's boat.
It's Flat Plains Drifter, man. You know that guy. What a
Flat
fucking
Plains
killer.
Drifter.
Flat Plains Drifter. That's
love
the
that.
coolest flat earth name I've ever heard, man. For me. I mean, I like those old westerns. So.
That guy is he's Lao Tzu or Adam Blavatsky. He's had a few different names here.
Yeah.
He never VC'd, but yeah, that guy.
Suspicious.
What's that, GM? Fuck.
He does do some pretty good work in the chats, yeah, but he doesn't VC. He's like a silver here. But it's weird. I only see him in the YouTube chat lately. He doesn't seem to post here, like for the last month or so.
Yeah. I've seen him in other, I've seen him on other chats, different channels.
Oh, interesting.
He gets around. I mean, I've seen him around for years. That name anyway.
Same
Flat
thing
Plains
with
Drifter.
Nightbot. Haven't I seen Nightbot on all these different channels? Like being
Shut up.
yeah, and some of them isn't that true though? Like, I could swear I've seen like some of those on different channels throughout the years. The same name.
Yeah.
So, how insufficient is the live stream YouTube chat? How's the water cooler tonight, boys?
Well,
they're probably down there. I'm telling you, at the Space and Information Warfare Command Center.
Yeah.
Why'd they change it? They just changed it last year to Space and Information Warfare. It used to be just Spa War.
Dude, it's an information war we're in, bro. That's why they had to put that up.
They must be operating the drones right from that location. I was right. So,
I mean, it literally is. It's a fucking battlefield out here sometimes, man. We're dealing with these Glovers.
I never see their flimsy ass boots on the ground. Like, what are they going to do? Come after me with their street shoes on?
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
They'll bring a pen to a gunfight.
It'd be like
it is
flipping a
funny.
turtle.
Yeah, if they do come in here, man, both their hands are tied, and it's like, hi, I'm a Glover, and I saw a Disney movie, I was like totally Globe, dude, and you're like, oh fuck, here we go. Shit.
Okay, so on the easy to hard scale, here's where they level up to is the Glovers. Most of them, think of a very slow moving animal, like the slowest moving animal you can possibly think of. What is it? One of those lizards?
No, it's one of those bears.
Sloth?
It's one of the. Isn't that bear? What's that?
That koala
animal that moves real slow.
Yeah, the koala.
Is it the koala?
Is it the one that eats bamboo? Or there's other ones.
Yeah,
so think of that. They're walking along, and the Glover is one of them, and you trip it because it's moving so slow. You could just trip it. So it's like tripping something that is so easy. It's too bad they keep falling for the globe. Like, that's not our fault. We just keep pointing it out. How fallaciously ridiculous. That's a good word. Fallaciously sounds like deliciously fallacious. Your globe-tard arguments are.
Yeah, they're getting so fallacious now, man. I was listening to, you guys know New Perspective in here, and you guys know Zanuck. I was listening to those two yesterday, man, while I was doing some laundry and shit.
Were they on QEs for him? Because
No, they were on, I think it was on Earth Awakenings. Anyway,
okay.
They were going at it about the rotation and planes. They were going on about the planes, the airplanes flying from New York from Detroit to California, southwest. Yeah, southwest, literally.
Just full of it.
And how it would change, and even Chat GPT was had a full explanation of how it couldn't work on a globe. It was, anyway, they were going at it for like an hour and a half, and it was awesome, man. But he would just say the most ridiculous stuff to try to get out of the fact that, that the Earth's not spinning, man. I mean, well, you know, you don't understand the tangential shift from the negative forces of the wind versus, you know, I mean, he was just fucking going on. He was all over the fucking place, man. It's a different reference frame, and well, you wouldn't see the tangential speed differential due to the you know, the camshaft that produces the. I mean, it was just like you got to be kidding me, man. This guy's defending this shit with the craziest.
The camshaft connected to the idle bearing, connected to the throwout of the
right
vomit arena. I don't know.
So yeah, it was just funny, man. Anyway, I was laughing. I'm doing laundry and laughing.
I mean, the Romans used to have vomit arena.
Like Zanuck. I mean, I talked to Zanuck maybe once or twice tops, you know. And I try to just.
That's what the Glober server is like. It's like a vomitaria.
Exactly what it was, Sonny. You nailed it. You should copyright that name right there, man.
Okay, copyright that right there, Sonny. 2023. I'm glad I know what year it is, and most of the times a weekday. Also, I'm moving.
It's vomitaria. Vomitaria. Yeah, that's a new word going in the Urban Dictionary. Created by Sonny.
Newly reenacted. It hasn't been activated, that word, since Roman times, but Sonny copyrighted it.
No, since
so we shall.
Since Tartaria times, because it's vomitaria.
Did they vomit?
That's
in
the vomit on the plane, man. You guys on the globe, man. Vomit on the. Maybe it's vomit. Yeah. Vomitaria. Anyway, yeah, they come in with their craziest.
The globe. Wait a minute. The globe vomitaria. It's getting better.
Getting better. We're expanding it a little bit. Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit. So, the globe vomitaria is only getting a little bit bigger, like magnitude of 2 or something.
Yeah, it is funny to see these guys jump through their hoops, man, and come up with the craziest shit. Like,
you
really,
can't have
dude?
the globe too far off in error. Like I asked Sisyphus rolling my boulder that question before. I said, "What's your tolerance for error of the globe?" Because we got in one video shot a screenshot of one video, the Black Swan video, as a matter of fact. We've got the platform habitat and the horizon at 10 miles. We also have islands in the same view. 30 miles out.
That I love the islands. Yeah, people don't talk enough about the islands in the back. Like, hey, what's up with the island? Yeah. That proves without a shadow of a doubt that
30 miles.
They're
about 30 miles, right?
They're 30 miles out, bitches. I mean, it's stupid far, right?
Listen, the closest. Hold on, the closest ones are 30 miles.
Right.
Oh boy. Well, you know what's
they go out further west. They go out further.
Yeah.
You know what's really funny though is they have to invent new arguments to prove this thing that they claim has already been proven for thousands of years.
Right.
Wow.
For thousands of years, man. People.
So why are you coming with this new made up nonsense now to prove what's been proven for thousands of years that you just came up with? Just go with what they did thousands of years ago. Why not?
Yeah. And can't come up with a resource, a citation, or a source. Nothing. And all this time, they don't.
All this time, man.
They don't have a source of any citation.
Yeah, I've been beating it into their heads. I'm like, dude, just.
Hey, I have a question.
Yep.
Where the Globers at?
They're. We were just talking about them, and we're talking about a few of the zealots and a few of the. The high roller Globers, like Zanuck,
and his high roller. If he's a high roller, then I'm a millionaire.
like
not a high
the
roller.
fucking guys that he'll roll in the most biggest bullshit fucking boulder you can roll in, man. And
He's trying
that
to
guy,
talk a lot too, so that you can't, so that he can just steamroll and dominate the conversation, so there can't
Yeah.
actually be a conversation.
well, that was funny with New Perspective yesterday. Is that New Perspective wasn't letting him get away with it, man. He kept fucking hammering. Eventually, Xanagot was getting pissed. You know when he gets pissed. It's kind of funny, man. Anyway, it was a good listen. We're looking for some Globers. I've been begging for a few for the last about an hour now. I've been like begging.
Is that you,
Like,
man?
dude, come on,
Did you just get off?
come on, big.
Yeah, I just got off of work.
Yo, how's it going, Miggy?
Yo, Heretic, what's up, dude? What are you doing up so late? You've been up late this past round. Now you're on the West Coast.
Yeah, I'm on the West Coast, so it's earliest for me, but I'm always up kind of late anyway.
Ah, I see.
Night shifts, like you.
Oh yeah.
This is actually Flat Earth Professor Dude's shift, so he's not gonna punch out for another hour or so, maybe 2 hours.
I know. Dude's got to have his time.
That's
Late
hilarious.
night
It's
session.
my shift. It's my shift. I don't know. I mean, I
Don't
love
get in
just.
his way. Don't
I just
anybody
come
try
in
to
it.
stop him sweat. See. You
But
don't
yeah,
try
we
to
need
intersect.
on the Black Swan thing, man. Just step back a second. With the islands being like at 30 miles, it proves without a doubt, man, that the horizon is way beyond those fucking oil rigs, man, and it just doesn't get talked about enough. I just want to like kind of bring it. Maybe that'll be the absolute fucking stabbing, twisting knife that just kills this thing, man. Because there's they can't say it's Phantom Morgana or fucking. No, they can't. They can't say that, man. If you can see those islands, man, that's where the horizon is, bitches. So piss off.
They'll just say something crazier than you've even heard yet.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Xanac will come up with some crazy shit. Go, oh yeah.
Now check this out, you guys. There's like Anacapa. That's the little rock that's out on the eastern side. Then you have, I think it's Santa Rosa Island.
Right.
It's a huge freaking island. Santa Cruz Island, another huge island. Those are bigger than Catalina. And if you know how long Catalina is, these are larger than Catalina.
Wow.
But anyway, then there's San Miguel, who Juan de Cabrillo is supposedly died there off of San Miguel and was buried on the island somewhere. But it's used as there's probably ancient shit on these islands. But anyway.
Hey, you know what? I think there is, Sonny, because I don't think any of those islands they don't have like a port or there's nobody living there. There's no houses.
Okay, check it out though.
All those islands are empty, man.
Yeah, they're reserved. They're preserved.
They're all
But you can go
preserves
on
and
there.
shit.
I've seen single females camping out there by themselves. It's primitive area, so you have to be full survival. But anyway, I digress. But listen, the falls, man. Oh God, what's that name of that? Arlington Falls, man. They found in the 40s. This dude excavated out there on Santa Cruz Island. He found 10-foot tall people, 9 and 10 feet tall people.
I've heard the stories, about that. I've heard
some-
the stories about the islands having a bunch of giants on them. Yeah, I've heard that.
They had the oldest inhabitants,
Or not giants, whatever.
oldest inhabited humans on North America on these islands.
Interesting.
From their data method at 9,000.
Yeah, that's why they turn all those into preserves. And I mean, as expensive as real estate on the beach. I mean, if you go to Catalina and try to buy a house, I mean, fuck off, man. You're gonna pay
listen. The point
so much money.
The point I was trying to make about the Santa Barbara Channel Islands is this: I've sailed there many times. So there's 4 islands out there. How far away, if you're coming in from seaward bound towards those islands, like we sailed north to them all the time from the LA area,
right?
And would go up there several times a year in the summer, especially crystal clear blue water. clearest water I've ever seen. And we
Really?
used to get abalone that were about a foot long, and we would have mounds of abalone. But I digress. And scallops, and all kinds of fresh fish. But anyway,
No,
that
you're
place
you're
was
good, man.
splendid. But I've
So,
been,
well, you
yeah,
sailed you sailed near those islands. I've never sailed that far north,
yep,
but
I've sailed to those
I would love
islands.
to, man. I always had the dream of just sailing the California coast. I mean, just sail the whole Pacific coast. Fuck it, fuck,
Uh,
you know,
But
go all the
listen,
way up to Vancouver or something. You know,
I've been on Santa Cruz and Santa Rosa Islands, those islands, and San Miguel. I've been on all three of them. But listen, at Santa Cruz, where Arlington Man was found, it's so primitive there. There's Arlington Springs, man. Yeah, so it's so primitive. There's wild boar living there
I've heard
right
that.
now.
Hmm.
Like me and my brother were hiking up one of those canyons, and it looks like when you're there, it smells like you're in ancient time. These are where these giant spells live. And also, they found something very peculiar: a dwarfed mammoths that are like 6 feet tall, living along with these giants. So how the
Yeah,
mammoths got on there, because they're about 20 miles offshore or whatever, 30 miles, like we said, off Santa Barbara, 30 miles offshore.
yeah, they're out there,
But
man.
if
They're
you knew
not
how
close.
beautiful this place was, it is so beautiful. It's breathtakingly beautiful. Like like I
It
have
is.
memories I'm so fond of. But if you went there now, I'm sure it's probably just as beautiful. It's probably all fished out, though. No doubt that all the
Yeah, it's
abalone.
been
So
fished
I
out.
don't know if that's ever recovered, but it may have. And then also, there's so much area out there that's off of these little rocks, and if you get there on calm days, oh my God, you're gonna find a place that has a treasure trove of all the food you could possibly eat, all the fresh fish. I mean, it's incredible. I had a
It
cat
sounds
on
amazing,
board.
dude.
I had a cat on board. My cat's name was Tyke,
Tyke.
Tyke, and Tyke was a huge gray tabby with long hair. A giant freaking cat was my buddy. I had
Hmm.
him since he was a kitten. He lived on the boat with us. So what do you
That's
think
so
he was
cool,
doing
man.
when we were pulling that fish out from diving and all that abalone? That cat ate better than any cat I've ever known in my life.
All right, well, hey, yeah. As far as the Black Swan goes, the island there in the way out there, yeah, piss off. That's where the horizon is, people. And I just next time it gets brought up, the Black Swan will get brought up. But yeah, you got to mention that island, that way the fuck out there, man.
Well, here's the part that you have
It's
to
a
mention, though. Listen, the part you have to mention is that they're in the same shot
yep,
as the oil rigs. The
yep,
same shot.
in the same shot, man. Which would be crazy, impossible on the globe, man. Crazy impossible.
It's a death knell to the globe
It's the
completely.
death blow,
It's
man.
over.
It is the thing I've been looking for years. I mean, that without a doubt. I mean, we don't need to take any more measurements, man. We're done. It's over. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for playing, Globies. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, now all the tests we do, observational tests that we do, when we test up for obstruction over distance, is all now for our pleasure. That's all it is. It's like
It's
it
for
gives
my
us
pleasure.
joy.
Yeah. I'm here for the fun of it at this point, man. I'm like, hey, what do you got for we see too far? What do you got? I'll tell you what we got, man. We got no drop over distance, man. That's what we got. And I can prove it. And you can prove it to yourself, man. Just go to the lake, the ocean, whatever, big lake. You can see it all the way across it. Come on. You can see 10, 20, 30 miles. Yep. I mean, Sonny and I last summer were hanging on a sailboat, man. We were for 3 days. And then at night, man, we took a walk down to the water, and then we could see this bridge. It was like 9 miles away. And we shouldn't have really been able to see it It's called the Coronado Bridge. Yeah. We should have only been able to see a little bit of it, but we could see the whole thing. And, you know, there is no curvature, man. I just hate to break it to all these people out there on Globeland. Globeland, like Disneyland. Yep, that's where you're at. Globeland is Disneyland for you guys. And I get it, man. You don't want to leave. Nobody wants to leave Disneyland. I mean, get in there, you're riding rides, and it's great. Well, not really, but it used to be great, maybe at one time. I don't know. I grew up next to Disneyland. Oh, Whisper came and went. Damn. All right. So yeah, Disneyland in your head is the globe. And I get it. You don't want to leave it. It's cool, man. You don't have to leave it. But if you want to find out where you truly live, you gotta at least take a closer look at that globe of yours, man. Gotta take a closer look. I mean, I always encourage the newbies, man. Hey, man, go learn everything you can about the globe, then come back here and talk to us. You're not ready. You know, you got to know all kinds of shit about your spinning globe stuff, man. You got to know it. You got to know that shit inside and out, like we do. And once you've done that, then you'll be ready to have a conversation with us. We can take it to the next level, but until then, man, you're absolutely just deluding yourself, man. It's sad, man. I don't want you guys to do that. Don't dilute yourself, for fuck's sake. It's like saying, hey, man, I'm going to build a patio cover and, well, I'm not going to measure anything. I'm just going to put it up. What? No, the fuck you are. No, you're not. You got to, like, no, you know, you're going to mount the posts here, or you're going to put some cement, how deep, you know. You got a lot of things to consider, man. And just like the globe, man, you got a lot of things to consider with that, man. And you need to know that the moon, distance, the radius, sun. You got to know a bunch of stuff, man, about spinning, shooting space ball going through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Really? Oh my goodness. Who came up with that crazy shit? I don't know. It was Bob. It's Bob's fault. Damn it, Bob. It's all your fault. He verified the radius because Venus is, you know, exact same size as Earth. He checked out the math. It worked. It's totally cool, man. We're good. Bob from JPL. Bob did the. Yep. Once you got the radius, man, everything else, it'll work out really good. Well.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob. JPL. Bob. I think it was Nathan Oakley who was QE were like really trying to break that down. Like, who came up with this shit? Really? I mean, they found this guy Bob at JPL. Apparently, that he was the guy that verified the radius. The numbers were good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good. Good to go, guy. Good. So yeah, we got huckstered. Damn, getting huckstered sucks, man. I get it. Hey, man, that's what they taught us. I get it. I've heard 1,000 people coming here. What do you know about the globe? I don't know. They taught me some stuff when I was in school. I don't know. How far is the moon? I don't know. How far is the sun? I don't know. How big is the sun? I don't know. It's big. How big's Earth? I don't know. It's just big. I know it's big. You're like an ant on the globe. And come on, no, duh. You're just a fucking ant on a big ball. Come on. If you were just a little ant on a ball, of course, without 100%, sure, guaranteed that you would not know you're on a ball. If you're like just an ant. I'll tell you what, though, man. I've seen some ants, bro. Put them on a basketball, man. They fucking can like cruise across, from one
That's
side.
good proof, though.
And
You can't tell you're on the ball, so you're on the ball.
yeah, yeah. Isn't that proof? Come on, heretic. You know that. You. Duh. Come on. Does get ridiculously funny. That felt good.
Well, you guys hold down the fort. I'm gonna go to bed.
Hey, all right, Kim. Thank you so much for hanging out. Sorry you had to listen to my ramblings too long, but
Oh no, you're good. I love you.
now you
I
get
love
some
all you
rest,
guys.
and we'll talk soon. I promise.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You all take care and blessings to you.
Blessings. Cheers. All right. You have a good rest.
Cheers. All right.
Re-energize that brain of yours. Re-energize. So yeah, they give us these. You're too small. I mean, come on, duh. You're just too small to see the curvature. That's a good one, man. I like that one.
So that's how you see it, then.
Well, the boats go over it, of course, every time, but you can't really see it.
Okay, they get blocked by a thing that you don't see.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's a great. I don't know how it would hold up in court, but I don't know if I'd bring that to court. Say, hey man, I got this thing, curvature thing, and here's the proof of curvature. Is a boat going over the curve, boat disappearing in the distance. Yeah. Okay. That's a good one. You guys correct me if I'm wrong, but is it called the law of perspective? I think it is. Correct me. Is it a law or is it a rule? Which one is it? There's a difference between laws and rules, right? Yeah. There's a theories of gravity. We've talked about that a few times. We don't want to go into that right now, but there's laws, there's rules, and there's theories, right? Are those the three? Only three? Anybody help me? Well, I love, obeying the laws and theorize. You get a good theory. I'll hear you out. But you better back it up, man. With a real demonstration. Those theories, man. Back it up. It's a theory of gravity, right? That's always good. Theories. Hey, the big claim on the table, man. There's a big ass claim. Ball is the claim.
They forget what their claim is in the middle of making it.
Yes, they do that. And I just got to say, man, you're going to lay the big chips on the table. The big ones, man. The big round ones. You got to back it up, man. I want to see your hand. I want to see the cards. Can't just put a big globe in the middle of I'm betting the globe on this, okay? No. We got to see what's in your hand. Which cards are you going to lay out? So we're here for that. We like to see the cards. And
I know you don't just get to say in the middle of the card game, we just give up. And we ain't coming back.
well, I just, hey, Sonny, man. Sonny, I just theorized that I have fucking a full house, okay? Or I got a straight flush. I'm just theorizing that, you know. I have 4 aces. I'm just theorizing that I got 4 aces. On
Yeah.
my hand.
Well, if you just calculate it, look here on this piece of paper, I can calculate that I have full house.
Yeah, full house.
That my full house trumps your full house because mine's
Right.
aces, kings high, and aces. Sorry.
Yep.
You lose.
Sorry, you lose.
But I just made it up. So, but
You guys
everybody
lose.
else agrees. There's so many of us that just agree that.
Yeah. Big
We
thing.
interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special bulletin. Big Thinker is a wuss. Thank you. That is all.
I think I called him that earlier, but yeah.
This was a public announcement from Mayhem. Discord
Big-
24/7 Flat Earth 2.0. Okay, I said it wrong.
I was talking to him in the text chat and asking him to come in here, but he's like, "No, I think I'll stay in the text chat, and people won't answer my questions." I'm like, "Dude, just come into VC. We can talk about it."
That's right. Or
No, I don't have a mic. I was like, "Dude, grow a spine. Come in here."
I don't
What's wrong
have
with
a
you,
mic.
man?
He didn't
just
drop.
be
I
relegated to
don't have
this
a mic shit.
dumbass. He'll be relegated to the dumbass list. So
These listen, man. These guys have mics, but you know, I don't blame him. I'm pretty intimidating for some of these guys. They've been listening to me. That's all right. I'll take that.
yeah,
I told them I'm kind of a badass, so it's okay. I don't. Yeah, you can stay in your chat
yeah.
and type away at your little keyboards, and feel safe and sound and snuggly, where you don't have to be held accountable.
Exactly. Little baby.
Right, Big Thinker? Friggin' wuss.
He ain't coming in.
You're a wuss, bro.
I begged him for like an hour.
I mean, basically, bitch made. I mean, if I would be honest. I said that.
I heard
Ooh,
it.
I found some popping corn. Oh my gosh. I think I'm gonna make me a.
Yeah, basically, bitch made, Big Thinker. That's what it is.
He's laughing.
Yeah.
We're having popcorn, waiting for.
It ain't a mic he's lacking.
Waiting for
Yeah, I know.
Big,
Exactly.
waiting for Big Thinker to get bitch slapped by Flat Earth. Like, what's wrong with you, bro?
Hey, bring your globe, man. I want to know all about the globe. Bring it, please.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, he's asking the text chat. I've been asking this one question and nobody wants to talk to me. Shut up, dude. Get in the chat or something. Like, what are you doing over there? You really want to get down to brass tacks? Come on in here. Let's go. Let's not play footsies over there in the text chat. Let's stand up like a real man. Answer for you what your ball spinning space monkey religion is all about.
Exactly.
Let's go.
Tell us.
Bring it, man.
Listen,
Bring it.
the YouTube live stream voice text, the text is not for you to wuss out, be a little coward, and hide. And so you can
Yeah,
just,
man.
like,
That's it, man. Just bring it to the VC. I can hear I can judge you a lot better by the
press that
tone
link.
of your voice rather than just some typing shit in the chat.
I don't know what you're afraid of. You're sitting behind your keyboard. You're safe.
And don't give me that feign exasperation on the text. Ugh.
That's so
Better come in here and sound off like you got a pair.
I love this late night activity, man.
4 years now. First of all, you spelled 4 wrong. You spelled yours wrong, and you abbreviate. You use an acronym for shaking my head.
He's probably like 17 years old.
Yeah, you're a teenager, dude. No wonder you're probably scared.
He's done.
This kind of you're punching way above your weight class, dude. Way super above your weight class. You can't. There's no way. I'm serious, man. This is not for you. You're not the guy. Go look for the guys that you look up to and send their ass in here so I can destroy them in front of you. That way you can see they don't got nothing to offer.
Yeah,
because you ain't cutting it, man.
We've seen that movie. So I like to rewatch movies occasionally. Yeah, bring it, thinker. Come on, please, man. Be a man. Step up.
Why would you name yourself Big Thinker if you're not like willing to like share it with anybody? Like you're just being a coward. That's not.
It's a good question. It's a good question, Sonny. Why would you call yourself the Big Thinker if you're not willing to like go up against some big thinkers?
You should.
What's up with
you
that?
should name yourself Big Baby.
I like that. Yeah, Big Baby's fine.
Big Baby's in the house, man.
Or
Big Baby.
wait a minute. Here's a better one. Baby Huey, I think.
Big Thinker. I love big thinkers, man. I mean, isn't there a show called like Think Big or something like that? Or I don't know. There was a term called Think Big, Think Big or Go Home or something. I don't know. But
you're basically having a conversation by yourself over there in the text chat. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
I want to talk to a glober. So if there's 22 people watching right now, one of you must think the Earth is a globe. Somebody out there, because Big Thinker ain't gonna do it.
It's a globe. One of you guys thinks it's a globe, man. Bring it. Bring your globe.
I know. One of you guys is about to say, "Honey, hold my beer," and I'm waiting for you to step up. Someone is.
You would
Here,
think so.
hold my
Like,
beer.
listen, shouldn't they be like the most secure person people out there or whatever? Like, because look, they have the majority, right? Everyone believes what they believe. So I don't know what you're afraid of. Why would you be afraid when you have the majority to back your ass?
And you have thousands of years of scientific proof backing you, right?
Did you see the recent Neil deGrasse asked Tyson on Del Bigsby's show where he was like, well, we have to believe the consensus of everything, man. I mean, the consensus.
Yeah, he says stupid things, that guy.
The consensus, we have to go with the consensus. He was kind of doing one of those numbers where he's like, you guys just have to believe what everybody else believes, basically, is what he was saying. And it's like, that sucks, man. I mean, it's so cool to actually be a thinker and say, hey, man, let's go out and test all these things that they gave us in school. Yeah.
It's okay to be a thinker, just not a big thinker, because those guys are wusses.
Yeah.
Big thinkers don't do anything big. They're little thinkers.
Mm-hmm. The big thinkers are the little thinkers. Anyway, just step outside the box, man, and be a big thinker. That's all I'm saying. I want you guys. I mean, there's some big thinkers up in here, by the way. There's some legit 100%, without a doubt, big thinkers that come into this Discord. Fuck all, man.
I feel like, I don't know, tonight, I just feel like mowing down a sophist or something. I'm rolling my boulder to come in here right now. Yesterday, I wasn't feeling much of it, but if he does come in here, I'm going to tear him to shreds. I'll probably make him cry or something. I don't know.
Yeah. It sounds, when he talks, it sounds like he's crying all the time. It's kind of,
exactly. But I just want to, if he wants to just already do it, then might as well.
Let's take it over the cliff, man.
Yeah, it'd be good to see that, like, crack that sofa smile, like, crack that sucker in half.
Well, he was shushing Sasha and Martoth and whatever. Like, so
I love the guy in the chat, YouTube chat, Godzillion Light Years. I love
Godzillion Light Years.
Great fucking name, man. gazillion light years. I love it, and that's tight.
That's like a kid trying to say like just like a lot of years.
Yeah. Godzillion light years. Yeah. Hey, yeah, the closest star, man, it's only like 26 trillion miles away. Come on, Mig. You know that. That's the things I always like to say to them is like, know your globe, man. Know your solar system. Know your outer space, and how far things are. And you got to know all that shit before you're really ready to come in here and go talk to us. Really, I mean, radius, circumference, light year distance is. Yeah, you got to know all that stuff.
You know that saying, game recognizes game. I don't know, maybe it's just an urban thing, but
yeah,
you already know if somebody's coming in here to bullshit you. So if they're coming in here spouting out some kind of like Star Trek words, like something that's just like a tricorder, like, or just saying stupid shit, you already know that's nothing to do with reality. There's nothing that's adhering to like what we know. And they're using terms like these other science communicating dipshits, See, look at this. This is a typical coward, Big Thinker. I'm not joining VC, so my questions can be drowned out by laughs. And what are the R? What's the R? What's this? What's that? Dude, we're already laughing at your ass. You don't even have to come in here. We're laughing at you now, dummy.
Right. Yeah, we're just.
You're not coming in here because you don't want to get laughed at. We're still laughing at you. Freaking idiot.
Gotcha.
And a coward.
Well, don't tell so many jokes when you come in here, like the globe.
That's a lot of. Yeah, that's a barrel of laughs.
It's a barrel of monkeys, I've heard. It is like shooting fish in a barrel. I hate to.
Space monkey, who do you think you are?
I mean, that's how easy it is to take on somebody that thinks they're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. What?
What evidence you got? Snozbag just joined the chat, but he's on the fence. Globe skeptic. Yeah, it's not fun. We're looking for a Glober.
Snoz.
Oh,
Globers, where are you?
Meanwhile,
come out wherever you are.
Hey, Snoz, what's going on, man? Hey, welcome.
Not a lot. Been drinking.
Good. You've been drinking?
Yeah, man.
Me too, bro. I'm about to go to bed, but this crew can handle it.
What you drinking?
Dude, Monster energy drink came out with like new alcohol, but it's not like there's no energy drink in it, but it tastes like energy drinks. And I've been drinking too many of them.
Don't drink that shit, man. Whatever you do, do not drink it.
Oh man, you should have told me a little earlier. It's a little too late.
Wait. I got.
That's part of the recipe. That's part of the recipe for turning someone into a zombie.
Hey, the Monster energy drinks, do not drink those. Now, if they came out with an alcohol version of that, oh my God, that's like a double no-no, man. Don't even
drink as much of that as you
Yeah, that's what this is, the alcohol version. They call it the Beast.
I don't know where you live, Snoz, but I mean, I'm sure there's a guy around the corner from you making some really, really good beer. I'm pretty.
All right, is there anybody out there? Is there anybody out there that believes the Earth is a globe? I'm calling you guys out right now. 24 people watching the YouTube live stream. Somebody out there must think the Earth is a globe. Globe. You guys always talk about globe. Nobody ever brings me any evidence. Right now, let's go. Bring the evidence the Earth's a globe. Do it now.
Do you want me to be the glober for a minute?
Hell no, dude. You won't have a head by the time you leave here.
That wouldn't be
know that,
it's Snozbag. Snozbag, you're not a glober, are you?
I'm a what do they call it? An active not care.
What?
So that means you're a
What the hell
Glover.
is that?
Okay, thanks for the.
What the hell was that? Dude,
I don't- Listen, man.
think that was
okay,
a
hold on,
monster
hold on,
beer.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
That was a monster beer talking right there.
That's a monster beer. Oh my god.
I don't enjoy arguing one side or the other, but I do enjoy listening to people talk about it.
A monster.
Somebody's about to get wrecked right now. That's all I know. So don't.
Yeah, it's going to be me. Listen, I am very
I don't know,
easily
man.
wrecked. I'm not a challenge for you guys.
Yeah, I don't want to push over, dude. I want somebody with some bite back.
I am a pushover.
Nah, you're not that guy.
Well, thanks.
I'm looking for Big Think. I want Big Thinker to grow some pair of balls and come in here.
Balls,
He ain't coming in here, man. That guy, he's such a. It's like be like, come on in here, Wolfie.
Nice.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't understand you. Donde es su cajones?
Yo no entiendo por qué yo soy guapo.
Se lo perdieron, cabrón.
Yeah,
No tiene.
pinche cabrón.
Oh my lamo shinderu.
That's the monster beer talking against Nas.
It is, man. I gotta mute myself because I get chatty when I drink.
Hey,
Kathy, huh?
Yeah,
Okay,
I do this.
a-hole. Sorry.
Yeah, I do the same thing, man. It happens. Snoz.
Sorry. I only know
Hey,
the
Snoz,
words.
bro, man. Give me your greatest proof that you live on a spinning ball shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. What's
Shit. I don't know. I'm not smart.
All right, cool. Well,
Good answer.
we all learn that in school, man, right?
Yeah.
That's what we learned, right? I mean, it's a simple thing. That's what we learned. It's what they taught us. And we just went, oh, okay. Right? That's what we did. Right?
I think so. I didn't pay attention to school.
Well, I didn't, man. I was more an athlete than I was a student, for sure.
I'll be that kid in the back of the class that was like sleeping all the time because I stayed up too late playing Diablo or some video game.
There you go. But, they did, when you were very young, man, they just said, hey, man, this is the ball that you live on. Right? It's simple. Wasn't.
Okay, I can play this role. I can do it.
Yeah.
You ready?
And
I am a Glober. So, how is it that it's nighttime in one part of the world and not nighttime in the other part?
Oh my god.
Here we go. You
Am I
guys
doing good?
asked for
Did a good job?
You asked for it, Maggie.
I want somebody standing on all 10 toes. He's barely got like 2 pinkies down. I'll let Heretic or someone else take this.
All right. Sonny, take this, man.
I want a knucklehead. That's what I'm asking for right now.
Yeah.
So bring me your sophist. Where's that guy at?
There's no sophists coming. This
God.
hour. Shit.
There used to be. Sometimes.
Yeah, they used to be.
I think Rolling My Boulder was here at this time yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah.
Yeah. Was he drinking by chance?
I think so. He said he wasn't,
Right.
but he did. He sounded a few sheets to the wind.
Yeah, I've had a couple of late nights with that guy, man. Yeah,
He does drink.
Yeah,
A few sheets to the wind, man. You're southeast, ain't you?
Yeah, you're a whole mattress to the wind, bro.
Hell yeah, dude. Dude, all the fucking sheets are gone. The whole bedspread. My whole
burnt that shit.
My whole sleeping situation is gone.
We're down to the mattress, Miggy. Come on.
Yeah. Some people in the audience are saying Rolling My Boulder is annoying as hell. I don't disagree.
I don't disagree either, man. I mean, I've probably had like 10 nights with that guy, man. And I was like, oh my goodness, this guy. And
You don't have the mute button, do you,
Nah.
Professor?
I
You don't have one.
But
Okay, so yeah.
That's okay. But yeah, I had late nights with that guy, man. And wow, what a piece of work, man. I'll just say thanks for
I mean, it's more he's got some kind of trauma he's working through, because he's even a bad news for the Globers on their servers. They don't like him either.
Yeah, they're booting him too. Yeah. There. Yep.
So
Where I think like a lot of people get frustrated with me is I'm okay. Like with like I had a friend that believed that like I think his mom told him that how you get worms, like tapeworms, is like eating melted chocolate, and he believed that shit. And he got really mad at me when I was like, I don't think that's true.
There you go. That's called cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
You familiar with that term?
No, that's a lot. That's two big words.
Well, cognitive dissonance, meaning
cognitive is like brain stuff.
It's a brain thing that will trick you into believing something that isn't true.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer that none of us know shit, so I can't tell people if they're right or wrong.
Yeah,
That's where I'm
monster. That's your monster beer talking right there, man. You can't
do
speak
know
for
some
everybody.
shit, man. We know a lot.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, like
Grand scheme of things.
like if all the knowledge that there is to know was in a pile, we'd be in the fucking closet. Like,
Yeah, but we're not talking about that. We're only talking about the things that we can know.
yeah,
Yeah, we've been around this merry-go-round a couple of times, but last time you were here, so I already know that conversation doesn't bode well for you.
You met me before.
No, you're too many. You won't be able to handle a conversation right now.
Yeah, it's not that he met you before, but he met a lot of guys like you before.
No, I actually talked to Snozbag before. He's been here
you
before.
have?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah,
know.
he was a bit obstinate last time I spoke to him.
What does that word mean?
You've been drinking, is what it means.
Yeah, dude. I mean, honestly, I get like, it's like talking to people when I drink.
Yeah, me too, man. I think a lot of people like talking when they're drinking, right?
Yeah.
No, I don't think anybody's.
I'm here to make friends,
dude. I've seen.
I don't
open up. They never talk. They open up, man, when they have a couple of drinks, and it's like,
Yeah. Here's my thing about people that do or that are drinking. I don't really care, but when you start losing the coherence in the conversation, and then you start being disjointed, like you don't know social cues when people stop talking, then it becomes an issue. Other than that, I don't give a
they get
shit.
annoying and stuff. Like if I get annoying, just let me know.
I don't care. But other than that, like as far as I know Flat Earth Professor Dude knows how to handle his shit, and Helio does too. But then there's some moments where Helio's a little tip in the scales, you know. But we let him know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just let me. Like I swear to God, like if I get too annoying, just let me know.
I will.
Nope.
I'll be the first one, man. And
Don't worry, there'll be a red microphone by your name. You don't worry about that.
Fair enough, man.
There'll be a red microphone with the X
sitting right by your name.
Right by your name, yeah.
Sometimes I just need to listen. I don't need to talk.
Hey, we've
Would you
all
like a
had
demonstration?
Yeah. Wait, what? Am I being annoying already? I'm sorry.
Oh shit! I gotta go.
Just
to
like
bed.
that. See that?
Yeah, like that. There you
Okay.
go. You've been muted. And shout out to big thinkers. I just want to say to everybody that's been thinking big for the last, 7-8 years, that have really put the money where the mouth is, man. They put the cards down and said, hey, man, I'm a big thinker, and this is what I did. And I thought about it, and I looked, and I observed, and I did all these interesting things that pretty much, without a doubt, proved that we're not shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt, Flat Earth Professor.
Go ahead.
freaking, what's his name? Big Thinker was spamming like ha 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 in the chat. and Nightbot spanked him and it timed his ass out. Erased all his messages and shit. All the things he was putting in.
Oh shit, he's gone.
No, he's back, but he got all his shit erased. Like from
Shit, he's laughing his ass off. Yeah, I bet you are.
It erased everything that he previously put in there. Like all his shit. It's gone.
It's gone.
What a dumbass, dude. See what happens? Big dummy.
Well, you should come here and talk in the VC where everything he says will be saved forever.
Oh. Hopefully.
Dude, now we're laughing at you, you big dummy.
Dumbass.
Oh, shit. But like Heretic said, all you gotta do is come in here. That's it. Freaking hell, man.
YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
He's in the text chat, but
Where's the YouTube at?
Sasha. What up, Sasha? What are you doing in that chat, Sasha? Are you up? You still up? Oh, what time is it over there?
It's 8:30 in the morning.
Oh man, you're just getting up.
Yeah, but I'm driving daughter to the school.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll put it in live stream voice text. Snoz.
I found it.
Okay.
I just Googled or YouTubed Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, he got spanked, bro. All his shit got deleted. That was so funny. Funny as hell, bro. Loved it.
Oh shit. I heard myself.
Nobody wants to play footsies with that idiot.
What? Play footsie with what?
With that idiot in the text chat. He just wants to like talk to him there. Oh, this guy is majorly gone. Its account was created yesterday. And it's now here doing this. Who's behind the sock? Oh, it's a sock. Probably a sock, yeah. Oh, it might be a sock there. Teals. Hey, does Helio like go through all the moderators and delete some of it? Because I remember some people used to have moderator. I don't see them have moderator no more. I think Flatsy Klein used to have moderator, no? Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, he gets rid of all the mods in there every now and then. And releases the Kraken.
The Purge.
Scared, man. This is on YouTube. Shot.
What?
Huh?
What'd you say?
What's up?
No, I said, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
So now I'm kind of scared to talk.
Why?
I don't fucking know. I'm weird, dude. It just got really quiet.
It's eerily quiet.
That eerie quietness is what you hear on a flat plane. By the way, Buzz Snod, Mr. Snozbag.
Yes.
Do you have any reason do you have any good reason to believe that Earth is not flat besides someone telling you that it was a globe?
I mean, for the sake of this not quietness, I can think of, I don't know, can I? Give me a second.
Void of people telling you it's a globe. What evidence is there?
Right.
I mean, if I were on that side of the argument,
You wait a minute, you're not on the other side though, so stay where you're at. Just
yeah,
answer
I'm
the
right in the
question.
middle, man. I'm in the camp that I know I don't know shit, so I can't say if people are right or wrong. So I haven't been to space, and I haven't been.
So you have no reason, basically, is what you're saying, to believe that Earth is not flat. Okay, great. Welcome to Flat
Yeah,
Earth.
flat or not flat.
Well, no, because if you had proof of this globe, then you would have provided it really quickly. There,
Well,
you
you know what I'm saying? I don't have proof on either side of the argument, personally.
Okay.
Do you see any?
When you go outside, do you see any curvature outside in your daily experience?
I mean, I've seen curves.
Where? On the beach? Okay, we're talking about Earth curve, not the beach curve.
I was thinking about girl curves.
Not the swimsuit type. Yeah.
Okay.
Not swimsuit variety. We're talking the Earth curvature. Wouldn't it be curved over water? Well, they told us how big. So, have you seen that?
I mean, to be honest, I've just lived where I live. I don't think I've been to an ocean yet.
Oh, you've never been to an ocean? Okay, so let's say no, because apparently you don't see any curvature in your daily existence. You can probably see things much further away than the curve would allow. Anyway, how about motion?
I mean, right now it feels like I'm spinning.
Okay, besides the drinking, because you know when you sober up and put your feet on the ground, it hasn't moved 5 trillion miles overnight, right? Do you think your house moves while you're sleeping? It's flying through the air a million miles an hour. You think your house moved that far?
No.
Okay, good. So
But like,
you're hitting on all 6 cylinders. Okay, so but you got a V8. So we're trying to get up to speed here. So,
I don't know, I've never been on a yacht either. Like, if you're on a yacht and the yacht's moving, can you tell when you're on a yacht?
We're not. Yes. So yes, you can.
Okay.
Your vestibular system. That's how you know you're moving or not. Your inner ear has a system that allows us to tell when we're still or when we're moving or any angle changes of the skull, the container that the vestibular system is in. So, okay, great. So have you ever seen a demonstration of gas pressure without a container? In other words, you go to a tire shop and you say, hey, I want air around my tire. Could I get 32 PSI around this rim? What do you think they say to you?
So am I supposed to play the part that like the opposite?
Okay. Have you seen gas pressure contained by gases or gravity or any kind of gas pressure without the assistance of a container? Have you ever seen that?
I've seen gas float down.
See gas going from high to low? Yeah. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, like that heavy gas. I don't know what it's called.
Gas is seeking equilibrium. So gases to contain gas, you need a container, right?
Yeah.
Do you know why?
Because it escapes.
Well, you wouldn't have constant pressure if you didn't have a constant square area, square footage, or square inches. You cannot have constant pressure without constant volume. So you've never seen a demonstration. So if someone tells you that they're flying to a place that violates the second law of thermodynamics, in other words, how do they get through the barrier? They say it's an open system. Well, we have proof that it's not an open system. So they're telling you they went to space. Narnia is what that actually is. A place that you've never seen from a scale you've never seen or can imagine, and no one else has seen it either, but they've told you they did. That's why you're in the predicament here on this server that you're in right now.
I mean, at the same time, like a lot of people say they've seen ghosts and stuff, but I haven't. And I don't care if they think they have or not.
Yeah, it's about in that category.
So you've never heard anybody ever say that they've seen a ghost?
I hear it all the time, man. People like,
Okay.
but
Yeah,
I
the
haven't
globe
seen a ghost.
goes.
Besides the TV.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's like saying, based on a couple of people's hearsay, that this ghost is real. I saw it, but you never saw it.
Yeah, I've never seen a ghost.
Would you just go ahead and say, I know for a fact a ghost exists because my buddy over here saw one?
I mean, no. Like, I don't personally don't believe in ghosts. But, yeah, it's weird because, like, at the same time, maybe I just haven't had the experience.
It's weird because the globe is the ghost. That's what's weird about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've never flew to space. How can I say?
Listen, it doesn't matter if you flew to space. It doesn't exist.
Space itself is hearsay. Space itself is the ghost.
Or, I mean, like, whatever is up there. If there isn't up there.
There isn't up there.
Yeah, the only thing about, like, flat Earth is it raises more questions for me. You know what I mean? Like, if it's not space, what is it?
Are you uncomfortable having things that are unanswered?
No, that's most of my life, man.
Well, you might be at a good place then.
Yeah.
Not knowing what it is better than thinking you know what it is and having the wrong answer.
Yeah, just spreading like you act like you know it's a fact, but like I don't want to be that guy, you know? Fake news.
I'd rather know that I don't know what it is than to think I do and just have it all wrong.
That's where I'm at, man. I don't know. I do not have answers.
But it's pretty easy to get answers from water, from lakes and oceans. Have you ever seen a body of water curve at any scale?
I mean, the only scale I have is like my bathtub.
Yeah. Well, you don't see a curve there, do you?
No.
So you haven't seen it curve on any scale?
No.
So why would you think that it does that?
Because I don't know what it does at a large scale.
I think the reason is probably because people told you it does at a large scale.
Yeah. How would I mean, I guess, yeah, you go to the ocean and stuff.
Yeah. See if it might curve at that scale.
But what if that's still too small of a scale?
It's not. They gave us the metrics.
Yeah, but how am I supposed to?
It's supposed to be 8 inches per mile square to drop.
Put yourself in my shoes. Like, at a certain point, I have to, like, trust somebody else for being smart.
No,
I ain't there.
No, I mean, that's the opposite of what I'm saying. You just go and check it out for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I could look at an ocean, but I don't know the metrics and the math behind it.
Oh, that's easy, dude. Just go to an Earth curve calculator. Just type it into Google. How much curvature drop is there over whatever, 10 miles or whatever it is. Or just get an Earth curve calculator because you want to account for observer height.
All right,
and those are just numbers that you can Google. You can just punch them into a calculator, my observer height, etc., target distance, whatever it is that you're looking at.
So let's say I'm looking at something 5 miles away. The eyesight is 3 centimeters. Distance horizon 618 meters.
Yeah, so maybe you want to convert that to feet or miles.
Bro, man, this is too much. This is too much for me. There's too many numbers. There's got to be like a simpler way for me, right?
Let's get an Earth curve calculator, type in your height, see what it says for distance to horizon, put it in miles.
So Would my height be the eyesight level?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm 6'2".
Go with that.
What is the distance to the object? What does that mean?
It depends what the object would be. If you're looking at one, that doesn't really matter.
If I just say 5 miles?
Well, yeah, just go ahead and say that. But maybe just see what it says for distance to horizon.
4,907 meters.
Okay, can you put that in miles?
Yeah. 3.05 miles.
There you go. It's at only 3 miles. You should have a geometric Earth curve horizon, right, with your 6-foot observer height. Right, so that should be the maximum limit over the surface of this ball that you should be able to see, right? If you can see the water or whatever it is you're looking at extending further than that, right, then the surface isn't curving, it's not that ball. So you would probably want an object of known distance. Like, have you seen the Black Swan? It's a good example of this. That's why it's used constantly. What's that?
The movie Black Swan?
No, like the Black Swan observation, we share it here all the time. It's 2 oil rigs. I'll just post it. 1 sec.
See, I feel like I'm a very frustrating person to describe this to.
Nah. Trying to post it right now. The bot's kind of slow. Okay, do you see it in the live stream voice text?
Yeah. Rigs.
Right. So in this example, they used a 1-foot observer height. Right. So that would put the geometric horizon distance at only 1.2 miles instead of 3, right? It gets further out the higher up you go, right? So at the 1-foot height, it's only 1.2 miles, right? On the globe. You with me?
Seems like a lot of math.
Not really, man. It's just 1 foot off the surface. That geometric horizon distance is 1.2 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it would be on the globe. Given the globe radius, given how much it should be curving on its surface, right? 1 foot of height, 1.2 mile horizon. That's what you have on the globe. So the oil rigs are in that picture to kind of give you a demarcator.
So the observer height is 1 foot tall?
Yeah. The camera was placed 1 foot.
Oh, I thought you meant like the person's 1 foot tall.
Yeah, it's a leprechaun.
It's like a midget or something.
Yeah, right. The camera's a midget. But you see the furthest oil rig, right? It's at 9.4 miles. Right, so these rigs, they're only used here in the observation so that you can sort of tell how far the horizon is.
Right.
So the furthest one, we know that is 9.4 miles away from the observer there. Right, and that horizon is behind that furthest rig, right?
Right.
So that tells you that the horizon is definitely not at 1.2 miles, is it?
No.
So this is what we're talking about. This is how simple it is. You just look at a body of water and see if it exhibits the properties that it must if it's curving, right?
Right.
So it would have to have that horizon. I mean, that's what they said. Thousands of years. Oh, we saw boats going over the horizon. That's how we knew that the Earth was curved. It must be a ball, right?
So we're saying like the 9.41 miles one, like it should be like slightly covered up by the water?
Well, sort of, but it's more just about where the horizon is, right? It should be at 1.2 miles. So the rigs they're sort of just like a tape measure, right? All they're there for is to give you the distance, right? The furthest one you know is at 9.4 miles. You see the horizon beyond it. You know that horizon is further than 9.4 miles, which is definitely a lot further than 1.2, right?
But where did we get 1.2?
That's from the globe, the radius.
Like the globe is the radius?
those are the same numbers that you just looked up, right? When you took your 6-foot observer height and you got the 3-mile horizon distance, it's from that same formula.
Sure.
Right. So remember, like 6 feet of height, right? 3 miles,
Yeah.
right? So even if we wanted to just say, hey, let's just pretend that it's a 6-foot observer in that picture, right? Then even then, that horizon should only be at 3 miles. It's still much further than that, right?
Yeah, but how did we math? Like, what's the equation for that?
It's 1.225 miles times the square root of observer height in feet.
So it's like for
I just posted in the live stream voice text. So
Martov's
it's from
put it in the live
University
stream
of
voice
Washington.
text.
If you want to take a look at it.
Yeah.
Click on that link, Snousbag.
I didn't want to tell him that because he's already like, oh man, I'm drunk and I don't know, 1 foot.
Well, I don't think so. Yeah, sober me couldn't math, man. I don't. Drunk me is giving him a hard time. That looks like a lot of math. See, that's where that's the frustrating part because, like, I feel like I have to rely on like smarter people than me.
Not really, man. Like, you don't even. Well, you should check out the formula, but you could also just go to the Earth curve calculator, punch in 1 foot of height, and just see what you get.
Yeah, but who made the calculator?
Globers. It's based on the radius.
Like, what? How do we know they're right?
But I don't know. It's just that's Pythagorean theorem for it.
I've heard of it, but I don't know what that
It's basically like within the mainstream, you have things like NASA and universities and stuff all using the same mathematical formulas for the curvature of the Earth. And
So
there's a
they
reason
use their own
because
formula,
they're
they're
all
wrong.
using the same radius, right? Like they're all using the same numbers to work with. So it's not like there's a different formula that will give you a different result or anything.
So, like, it's the people that think the world is round. That's their math. And you're like,
Yeah, exactly.
it's
They're
wrong.
claiming the Earth is a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles. That means if you're this high, then the horizon should be that far. If there's something at this distance, that much should be hidden. Like, they have all this figured out. And the only thing we're doing is we're taking their model and math, and we're going outside and seeing, is this actually reality? We're finding out that it doesn't appear to be because it's off by orders of magnitude.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, if the horizon is supposed to be at 1 mile and it's actually behind something that's about 10 miles, that's an order of magnitude, right? It's just pretty off when you're talking about, like, oh, is it accurate or not? Because usually you're talking about decimals when something is accurate.
Right. Is there another Glober person here? Because I feel like I'm not up to this task right now.
It's pretty easy, dude. Just take their calculators, take their numbers, and just compare them to what you actually see in the real world.
Oh, it sounds easy, and everybody makes it sound easy.
It is
That
like for this.
makes me feel dumber than normal, you know. And I know I'm dumb, but when people tell me it's easy, just use the Pythagorean theorem and calculate
no, dude.
this shit.
You don't even really have to do that. You can just go to one of their calculators, right? Earth curve calculator. It's not us who put those out there, right?
I mean,
And
I
what
can
did
plug in
Markov just
all kinds of numbers.
post?
Does it mean that I know what it means?
No, like from what I've heard so far, I wouldn't say you're dumb. It's just that you don't know about this yet, right? But you could learn about this, so it's not like you're too dumb to even understand the argument, right?
I mean, yeah, I
really
understand the argument. I can't do the math. Which I mean, I don't need to do the math.
Yeah, just use an Earth curve calculator. Put the numbers in, put the observer height in.
It's the beauty, right? You already have things like NASA and universities giving you the math, so they figured it out.
Or that's the other thing too. You can just take their formula if you really want to do it yourself, right? Just take their formula and just use a calculator to get the result.
Well, I mean, even then, like, you know, NASA will be like, "Oh, the sun is a ball of hot gas." I'm like, "How the fuck do you know?" Like, I just don't know.
That's an excellent question.
Like, do they dip a fucking spoon in there and like test that shit? No, you can't. Like, theoretically, if it was what it was, you wouldn't be able to get that close to it and know what it was. So how are they going to tell me what it is?
So I don't think you're that dumb at all.
I'm just not smart in the right areas for this particular discussion, I guess.
Maybe you're intimidated by it.
It is very intimidating. I'll put that. That's why I'm just going to sit on the fence until I get my shit figured out.
Yeah, fair.
Or you get you a nice red hot case of hemorrhoids.
I've had. Listen, okay, I don't know if I had that before, but Wait, what does that have to do with this?
Yeah. It's usually the Globers who are trying to drag it off topic. What's going on here?
Because I can talk about hemorrhoids all day, but
Just kidding. We drag it off topic as much as anybody.
yeah, I'm like, I'll talk about anything. Do I know what I'm talking about? Absolutely not.
I think he was referring to him sitting on the fence. That's what it was.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I used to work construction. They'd tell me if I sat down on the concrete, I'd get hemorrhoids. And that was just a trick to get me to quit sitting down. Because I was lazy.
Well, what do you think of that Black Swan picture that I posted?
It's 2 oil rigs. And I really like how they said bye-bye.
Okay, but what was the argument actually about?
That if according to their math and stuff, that the further oil rig should be below the water line.
It's sort of more about where the water line, aka the horizon, is.
Yeah, that's not the argument.
Oh, well, I misunderstood it. Because like the horizon means that's where the curve is, right?
According to the people that think the Earth is a globe, yes.
So, according to them, that the further oil rig should be below the horizon, right?
No, it's not about the oil rig at all. So imagine the oil rigs, the only thing they're there for is to show you how far away the observer is from the horizon. So the horizon is the most important part about this image. Like, the oil rigs don't have anything to do with it. If they're wavy or whatever, don't worry about that. Or how much should be hidden, or that's not a part of it. The thing you should be focused on is the actual horizon, where you see it. And so in this, go ahead.
The horizon is behind both of them?
Yeah, you see that, right? We all do. Yeah. Okay, so where the sky meets the sea, that's where the horizon is, right there. So, that being said, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles away. But because we see these platforms at 9.41 miles and 6.21, that's a lot farther than 1.22 miles. Right? So the horizon is beyond that. The horizon is past 9.41 miles because that's where the platform habitat is.
So it's like now 12 miles away.
Well, 10 to be on the safe side, right? So you could say 10 miles away, right? 10. So the horizon is not at 1.22 miles. It is at like 10 miles away. Do you understand now? So what we're showing, the ball math is wrong because we are seeing a horizon beyond 1.22 miles, and we're going to estimate it at like 10 miles because we see platform habitat at 9.41 miles, and the horizon is beyond that. So the horizon is the most important part. That's what we're really identifying in this image.
But if even if the horizon is 10 miles away, if it's flat Earth, there wouldn't be a horizon, right?
Well, why do you think that?
There's a horizon. There is a horizon with flat Earth. There wouldn't be anything wrong with having a horizon on a flat Earth. As a matter of fact, the horizon on the flat Earth just is the limitation of our view, like of how far we can see. That's it.
So, like, if the sun starts coming up over the 10-mile horizon, let's say if it was 10 miles, that means it dipped below the horizon at some point, right?
No, it doesn't dip below the horizon. Okay, so when you see these squares right here, like on the image that Martok put in the live stream voice text, do you see that? Look at all
Yeah,
those
I
squares.
was going to try to explain it, but
Yeah, you go ahead, Martok. No, you go ahead. I'm going to eat my fruit.
well, I mean, like what we're seeing basically is that the horizon is an optical phenomenon, right? It depends on the observer. It depends on the conditions that day, where you actually see the apparent line that separates sky from the ground. But on the globe, right, they're claiming that it's actually a physical obstruction, right? Like you said, sun's going below the horizon, boats disappear below the horizon, etc. So they're claiming that there's a physical obstruction happening with the horizon. But if it's an optical phenomenon, that can't really happen. Right? It wouldn't be a physical obstruction. Like all you can really say is that it wouldn't be visible above the horizon anymore because that's all you can see. Right? You're not looking through the water or anything. So, like the image I posted with the squares, this is actually done on a computer, right? It's just a flat rendering. And there's clearly a horizon.
Yeah, but does the sky on the horizon ever go below the horizon?
Yeah, it's just a point where you can no longer resolve, right? Because the angle, it's too far away, it becomes too small. You can no longer resolve the difference between the sky and the ground. That's really all it is.
But what did it look like? Like if the sun was in the farthest part of the horizon, wouldn't it look like the sun was just touching the ground? Or would it look like it's below it?
Let me weird things over water with the sunset.
Let me post an image that a GIF that might even make some sense to you. Well,
that's not what I posted. But,
yeah, no. Let me throw a GIF in here. Hey, I want you to check this out. You might like it. I gotta scroll down through all these freaking GIFs. Here it is. This one. You see when the camera was all the way zoomed out, you could see that the sun was touching the water.
Yeah.
And when it zoomed all the way in, it was above the horizon. Look at
but it never looked like it was below it though. Did it?
Yeah, in the very beginning, like right before it zoomed in. Like all the way zoomed out. It looked like it was touching the water, but when it zoomed in all the way, you could see it was above.
I don't know if you guys tell, but I squinted my eyes and got really close to my screen.
Well, I mean, like the point I was trying to make is that if the horizon is actually a optical phenomenon, then there can't be any physical obstruction, right? That can't be the cause of why you don't see things anymore.
Then what caused it? Like why?
Well, like
it's a limitation. It's a limitation of your view.
I think you should see infinitely, right? And optics is entirely based on angles. So if you want to actually look at, I can post some videos if you want with a lot of information about optics if you want. But pretty much the bottom has the smallest angle, which means that as soon as things become unresolvable, the smallest angle is what's going to be unresolvable first, right? So this is why, like, if you have a ship or a sailboat, yeah, the bottom's that's a really small angle compared to like what you have to the top of the ship. And then especially over water where you have things like waves and the lights being affected by it, well, obviously things are going to disappear. But all the globe is really doing is saying that whenever things disappear, it's like, oh, well, that's because of curvature. And then we ask them, well, what's the evidence? And they say, look, the things disappear. So it's like there's not even really any evidence that this is actually a physical obstruction. That's why we're looking for the evidence of it, that this physical obstruction is actually at the correct location that they're claiming.
We know it's not from the black swan and the other things that we just showed you.
Right.
Like what I would say you shouldn't do is like just believe these images and be like, oh yeah, okay. Like I would just go outside and try this yourself. The math isn't that hard. You need a body of water nearby that's about maybe 5 miles, 10 miles would be enough.
No, but I think my eyesight's already fucked up from looking at the sun too much when I was a kid.
Yeah, if you want to sun gaze, you should do that during sunset, sunrise, not during the day.
Like in my mind, when I think like because I'm probably thinking of it wrong, but like if like I try to imagine like a flat plane and where the sun is. You know what I mean? Like I get because I mean like I get y'all, but like the point that it proves opposite gives me more questions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Like,
I mean, questions are good, right?
Like if you were at like a flashlight on a map, you know what I mean? The flashlight, I mean, at scale, wouldn't you still be able to see, like, if you're a tiny molecule on that map?
No, light doesn't attenuate through the medium of air. The medium of air has an extinction limit. That is known. That is known.
Well, like
you understand?
It's not just the air, right? I mean, you actually probably know this phenomenon. The bottom of the ocean is dark, right?
Right.
You know that, even in the daytime, right? Because the light isn't able to reach there because there's a lot of water that attenuates and absorbs and blah, blah, blah. Like the same thing happens with the air because it's also a fluid medium. But since air has a lot lower density than water, of course, this doesn't happen at like 1 kilometer. Because if you take the water, then 1 kilometer below it, even in the daytime, it's dark.
Like the further away from the sun,
so obviously in the air, you can see
harder for the light to reach.
Eventually, light's going to be affected in the same manner.
Yeah, it's not too hard. It's not too hard to grasp.
Yeah, I mean, like people have this idea about light travels infinite distances because you have this entire space story, but that's not really what seems to be happening in reality because we have fluid mediums everywhere.
But I mean, like, how far away is the sun, though? Because like, if the sun is directly above me, is it further away from me than it is?
Yeah, I don't see how you would be able to like actually measure that.
Because every time we see the sun, we see the apparent sun, not the actual sun. It's like every time like you see the sun coming up from the horizon, you see something like a large sun, and then when it's above your head, it's a bit smaller. You've noticed this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you know the sun is actually growing and shrinking while it's doing what it's doing in the sky? You would be able to tell if it's the actual sun or you're apparently seeing the sun. You know, there's no way of knowing.
But like, that would bring up a question of like more important, like if like the whole fact that the light doesn't travel, like. Fuck, dude, I'm too drunk for this. But just like if the light coming through the air, like you can only see it so far away before, it's kind of like the seawater. Like you can't see light at the bottom of the ocean. That raises a lot of questions about what the fuck is the sun?
Nobody knows that. Those are the unanswerable questions. But on the globe side, they have explanations, right? So on the one hand, you have people that want to like have their curiosity kind of like have some answers to that. The globe will provide you with that, but only in the form of the lore, like fantasy, because you can't verify the shit that they say. So you're gonna be like, okay, now I have an answer, I just can't verify it. So they're gonna have the upper hand at that point, because you're gonna be like, well, I trust them. That's what you'll start saying. I trust them. How do I know what planets are? I trust them. How do I know what the sun is? I trust them. Like, that's it. That's all you're going to say for everything. Instead of saying, I don't know, you'll be saying, I trust them.
Yeah, I don't know what the sun is. I don't know what it's made of.
Either you don't know, or you're going to trust what they tell you. You're going to choose, though. It's going to be one of those.
Well, also, like, the thing is, humans have always...
What?
Like that would just, it gives that curiosity of like, where is
that doesn't go away. Listen, that doesn't go away, but I'm just telling you, if you're intellectually honest, you're not going to stand there and pontificate on what it is. You're just going to be like, I either know or I don't know what this thing is. That's it.
Yeah.
You can try, but what good is that going to do? Okay, let's just say you thought of some real good idea. You're going to tell somebody else your real good idea, and they're supposed to believe you? Is that how this works?
No, it's like the moon was made out of cheese or some bullshit.
Well, like what I would say is like consider perhaps for a minute that like for the entirety of human history, people have been looking up at the sky, seeing the things in the sky, and making up stories about it, and like having belief systems formed around it, etc., etc. Like nothing's really changed. We're still not able to actually physically test anything in the sky. So really all the best you could do is come up with an explanation or a story or perhaps some kind of mathematical model, which is like why you had the geocentric and heliocentric models, right? Because they both kind of work, but yeah, where's the evidence, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's a...
So like this is all we're saying. It's like, well, we're not able to test the things in the sky, so it doesn't seem like there's much point debating about whether it's this or that or whatever they're saying it is or whatever someone else thinks it is. It's not really relevant because at the end of the day, nobody can really do anything about it, right? But the surface of the Earth, well, we're all there. That's easy. They're making specific claims about what it is, what it should be doing, what it should look like. So, I think that's the thing I should think you should be focusing on.
See, that puts me more, like, that just firmly more puts me on the fence.
Oh, you shouldn't even be there in the first place, man, because, like, on the fence means you're considering both sides, and I don't think that you can with the globe because there is no evidence for the globe. As we stated to you, they only have explanations, and you're either going to trust them or say, I don't know. You have one of those two choices. Like that's
from the flat Earth side, it's like... I agree with the fact that, like, you know, we don't know, therefore, how can you know? Like,
yeah, because I mean, I've heard of the way you
think. I like that logic behind it.
I know because I've heard of the way you think. You basically think that we can't know anything. So I could see why you would side with that. But that's still not where we're at. Because we can know some things. And that's where we differ from how you think. Which is why I'm trying to tell you that's vastly different from you saying that you're on the fence from saying that you don't know at all for anything, and then saying, well, we can know some things, but we just don't know, like, those unanswerable things that they put a story to. Like the sun, the distance.
Like asking what came first, the chicken or the egg. Nobody knows, dude.
Yeah.
Well, I do. Chicken was created. The chicken was created to lay the egg. But it's creation.
Does he think that is important?
The creator would anyway. If you're not religious, you probably won't think that.
Do you think that it's important? I'm asking him. Does he think that it's important to know what sun it is?
Oh, like what bearing does that information? Like, is it important to know what the sun is?
To me, no. But is it important?
No, not for you. For this topic, but that.
Yeah, I think an understanding of like where the sun is in like relativity to us, I think that would bring a lot of answers.
For what? What will that answer?
Like the horizon thing, you know, like the whole
what?
Like, you know, light, how far light can travel.
Well,
you can travel on the same distance.
Let's say
the sun is so far away.
Well, it depends on the medium, right? Like we already discussed this.
Yeah, Martoth already showed you. Like you go into the water, right, on a clear sunny day, and you're not going to see that sun shining if the further down you go. You already know that light attenuates through different mediums differently. So why would you need to then know about the sun and its distance if you can already demonstrate for yourself that this actually happens in different mediums? Like, depending on how light travels through the different medium, it's going to attenuate differently. That's basic knowledge, dude. You can even demonstrate to yourself that this is the case.
But I mean, if the sun is like an absurd distance from us.
You just want to know how far away it is to satisfy your own curiosity because the Earth being a globe gave you an answer. So you want the flat Earth side to have an answer so that you can be like, if I side with flat Earth, this is the psychology behind why you're doing this. If you're with flat Earth,
wrong, but I am curious.
Dude, you're rumpusing me right now. Like what I'm saying is, when you actually get to the side of flat Earth, you want there to be some questions answered for you. So there was somebody who was to ask you. You're not just saying I don't know to everything. I've heard of that before. Some people like a replacement theology. They want to have something to give to the people that ask them the questions. You don't want to be just left with your dick in your hand, like, so, you know, to say it in a different way. But that's kind of like how you're looking at this. There's no answers to those questions. And the globe side, they have these explanations. And if you come to the flat Earth side, you're going to be saying, I don't know, a lot of times. You don't want to be left that way. That's like a normal reaction for somebody to actually think this way. But still, it's not going to get you to the place where you want to in your understanding. If you say, like, I'm on the fence, let's say, because of this. That's a really dumb reason to be on the fence, because you're not going to have an explanation to tell people about how you know. Because if they ask you, you're going to be like, well, it's, you know, I don't know. And you just don't want that to be a good look on you, because you want the people with the globe, they have a lot of ego because they spout off their nonsense about what's in the cosmos and that. I mean, maybe you want to sound like that way with flat Earth, and it's just not that way with us.
Listen, man, as soon as I open my mouth, everybody understands that, you know, I'm not very knowledgeable. I'm not one of those people that like to explain things, but I do. There are things that, you know, I'd like to know for me.
And you're not going to be able to get over the fact that on this particular instance, when it comes to the sun, that you might not ever know. I mean, if you can't deal with that, if you can't reconcile with that, then there's going to be issues for you just personally. Like, because let's just say that you're never going to know. Would you be like, would that sit well with you? Or would you just be like, I'll just remain on the fence then, if that's going to be the case?
I mean, it just, because at a certain point, like you like, it's either I sit on the fence or I trust other people's.
Bro, that's not what this is, though. Like, we've already told you, you're actually doing the work to discover things for yourself. The things you can know, you can actually demonstrate, right? It's self-evident. Things are can be done to measure, right? The things you cannot know, like the sun's distance and like other things that you're probably looking into, those things that are not known, they stay in the realm of, like, I would consider unobtainium. So you are not able to obtain that information or to know it, but you can see the effects of those things. But your beef right now, and the reason why you like to say you're on the fence, is because you're not going to have an answer for those things that you think they need to have an answer. That's the only reason why you're on the fence. If it wasn't for you trying to, like, say that you know the distance to the sun, then you would already be a flat earther, because you can see our side, what we present. It's logical, it's consistent, and it gives you an answer, like, it demonstrates an answer to, like, is the earth curving or not? But on the other hand, it's more the reason why you're rejecting right now. You're just like, I'll sit in the fence. It's just more to deal with you being having your ego, not being able to have explanations. That's it. That's all it is.
It's because the Globers.
Can I ask you?
Well, what is it, Snaz?
So the Globers have answers to things that I don't understand how they got answers for, and Flat Earthers have, like, answers to things that need answers from things that I don't think anybody has an answer to.
And
no,
I would just add that, like, flat earthers can also tell the globe side of the story, usually.
Snows, let's say that you know the distance to the sun, and then what?
Then how does the sun, right, like the light going through the air?
Let's say that sun is really 93 million miles away, and then what?
Then what is the difference of a couple? Like, if on the scale of things, it shouldn't matter where the sun is positioned above us.
Okay, that mean that water will curve in reality when sun, if we realize that sun is 93 million miles.
But we know how. Do we know how?
Do you understand me? Do you understand me? We will, maybe you and me now realize somehow the distance, and we get it. 93 million. It's true, and that's saying that it's a globe, you know, because that it's in globe math. But now let's check it in the reality again. The water, you know, I mean, water doesn't curve. That means how doesn't curve, and sun is 93 million miles away, like you said in a model.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's like, I mean, on equivalence, it's like shining a light at a fucking house a mile away, and if you move your light an inch to the right,
Yeah, but how that will change the surface of the air?
it doesn't. That's where I'm confused at.
It doesn't. That means that you don't need to ask questions about sun, because you will never, ever, ever find out. Not me, not you, not anybody. But let's ask the questions about the surface, because even if the sun distance doesn't matter, because it will not change the surface. That means the surface will be the same even if we find out the distance.
Yeah, let's clear the air. Let's Snoz. Let's clear the air here. You're not confused. It's your ego. You want to know about how far away the sun is. It's not that you're confused. I think we should just do away with that. It's not that I just can't figure this out. No, it's the fact that you want to know so badly that that's what's going to prevent you from actually moving forward. That you not knowing the distance to the sun. That's what's stopping you, honestly. Like if you look at yourself and you're just like really call yourself out on this, that's what it is. It's your ego. You don't want to say
Isn't that
you
how
don't know.
everybody be though? You know, if you don't have answers,
No.
you shouldn't believe
Dude.
something without the answer.
That's not the point. Like we're not telling you to believe somebody about anything. Like when has anybody in this room told you just believe us? That's all you got to do. What has anybody ever said that to you?
No,
Do you
but
know what?
if I was
do you know
smart
what-
enough, I'd find it out on my own, and I'm not smart enough.
What we're
you know
telling you that everybody can figure this out. Like there's methods that you can go discover for yourself. Drop over distance doesn't work out. Like we're showing you long distance observations that you can do yourself. You can replicate, falsify that the Earth doesn't have any curvature. We're telling you what to do. It's literally, you can go out and do it. But when it comes, go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah, you will say now. That's what I wanted to say.
Oh,
when it's
did I say
when
what
it's
you
come
said?
to, yeah, that's I heard it. When it's come to now, yeah, I understand that you will say what I want to say. When it's come to the moon or the sun, we cannot that verify, because we cannot. We can verify only things on the beach in reality, and you can do that. That's what Miggy is saying.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just really your ego, bro. That's it. You're stubborn, and it's your ego. I'm gonna call it what it is, because I'm not gonna say that you're confused. That's not. It doesn't look that way from my side. It looks like you just got a lot of ego, and you're not gonna let it go. You're just gonna be stubborn and dug in, and you're like, nope. Until I find out the distance of the sun, I'm gonna remain on the fence. And that's ridiculous, dude.
Even famous Glober said, better fallacy than nothing. That means flat earthers has nothing. They have no map. They have no model. And we have model. We have distances. We have everything. That means flat earth is bullshit.
Yep. And that's kind of why you say you're on the fence. So it has nothing to do with that you can't provide evidence that the Earth is flat, because you can clearly see it. And that's all you really need. Flat and stationary. That it's not moving. And it's definitely a flat plane of existence. But see, from that perspective, you can already be a flat earther. You don't want to be, because there's not answers on this side. Because we're telling you like it is, and it's not boding well with you. You're like, I don't want to be somebody who says I don't know to that stuff. I need to know how far the sun is away from us. And that's pretty stupid, because nobody knows. The globe Earth has explanations, and that's all they have. They don't got the answer to how far away it is.
For like, if somebody came up to me and like they were like, "Oh, is the Earth round or flat?" If I would be stupid for saying I don't know.
Bruce, do you know how they get it that distance to the sun?
I didn't know.
I don't know.
They assume the size of the Venus.
Sorry, one more time.
Yeah,
assume
use the
the size of
transit.
the
Type in
Venus.
the Google transit of Venus. That's it.
Oh, Venus.
Yeah, they assume that Venus is the same size like the Earth.
See, I don't even know. I know Venus is a planet, but I don't know.
Yeah, he's
or
just saying
whatever
he's just
it
giving you
is.
like some facts from the globe, like how what they're saying that about
See,
the
but-
cosmology.
Like, I'd be talking to somebody that's a glober right now, and they'd be just as frustrated with me. You know what I mean?
Shall we take a telescope, watch the Venus, all us together, and say which size is?
Yeah, no. Here's the thing, man. It's really all of this conversation for you, Snaz. It just goes right back to your pride, bro. Pride and ego. That's it. You're not letting it go. I'm really pointing it out right now to you.
What am I
That's
being
what it is.
prideful about, though?
You want to know certain things that you cannot know, and you won't let it go. That's the only reason why you say, "I'd rather remain on the fence." That's it. I'm telling you, I'm pointing it right out to you. This is it for you.
I mean, what's the opposite of that? Just being like,
well, if I could just maybe point something out, because like I think there's a logical issue with this as well, right? Like, okay, say hypothetically that you get some measurement of the sun by using whatever method. Now you have a distance. Okay, cool. But we also have measurements of the Earth's surface that show that it's not curved at the rate the globe claims. Okay, so now what's our issue? Well, somehow you're not able to reconcile those measurements with some type of model or diagram or cartoon or whatever you want to make for that to reconcile it. But that doesn't mean that the measurements are wrong.
Right. They just create.
So even in principle, if you get a measurement of the distance to the sun, that's not going to change the measurement that you can do for the surface of the Earth. So it would be irrelevant to determining whether the surface of the Earth is curved or not curved to get the distance to something in the sky.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if I was smart enough to do the math myself, and I'm like, I proved it to myself. Like, oh, these measurements prove that the Earth is flat. But then that just creates more questions. You know what I mean?
Well,
yeah,
like
it absolutely
what?
does.
Like what? Name one.
Tell you, like, we don't really have
if the
answers
Earth
to
is
that.
flat, there has to be an edge to it.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Could there not be an edge to the Earth?
Okay, so what you're thinking about right now is something that has been like propaganda in your mind, and you're just basically telling us. We've all seen in the images of like Christopher Columbus falling off the edge of the Earth with his ships. Like that is what pops in everybody's mind when we talk about flat Earth. That's common. So that's why you said what you just said, because this already was planted in your mind, and it was a quick retort to like how okay, so it's flat. Now where's the edge? That's what people do. They say those questions. Is that not something you thought about? A ship going over an edge. That's probably what you thought about, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's be real here, because I want you to be honest with us as to why you're saying these things, and that's because the skids were already greased for this to happen. So this thing in your mind was already planted. You don't know if what we're living is an enclosed system. It could be all contained. We don't know this. Like, we haven't been to the place where we can actually touch the container that touches the ground. We haven't done that. Nobody has. And
what has stopped us from doing that, though?
It's going to get more complicated from here on in. But I'll let some people chime in. I don't want to hog the mic too much. But if you guys are joining us right now, we're talking to Snozbag. Sasha, did you want to have something like?
Yeah, Snooze, what do you think about that Earth is something in the space?
I don't know.
Be honest. Be honest.
You said edge.
Like, okay, so if I was to imagine like a flat Earth, I do think it's like a space is still like, I still think space, like we're in space.
So there's a flat Earth in space flying around.
Yeah, but I've never been to space, so
no. But that's how you picture.
Yeah,
you picture flat Earth is flying around.
Mind, yeah.
Okay.
Is it moving or it's stationary?
I'd say stationary.
Yeah,
I think so.
Okay, stationary doesn't move.
Look at Flat Earth Council.
There is no curvature, and plus there is no space also.
So there's no space?
How you can have this atmosphere near to the vacuum?
That's true, like, because all the air would just go away.
Or let's put it like this: how big is atmosphere? How to say that?
But how there's not air in space?
How big is our atmosphere in confrontation with the all vacuum of space?
I don't know.
I will tell you. We are a little small dot, like an atom.
Yeah.
Okay, I seen that.
Because
Greg.
if we are 40,000, if it's that ball 40,000 kilometers, what they're saying, 35,000 miles. Do you know how big is space?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
What are you doing up this late, Greg? Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Chit-chatting.
Go ahead, Sasha.
And now you have that ball open system with that atmosphere moving 66,000 miles per hour through that vacuum without losing anything, water, air, nothing.
So does that mean
That means this in this moment you are going around your axis 1,000 miles per hour, maybe 800, it depends where you are, and plus you're going left or right 60,000 miles per hour.
Oh, excellent.
see? I mean that's confusing. Just as the way of like.
Yeah.
Maybe, guys, can I give him something to consider?
Yeah, go for it.
Because like you were saying when you were imagining flat Earth, right? And you were thinking about it in space and all this other stuff. So, okay, try imagining that Earth is the space that things are embedded in, rather than being something embedded in the space. Does that help?
Then what is this? Where's the sun at? Is that part of Earth?
Well, we're on Earth and we see the sun, so
it's like.
Oh, you wanted just a quick explanation as to the entire system. So basically, if we were to put it in words, we'd be like the floor of the universe. Like what we're standing on is the floor of everything that there is, right? Because that's all we can tell from this vantage point that we're on. The Earth that we're standing on, that's all that there is, and everything that's above us, that's everything that's in creation. Like all of that and where we're at, that's it. There's no other multiverses or other galaxies or anything. It's just we got everything here. But we can't travel to those places up above us, like as in take a rocket ship and fly to the moon or whatever. Like that's not possible.
But like high altitude airplanes, like they start they have to wear oxygen masks, right?
Yeah, so it gets a little bit more difficult as things start to traverse a little bit higher in altitude. Yeah, you're getting it. Yep.
But if like we're on the floor of a room that we don't know how big the room is, like what? Yeah. Why is the air where we're at?
Because it's made down here. Air is made down at the bottom on the
from
floor.
Like trees and shit.
Well, I mean, it's not trees so much, but it is produced. The air is produced down here. Gas is produced on the floor.
There also seems to be a temperature gradient. It gets colder when you go up. Like all the mountaintops are frozen and stuff. So
wouldn't eventually, like, if the room was enclosed, wouldn't we eventually be able to? Wouldn't the air eventually be able to fill?
No, because that would require a constant temperature in the entire volume.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Right, because temperature and pressure are directly proportional, right?
It's a dynamic. It's a dynamic system that it keeps continuous movement in our system. There's currents that are in the water, currents on land, currents in the air above us. There's currents everywhere that keep everything in motion. So it's always there's always a high and low pressure circulating and keeping things in fluctuation to keep our system very dynamic.
One of the reasons I would say, perhaps speculatively, could be the sun, right? I mean, you have uneven heating of the surface. Like some areas are hotter, some areas are colder. It's night, it's day. So that's all going on and affecting the air and the water and everything. So,
it's a wonderful created system for sure. But like that's what we're dealing with, and we're not dealing with the vacuum of space and all of that nonsense. So if you started over like a clean slate and you wanted to start from like, okay, let's start from the very foundation. That's exactly how I explained it to you. Like, we are the floor of everything that there is, and then everything that's above us, that's all we have, like, ever, like all what you can see. And you can't travel to those places, so we're the bottom floor of everything. But there is no outside. I mean, to think about, like, there's an outside and, you know, an ever expanding cosmos, like they tell you. That's not it. So you're saying, well, I don't know what space is because I can't travel there. But it's just like you saying in the way it sounds to us is like, I can't prove that Middle Earth is real because I can't travel there, or I can't prove Narnia is real because I can't travel there, or Hogwarts or whatever.
It's in New Zealand, mate.
No, I could make it even more fantastical, like Hogwarts or something, like a place. Yeah, you're telling us that you can't see it's real because you've never been there. It's like, well, that place doesn't exist in the first place. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Except for, like, for space, though, there's a bunch of people that say they've been there, right?
Yeah. So there's people that say they've been to Hogwarts. And what are you going to do about that?
Yeah, but I can't prove that they did or didn't.
All right. They can show you videos, though. They've been there.
Something funny I think to point out is that if you're going to go by how many people claim they did something or saw something, then Bigfoot is much more reliable than outer space.
That's true, because, like, a lot of people say they believe in ghosts, and I don't believe in ghosts.
There you go.
But yeah, it's still.
It's still what?
It's still very confusing.
No, it's not. No, it's not, dude. It's like I'm telling you. It's just your pride and your ego. You don't want to come to it for certain reasons that you have, but it's not because it's not logical. You can actually see the logic. You just don't want to, like.
If I was prideful and ego, like, wouldn't I just be like giving a definite answer, like, because I want to be right, instead of being like, no. Yours is not that you want to be right. You don't want to be held accountable for the things that you. No, you're just throwing up your hands in the air, be like, I don't know, man. I'm just like over here. I don't think anybody's looking to me for answers.
But that's not the point. The point is that the Earth is already displaying itself self-evidently as what it actually is. So you don't even have to be the one that says, like, hey, man, don't come and look at me. Just go to the beach, test it for yourself. You can actually point somebody to the information and they'll go find out for themselves. So it's not coming. The information isn't like ground in you. It's in nature. That's just the way it is. So that's the reason why the truth never changes. Whether you wake up tomorrow and you're like, hey, you know what, guys, the Earth is flat. And then the next day you're like, nah, I think it's a globe again. It doesn't change because your mind has changed. It will always be what it is. And that's the truth. Never changes.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I agree with that statement.
Well, I mean, that's just how it is. So that means that when Snozbag says that the Earth is flat, somebody can say you're bullshit, and then you're like, oh, well, go check it out. If you don't believe me, go look at it. And then when they do, they're gonna be faced with the reality that it's flat. So then they can't come back to you and give you some stupid answer of how it's a globe, because then you're like, did you measure it, or what's the distance? And they won't be able to tell you. See, that's what everybody comes in here, they try their luck at doing it and they fail because it's not true. The Earth is not a globe. You stand by truth, you there's nothing to fear. And I think that's a little bit of why you don't want to let that go, because you feel like, man, it sounds like I'm getting this, but I don't want to say that I know, because then the moment I put my stamp of approval on this thing, people are going to hold me to this. And then what if I'm wrong? I'm scared of that. Like, who cares what people think? They can go find out for themselves, and then they're going to realize that the Earth is flat and stationary. You can just stand by truth and be right, because truth is right, not you. I'm trying to push you off this damn fence, Snoz. Can you see that?
Yeah, nah, I'm still there. Sorry.
No, I know, man. I don't know. It's fear. Maybe fear of the crowds. They're gonna be ridiculing you or whatever. Like, who cares about that, man? That truth is the truth. It doesn't change for anyone. So
it's just I got too many questions both directions, man.
Yeah, but what's keeping you to the
24
globe?
hours, so go ahead and ask them.
What's keeping you to the globe?
I mean, nothing.
Yeah. So by the fence sitting.
But nothing's keeping me on the flat Earth either. You know, I can't even say that.
What you talking about, Willis? We just told you how it's flat. It's measured.
I know. You told me that I need to test this for myself, and I haven't done that yet. Maybe when I do test it for myself.
So my question is, how long are you gonna sit on Discord and keep saying that?
I mean,
tell us that. Tell us the truth on that. Are you just gonna keep spinning everybody's wheels in this chat and say like, well, until I test it, go and do the damn test, man. Get off your ass and go do the test.
To be fair, I never meant to get in this conversation. It just got really quiet, and I was like, all right, I'll play.
I told you when you were drinking your Monster beer, when you open up your mouth, dude, it's going to be on. And you're like, I don't care. I'm drinking beer. And I was like, okay, it's your deal, man. But
you accidentally pressed the buttons on your screen to come into this VC?
Yeah, just because I get lonely when I drink. I want to talk to people. Most people are asleep.
Yeah, but he's saying it like it was no accident. So you know there's no accident.
Y'all talk to me.
Anyways, like I said, you need to get off your ass and go check to see for this information. That's what you got to do, man.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna do that right now.
Well, not now, dude. Come on, let's be real. But I
can't drunk drive.
When it's time to go do it, go and freaking do it. Don't be procrastinating,
dude. As soon as I go to beach, I'm gonna fucking Google some of those tests myself, and I'm gonna try to do them.
Hell yeah, let's go. I'm gonna hold you to it too, because I'm be like, dude, it's been a month, and you said you're going to. I'll remind you. Don't worry about that.
34 years and I haven't been to the beach yet.
Oh, well, then now you got a reason.
Yeah, I do got a reason.
How about that? Okay.
Well, given the obvious name of the server, I assume Miggy or someone in here told you why we're in here, right?
A friend of mine that is a flat earther invited me. I don't remember. I haven't seen them on in a long time.
Well, as with anything, people like me, my approach is simply to talk to you. I mean, I can't force you to care. I can't force you to believe. I can't force you to listen. I can't force you to do any of that. I can't force you to do anything required to come to any knowledge of anything. So
it's still
up to you.
Interesting, conversation to me, anyways.
You sound like you have some good sense. Do you appreciate the profound implications of the subject?
I appreciate people that don't they don't just take information and believe it's true. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of that in the flat earth. Y'all come to your own conclusions on stuff. Which is a very...
At best, people are critically considerate. At worst, some people are naive and credulous and just believe whatever they please, or whatever person exuberates with even the slightest degree of persuasion. Or some people are so hyper-skeptical beyond any rational doubt that they whistle right past what is very obviously irrational and demonstrated to be true and known. So both of those extremes are no good.
Are on the skeptical side, which I don't mean to, but it's just I think I'm skeptical because I'm ignorant. Like I don't have.
You put all these labels. Snods, you put all these labels on yourself. I don't believe any of those labels are true. I don't. You're putting way too many labels on yourself. You're underestimating who you really can be, I think. Because I'm listening to you. You can actually talk coherently in this discussion. So you're not any of those words you label yourself as. I don't think so.
Thank you, ma'am. I love you.
I'm just saying, dude, like you've been in here and you're drinking your Monster beer and it doesn't sound like you're out of line. So calling like it is. I can kind of see what you're dealing with. It's nothing to do with like, you can't handle the conversation or anything like that. Now you will hear people in here that do that, and then I'll point them out to you if you're in here. I'll be like, yeah, this guy is someone who can't handle the conversation. But I don't think that's labeled on you yet.
Yeah, I can tell. Like sometimes, like I've getting, I think, because I've maybe been in here like 4 or 5 times, and like maybe 2 times, people got really upset with me.
Folks like me would like to presume that it is obviously axiomatic that when you come in here, you're interested and wanting to know the truth about this profound subject.
It's kind of like philosophy. I mean, not philosophy. I mean,
But no, it is philosophy.
yeah, it's like I don't have the answers, but it's very interesting to hear different takes on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it technically is philosophy. You look up metaphysics in Wikipedia, one of the subcategories of metaphysics is cosmology. And also one of the subcategories of cosmology is cosmogony, which is the study of the history of the universe. And so metaphysics is one of the basic subcategories of philosophy, which includes epistemology, the study of knowledge, or the theory of knowledge. How do you know what you know? And also ethics. How should we live our lives in light of the reality before us?
Greg, was that character gonna come in here soon, or he just said he maybe
I don't know.
might come in here?
I mean, I sent him, I posted the link to him the second after he responded to my message and the way it unfolded, so I think he's going to come in here or he won't.
Interesting. But was he up for it, or I mean,
he didn't really suggest it, but he went out of his way to post a screenshot from the official Flat Earth Discord that he was kicked out of it for doing a very bad joke, effectively, when you read the message. And then I said, well, nope, that's nope, red flag. Nope, it's not a real Flat Earth server. It's just a bunch of deceitful pretenders in there. So this is a real Flat Earth server, so come in here if you're really interested in that. So if he was, he probably would have been here by now. But he did say it was 3 a.m. where he is. He, she is, whatever that person's sex is. And so probably went to sleep.
I'd be up for a debate for sure. But I was going to see. We do have Shady Notes that just entered the chat. Shady Notes, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You got VC verified. I'm just saying hello. Shady Notes, are you there?
No.
Hello, Shady. I'm Gregory.
I've been here longer than both of you.
Yeah, Shady been
Say
here.
again.
Been here since 2018.
Oh, this is 2019. So he must be very inactive or very frequently coming in and out of the server.
How do you know how long you've been here?
Right there. You tap your name.
Yeah, just click on someone's name. Yeah, I think I have my old account, and this one here was like a newer one. So
Something's not right about mine. Mine says 2018. That ain't right.
anyway, you did open up your mic to say a few words, but was that all you had to contribute, or did you want to talk about it? I'm sensing an introvert kind of vibe from you, man. Am I wrong on that?
Earlier I just said, say again.
That's where the,
huh?
What did he say?
Not really.
Oh. Earlier I said before you came in here, it's axiomatic that whoever comes in here, we presume that they are interested in discussing the subject. Are you interested in this profound subject?
Not particularly.
Why did you come in here?
Yeah, what draws you into this place? If you're not interested.
I just had to listen, really.
Oh, I'm picking up some. My spidey senses are tingling right now, man. I'm getting this like you're in here for nefarious reasons kind of thing. Is that?
Or
true?
he's role playing with the username.
Do you think Flat Earth is the dumbest thing you've ever heard, Shady Notes?
I'm not here to discuss anything.
Be honest, dude. Let's talk about it. If you do think that it's the craziest thing you've ever heard, you can tell us. We can take it. Is it?
Not really. I think that a lot of people here have a pretty good like rationale for thinking the Earth is flat. And
But you don't.
No, as in I can kind of see it both ways. It's not a topic I'm that interested in. I'm gonna pour a bunch of hours into researching.
Well, it's not about that, but like the knowledge base,
No,
right?
I think it is a little bit about that because if you really want to figure out if
is
it's
it?
flat or round, you do need to put in your own time and effort.
Well, the thing is, though,
Go on.
shady though. But the thing is, you grow up with a knowledge base, right? Like going to school, or I would have just assumed that you went to school, but you have like an education background, and the topic that we're talking about, it already comes from that being planted in your mind. So we're basically saying the thing that you've already learned is the thing that we're talking about right here. That's why you didn't have to go and research this thing.
This is where
you didn't have to go research it.
No, we're talking about two different things here. So you're under the presumption that because you've been told something in school, then you think of it as fact. Whereas I very much appreciate that a lot of people here look deeper into it and ask why is it being told as a fact. And I can get why people come to different conclusions. I'm not that interested in it. I'm not going to look any further than what I've been told because things seem to line up.
Line up with what? I don't know what's lining up.
So I've got a maths degree, so a lot of the like.
Oh, interesting. That's great.
Orbits and shit like that line up with theories of gravity and stuff. But I'm not that interested in looking into, is that a gravity experiment even real?
Well, would you like to know though that it's not the case though? Like that's what we're saying. The thing that you've already think that your foregone conclusion because you're maybe a math student or teacher. I'm not really sure, but I'm just assuming. But I mean, if you're good at maths, go ahead, be blunt.
To be blunt, a bunch of the maths, there's no like. There are like axiomatic assumptions, but most of the stuff we do, we derive. So it's not really a case of, is this real or not? It's more like, does this line
Dave,
up?
what is math?
What is maths?
Yes.
Language of abstraction.
Right, so it's just a language.
That's fair.
So effectively saying an equation is just the same as saying a supposition in common language. The very supposition of an alphanumeric supposition in mathematics doesn't necessarily indicate that supposition correlates to the empirical data.
And that's literally what I just said. I'm not really interested in whether it lines up with real life or not, as long as the.
But you just said it lines
so
up.
So you don't care about empirical facts.
Yeah,
but you
mentioned that. Yeah,
Shady, you just said that it lines up, though. That's what you just told us. It lines up with reality.
No, not with reality. As in the underlying assumptions that we make at the start of, say, like mathematical physics, lines up with the results later down the line that we are taught.
Okay, so but the Earth being a globe, or
say that again.
But with the Earth being a globe, does it line up with the globe, the maths and all that you're talking about?
Again, I don't know. I haven't really looked into this that much.
So what are the maths lining up with then? I don't know, because in this context, when you come into this server,
I see.
We're talking about. Yeah,
I'm talking.
We're talking
more
about the shape of the
specifically
Earth.
about like gravity and elliptical orbits and stuff like that.
Well, that's a part of the globe Earth. I mean, all of that is the physics that work on top of the presupposition that the Earth is a globe. So you have to have already your mind set that the Earth is already a globe.
I mean,
the physics.
I would say it goes the other way actually. Like if you can prove,
What do you mean?
or if you have a mathematical formula for gravity, then it kind of naturally leads to Earth being a blade spheroid or a globe or whatever you want to say, rather than flat.
Conclusion may follow logically given the premises, but that doesn't necessitate that supposition correlates to the empirical data. The problem is that you're talking about mathematics, and mathematics is one of the prerequisites to physics.
Hold on here, but I'm not arguing anything to do with empirical data. I'm saying you've asserted that a globe means that the gravity exists or whatever. Well, I'm saying it's the other way around, but I'm not trying to enforce that.
No, it's not, because like you have to have the ball first to have the radius. You don't have a
But
radius.
you do know that's not how it happened in history, right?
Sure.
Yeah, but hang on, Greg.
That's not how it worked. The reason they contrived the universal gravitation theory was an ad hoc, fallacious solution to the discrepancy of trying to put things on a ball in a vacuum.
So Shady, you're saying that right now. I don't think that you're correct on that. So I'm going to actually call you out on the fact that you're thinking that gravity actually proves the ball.
Right.
That's what you're saying, right? Essentially. From your math standpoint.
I wouldn't say prove. I'd say more like lead to. Again, I don't
Hold on, Gregory. You got some wind coming through your mic. What did you say again?
No, it's my nose. I'm sorry.
Say again, Shetty.
I wouldn't use strong language such as prove. I would say it leads to it, but again, I don't look into this stuff. I'm not that interested, so I don't really know how it follows.
So you could be wrong, right? You could be wrong.
And I think I've said the whole time. I don't really know about this. I could be wrong.
Well, you're saying that it leads to it, but how does it lead to it?
If you could be wrong.
What do you mean?
You're saying
How does it lead to it? How does appealing to the math and gravity theory necessitate that we live on a ball?
Oh, well.
If you could be wrong.
Okay, I think those are two separate things. I'm gonna go with Gregory.
No, I think they go hand in hand, because if you could be wrong with the maths that lead to the Earth being a globe, then why would you think of it that way? Like your maths should actually have the evidence that leads to it being. Let's just say that it is backwards, like you say, right? Gravity is going to prove the ball. Then of course the math would then dictate, of course, that it is a ball. You know what I mean? Like, but you're saying it may be wrong. So it's like, well, then why would you even say that it leads that direction if it's not going to give you the answer that you want and the conclusion that it's a ball from the standpoint of going backwards?
Okay,
like, 'cause that's the way it looks to us.
All right. So let me lay this out first. I think when I say it could be wrong, I mean the whole assumption underlying, the maths behind gravity and orbits and stuff like that. What isn't wrong is that if you derive orbits from a gravitational rule, for example, that can't be wrong in the context of maths itself. Theoretically, it's all sound. In reality, it might not apply. That's what I mean by it could be wrong.
Yeah.
When I'm saying that...
So you're just saying the math lines up with the math?
Yeah, pretty much. More like the maths that I've been taught, as in the derivations line up with what's been taught in schools, which most people won't look beyond.
Yeah, okay.
That's what
listen, for what it's worth, like, you could probably have an equation that gives Superman the power to fly. Whatever. Like, I mean, that...
Right.
You're basically solidifying something that we already know. Everybody in here already knows that. You could do anything with math, right? Like, you can have... Listen,
I get what you mean, but I'm trying to get at that. Lots of people won't question what they're taught in school, but when you go to a university that teaches physics or maths, you try to learn the derivations that lead to those results. And if they line up mathematically, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm not going to look any further.
What does it matter that they line up? What does it matter? If they're not correlating to reality, what does it matter?
Okay, because at least it comes from somewhere.
What do you... What? Shady.
Every notion comes from somewhere. What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, it's almost discombobulated when you're saying that. Like, as in, like, well, so long as the maths are correct, I'm good with whatever they're saying. That's what it sounds like to us.
Somewhere. What if it came from the Wizard of Oz? Then
no, hang on, Sonny. Hang on. Shady, like, can you expound on that? Because, like, it sounds really ridiculous, the claim that you're saying, right?
I mean, I think it is a bit of a foreign concept, and it's fair enough. And I get why you guys are kind of lashing out at me about this. If it came from the Wizard of Oz, I would have less time believing it, because the Wizard of Oz, I don't know, isn't consistent. But the maths is consistent. There's a way of deriving it every single time, and it'll give you the same answer, which I'm happy with. I don't really care beyond that. I don't care if it doesn't apply to reality, because on a day-to-day basis, I'm not using any of this maths. I'm not using the fact that the Earth is a globe. I'm not using any of it, so I don't care.
Oh, hang on. You studied an entire subject for X amount of years that you don't care about?
No, Craig, you hang on.
No.
I'll mute you.
Okay.
Yeah, don't run over me again, please. I'll mute you next time. Thanks, Greg. So, thanks for giving me space. So, you just trust the authority of NASA and those people more than you trust major reputable movie makers. That's all. Just replace the movie makers with NASA, and you have the same thing, The Wizard of Oz by NASA.
Son, I didn't run you over.
Okay, let me preface this by saying I'm not a mathematical physicist. I am a statistician, but I've done mathematical physics, and because it's required in my course. All this stuff is required to do as a prerequisite, which is why I don't really care about it, because it's aside from the main focus of my
you've been saying that this whole time you're in the chat. I really don't care about it, but yet you're here.
Yeah, but Gregory just said you don't care about what you did your degree in, which is what I'm trying to answer.
I know, I whatever, but I'm saying that you're here in this chat. Like, obviously something must have provoked you to actually think about it in some way, a curiosity or whatever, but you're here. And so, like, the other thing that you should be thinking about right now is that if you have any... there's some wind coming from your mic, Greg. And like if you start to think about it logically, then how does this relate? This math that this field that you studied, right? How does it relate to reality in a way that you can actually tell somebody maths are helpful for us because it's a language that can help us understand our reality in a way that we can describe it with the math that we're using? How are you doing that, right? In that whole field that you're using, and then saying, well, it doesn't really matter so long as the math sound like they're sound. Reality can be doing whatever else. I don't really care about that. I can't care about the reality bit. I only care about if the maths look good. Dude, that sounds ridiculous from our standpoint. Like, why would you even endeavor to come into a server who's built on empirical evidence, right? Wanting people to provide evidence for the things that they say. And if you say that gravity and the physics work a certain way with the maths, and then say, well, it leads us somewhere, and it's like, where does it lead us? To reality? No, it just leads us to like better maths. That's what it sounds like you're saying. It's like, that is like beyond absurd, bro. It's like you really don't care about reality. You just care about, 1 + 1 = 2. And then everything after that is like, who cares?
Okay.
Who cares if that lines up with reality? And that's what our argument right now is, that we're getting down to the main reason why people are in such a cognitive dissonant state, and they're so discombobulated from reality. They're just like, I don't really care. Math is okay. Like, so what, dude? Like, tell us how math relates to reality. Okay, show us that. Like, I mean, if you have such a knowledge, you would be able to do it, right?
I don't talk now.
Okay. I'm going to be flat out with you. I don't have that knowledge. I don't have that proof. And I don't intend to ever have that proof or knowledge, because I don't see the importance in looking into a subject. But there are people that have. And sure, you can call me blind or whatever. I have a
then why are you here?
Okay, as I said before.
Well, let me ask him this. Since he's said this over and over again. Why do you care about math?
Because it's a consistent framework, and it does properly model some things in our life, especially with statistics, which is what I'm interested in.
Why do you care about consistency?
When you have a framework like maths, you kind of can definitively prove some things are true and some things are false. And I think that
especially
kind of
not the
framework is very
globe.
useful.
Why do you care about truth and falsehood?
No, it's a very useful thing for modeling stuff and for keeping things consistent.
Why do you care about useful things?
Because it helps.
Why do you
make
care about
money.
things being useful?
Because statistics helps you make money, I guess.
Okay. Well, how can you exercise mathematical principles without the concrete reality in order to exercise them? Exercise according to.
I mean, in terms of statistics, you are almost always exercising it on concrete reality.
Okay, so it sounds like you care about empirical data, because you couldn't care about the math if there was no concretely real objects to do the thinking.
Sure. I mean, well, not
right. So you're not being consistent with the way you just confess that you live. You just told us that you care about math because you like to talk about statistics, because you want to know truth and falsehood, because you want to do things that are useful in reality, which is concrete.
Right.
So you do care about empirical data. You're not being consistent. But you just told us that you want to be consistent.
I don't think I've ever asserted that I don't care about empirical data.
You care about the empirical facts of whether or not the Earth is the way the universities teach us. So you said over and over again, I don't care.
And
I don't care. I don't care.
And I still do not care. Yeah.
All right. So you're not being consistent. Because you need to talk about math and statistics and utility and truth and falsehood when navigating Earth.
Okay, but on a personal level, I have no use for whether the Earth is flat or a globe or whatever. It doesn't do anything for me either way.
So why would you?
That's beside my point. That's beside my point. You do mathematical calculations and care about truth and falsehood and consistency and statistics and utility in your everyday life.
Right.
Right. You couldn't do that if there was no Earth to stand on.
But the Earth being here to stand on has no. It doesn't matter.
Shady, that's cat, dude. Like, and the way the kids say it these days, that's cat, bro. That you coming in here and say you don't care. You're obviously curious about the topic and want to know what everybody's talking about in here, and you came here with your, background credentials or whatever, just so you can boast about like how maths line up with gravity and whatever. Like you did say a few things that lead us.
Hold on.
I
think
you
I
did
came in
say
here
a few
saying,
things.
Please let me speak. I think I came in here saying I didn't want to talk and I was muted. You were the one that prompted
You're
me
talking
with all
now.
these
Yeah, good. Because now you're in the discussion and now you realize that you can't just be in here sitting here with a math degree or whatever it is you have and then say that, oh, it's fine, I don't care about this topic. You're sitting in this place.
I mean,
so obviously,
so might as well add that to the list of self-contradiction. You said that you don't want to talk. Here you are talking. You said you care about consistency. Yeah, you're not being consistent. So you're just a bundle of self-contradiction, aren't you?
Okay. Really relevant, but okay.
It is relevant, dude. Like, cause like that's the thing that you have to realize. You're telling us one thing, and you're contradicting yourself in a whole another thing. You're telling us how everything lines up with the globe, and then we ask you how it's ever. I can't be bothered by it. Well, then why are you saying it? Why are you even mentioning?
I think I've pretty clearly said it could be either way. I don't really mind. I can see how it can line up with the globe. I appreciate the arguments made in here, but at the end of the day, I'm not really bothered to switch side or whatever. It doesn't affect me. I could say I'm a flat earther the next day, and it won't make any bearing on my life. I'm sitting here.
Very strange way to live according to that belief. You really do believe that it doesn't matter either way. Why are you in here?
Is it that strange?
Yes,
how,
it really is.
Strange. Please tell me, if tomorrow I decide I'm a flat earther, how has my life changed on a day-to-day basis?
You live in an entirely different cosmic paradigm, which has profound implications.
Back that up. What do you mean?
So, if you live in a flat Earth, contrary to the globe paradigm that you've been taught, not only does that indicate that the vast majority of the institutions of human civilization for the past several centuries are not only capable, but have successfully deceived themselves, by and large, and the majority of the human race. And for a multitude of fallacious and empirically inadequate and untenable arguments and speculations to try and promulgate this cosmic paradigm, while promulgating an unprecedented propaganda machine through the vast variety of means through the entire telecommunications medium, including the indoctrination system that you went to school in, and is patently contrary to the paradigm that the vast majority of theistic religious texts teach, especially the Bible. And then if you do live in a flat earth paradigm, that would be profoundly empirically adequate and corroborative to the cosmic paradigm that the Bible teaches, among many other cosmic paradigms that teach similar cosmic paradigms, among other texts that teach similar cosmic paradigms, and on it goes.
The list keeps growing. He could keep going. The list would be like lengthy, Shady, of the implications of what it would be if the Earth was not what you've been told.
Right,
for sure.
There's implications. There's no really empirical data to back up those implications.
Oh, there's empirical data.
But
like
I
for
just
days,
told you that if it was the case, that the empirical data was the cosmic paradigm that you are pretending you don't care about, if that empirical data was the concrete reality situation that you and I exist in, that found empirical data that would empirically corroborate many religious texts, especially the Bible and its cosmic paradigm that it teaches, which is indicative of the existence of the eternal God that created it and purposed it.
What does the Bible have to do with anything? I'm pretty confused right now. Why
the cosmos and all creation.
Yeah, but why the Bible? The Bible is a relatively young religion compared
I just said the Bible among other things.
Yeah, but you said especially the Bible. You place some emphasis on
especially the Bible, because there is no text in history that is more informative and more pivotal in human civilization than the Bible.
Yeah, let's put it this way, Shady. I don't even know where you're coming from, your background being religion or no, right? So what this would do was the implications of knowing that the Earth is a created system and it's enclosed and it's special and it's created would lead you to understand that there would be a creator.
Right.
And it would then
why the Bible? Why not the Egyptian God or Norse God?
Well, here's the thing.
You keep saying that. We just told you not just the Bible, but especially the Bible.
On the Bible, which is what I'm confused why you put so much importance on that one.
Because
it is the most influential text in all of human history.
Sure.
What part of that don't you understand?
Why the fact that influences humans doesn't really do anything about creation, right?
No, there's a lot of truth
humans in creation are subcategories. Humans is a subcategory of creation. Humans live in the created cosmos.
Okay,
what are you on about?
But the Bible hasn't done nothing for all the animals.
No. That's your speculation. That's your
Okay,
speculation.
sure, fine. Speculation, whatever. But I'm trying to say that you put a lot of emphasis because the Bible has an impact on humans. But I think that's pretty facetious to say that makes it important in terms of the creator.
Facetious. I'm not joking.
Why would it be funny?
I think it's pretty funny that I'm assuming you're a Christian. I think it's a bit facetious to say that your book, because it has the most impact on humans, is the most important in terms of proving there's a creator or whatever. Because I think equivalently, you could take the Torah or you could take the Quran and you could take any of these other religious texts and say
the Torah is in the Bible.
Sure.
Okay. The Quran also affirms the Bible.
Okay. Sure.
But aside from that, like now you're starting to poke at this. Like, yeah, you can hone in on this specific topic, but then you the implications of the Earth being flat was what the question was about, Shady. Now you got to realize that you don't know what you don't know right now. You're coming at this half-cocked, thinking that it's better just to take like, I don't care about none of this. You can't just do that, man. This is a very profound topic. It's very provocative, and it's something to get you really realize that it is not what they told you of a spinning space ball in a vacuum of space. Come on, man. Like, this has got some real implications on your psyche, too.
I think one of the major issues why I'm not taking this that seriously is because, sure, you're saying there's a bunch of implications. I'm not seeing that anything that concrete or anything that's honestly that persuasive that this is something to be worried about or whatever. That there's a massive global conspiracy of a bunch of people trying to get me to believe that it's a globe instead of a flat plane. Because for some reason, who knows what.
Oh, you've already believed it. Well, it's not that they have tried, that you're already in there, man.
Okay,
you're in there like swimwear,
You're
man.
not addressing my point. Why? What is that to gain from it?
Why? Look at the motive.
How about I answer that?
motive,
since he asked it.
Just let me say real quick, Gregory. The motive is secondary to the actual evidence that's out there, but I'll let Gregory tell you.
Yeah, because I don't want to force him to talk about whatever he doesn't care about. But of course, he's demonstrating that he does care. Oh, the motive? Well, think. Why would someone lie about the cosmos? Well, someone doesn't want you to know the truth about most profound philosophical truths. And when you don't know the truth, then you are susceptible and under the control of the lying deceiver. And the lying deceiver is going to attack, deceive, exploit you, the recipient, the victim of this deception, being exploited to whatever wicked ends that they have in store to selfishly gain to your detriment.
Which is what?
A variety of things. Just
which is what?
Stroking and masturbating their pride, wealth, material wealth, political power, social power.
Right, but those
spiritual power.
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
satisfying wicked desires.
You have a very nihilistic view, it sounds like, as a very nonchalant, apathetic, you don't really give a damn about whatever, you don't care. And so that all of this fosters that sort of behavior. So you are a product of all of this. So yeah, you've been under the control of all of this information.
I mean, okay.
For sure.
You're making a bunch of assumptions here. I'm not.
No, it's not an assumption. This is an observation.
You literally just said you seem like
it's an observation. Yeah. An observation that we had since you came in here.
Leading to an assumption. I'm not a
No, let him articulate himself, man.
I mean, yeah, that's what I really wanted to say. You're making a bunch of assumptions. I'm not.
Oh, then prove it. Then prove it.
In what way? What do you want me to say other than I'm not?
That you do care. It does mean something. That you're not just going to sit here and say, all this is just gobbledygook. I don't care anyway.
Being a nihilist and thinking that whether the earth is flat or round doesn't matter is not equivalent.
So what is your stance then? What are you? If I misjudged you, then what? You tell me. What do you feel about it then?
Rather than nihilist, I'd be probably an absurdist. I don't think anything really matters, but life is what we make of it.
A what? A what-ist?
Absurdist.
Absurdist?
Yes.
Wow. So you're an absurdist, but you want things to be consistent, and you wouldn't care about truth, and you don't want to believe falsehood, and you want to use what is useful.
Yeah, in terms of my career, that's not all of life. Maths isn't everything.
Yeah, you don't see the obvious logical inconsistency in that.
I don't think it's an inconsistent. It's a juxtaposition, sure, but
okay. Well, are you going to make an attempt to think? because it doesn't sound like it. So it sounds like you want it to be absurd, which would be consistent with your absurdism, which of course is not tenable, because that's an admission to being absolutely incoherent and nonsensical.
All right, so this, yeah, let me just post this up in the chat room. So just to get everybody up to speed, absurdism, or it's a philosophy based on the belief that the universe is irrational and meaningless, and that the search for the order brings the individual into conflict with the universe. Or compare existentialism. That's another comparison to it. Is that
so it's just a step above nihilism, because nihilism says there is no value. When someone says the universe is absurd, that is a value judgment.
Yep.
Sure, but
Also,
nihilism has a more of a negative connotation to it, where everything doesn't matter. So
this doesn't, and this doesn't have one. This definitely is a negative connotation. What do you mean?
Just because
Dude,
there's
it
no
says,
meaning in the universe.
look at the second definition to this. It says relating to or supporting the belief that human beings exist in a purposeless, chaotic universe.
Yeah, which I think is fair enough. I think it's a reasonable stance to take. That we're here for.
To whom?
Do you think it's fair enough and reasonable? Do you think the absurd world is reasonable?
It's illogical.
Do you think the world of absurdity is reasonable?
Yeah.
You don't see the contradiction in that?
No.
Yeah. I know, Gregory. That's what I was thinking too. I don't know, man. Like, first of all, you might be the first absurdist that I've met so far, but in no way, shape, or form is this escaping the fact that you are unlike the rest. I mean, like I said, it's still a product of what the globe brings, like, put in your mind. So all absurdist, nihilistic, like all of that shit, I'd lump it all together. It's all illogical. There's nothing in it. There's no good in it. And if you're finding meaning in that, how is that? It's contradictory to what it's saying there.
Why is there no good in it? If there's no purpose,
there isn't any good in it.
We can make our own purpose.
It's literally your concession that the world is absurd. So if the world is absurd, then there is no math, because there is no logic, because there is no truth, there is no falsehood, there is no utility, and none of it makes sense. It's all nonsense. You can't have knowledge in the world where there is nothing but nonsense.
You might as well sit on your ass and play Xbox all day, because that shit don't mean nothing, man. Literally. Smoke weed and do that, because being something that's organized with your math and all that shit is going to lead you to something that's purposeful, not purposeless.
Not even that, mayhem. Not even that. There is no should. Nothing makes sense. There is no sense. There's nothing makes sense.
In terms of absurdism, I'm trying to get at the notion that there's no inherent purpose in the world. There's no.
Oh, you're trying to make it like the light
that's
version.
Nihilism.
Yeah, and I
that's
pegged
not
it correctly.
Again,
I pegged it correctly. I pegged it correctly, Shady. You know that. I pegged you correctly then.
Right. Forget all the terms or whatever. I'll let you know what my stance is, and then we can go from there, because I feel like I'm getting caught up with the definitions, stuff like that. My stance is the world has no inherent purpose, no inherent meaning, nothing core to it. But it's up to us to make our own meaning, our own missions in life or whatever, and to have some value out of that. I'm not going to sit here and do nothing and, wallow away because I think there's no point in life. I'm going to make my own point in life, be it, to help other people or whatever.
How are you going to make meaning and purpose out of a world where there is no meaning and purpose?
Oh my God, dude, that's so
individual.
No, it's not, dude.
But there is no meaning and purpose. So how did you make meaning and purpose all of a sudden exist?
Yeah.
No, I said there's no inherent like God-given mission.
Yeah, nowhere in the world, not in you, not in anything else. There is no meaning or purpose anywhere. So how are you going to make meaning and purpose exist all of a sudden?
You just restated absurdist definition number 2. That's what you just restated. And then at the end of it, you caveated to say, well, all of that, nah, don't forget that. I actually do want to find meaning. What? Dude, then you're not an absurdist or any other label.
Okay, again, I said let's leave the labels behind, and I'll just go from what I'm saying.
Let's just go from what you're saying. So we heard what you said.
I think you guys are struggling with the concept that just because there's no inherent purpose, you can't find your own. You can't make your own.
Mayhem, please let me handle him. Please let me handle him.
If there is no inherent purpose, if there's no purpose in reality, that isn't making up your own kind of absurd.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
I don't know, Gregory, if you want to take him somewhere, I don't know, Heretic.
So, Shady, once again, you just asserted the premise that there is no meaning or purpose anywhere. Nothing has any inherent meaning or purpose. So there is no purpose or meaning anywhere. So how are you going to just contrive it to manifest in reality?
I mean, that's up to the individual, right? You're capable
how?
of free thought. We're capable of having our own goals and missions and stuff. We make
Freaking
that
hell,
meaning
bro.
and purpose.
You're thinking, huh?
Right.
So the world has no purpose or meaning. Did you just interpret what I just said?
Right.
Did you just interpret what I just said?
Sure.
How could you do that if there was no meaning in what I said?
Again, I think you're getting away from the point that I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that
But you wait, hang on.
Well, listen to me.
Because I
I'm
could
not trying to say your
have
sentence
there's
doesn't
no meaning or purpose in the world, and then I asked you, how could you get meaning out of what I said if there is no meaning? I think that's probably quite relevant to what you said.
Okay, I think again you're getting away from the point that I'm trying to make. I'm trying to say that when you from your birth, there is no singular mission or thing that you're meant to do. Is what I'm trying
Nihilism.
to say. In terms of like the grand scheme of things, I'm not saying on an individual basis between sentences and between a day-to-day job and things like that. I'm saying that there's no like higher mission for you to be doing. If you're saying a sentence to me that obviously has meaning because you've given it meaning.
All right, just hang
Which
on.
one
Just,
is it,
just hang
Shady?
on.
Is there meaning and purpose in the world or not?
Yeah. Hey, Greg, look at this definition, dude. Like he just basically read it off.
Yeah.
Like, nihilism is a philosophy.
That's why I don't even do that.
Yeah, check this out. Man. Look. Well, let me just read this. Or family of views within philosophy that rejects general, accepted, or fundamental aspects of human existence, such as objective truth, knowledge, morality, values, or meaning. You're basically a nihilist. Why? I pegged you for that already. You're like, why you putting labels on me, bro? And you're basically saying the same shit that this definition is for nihilism. I don't see any difference.
Sorry.
Yeah, watch how I do this, because I don't even bother with terms. I just address what they say. So Shady
But you're not
said
addressing what I'm
that there
saying.
is no meaning
You
or
keep
purpose in the
misconstruing
world.
What I'm saying.
Look, you said there is no meaning or purpose in the world. I asked you, did you interpret what I said? You said yes. I said, how could you do that if there is no
And I
meaning
said you
or purpose
misconstrued
in the
that.
world?
I said that you misconstrued it. I re-termed everything I said, and you're still going back to what I said in the past.
Okay, what do you mean to say, since you didn't say what you mean the first time?
Oh shit!
Again, I've gone through this again. By meaning and purpose, I'm not saying in stuff like sentences or jobs or day-to-day stuff. I'm saying as an individual human, there's nothing. I haven't been put on this earth to do something in particular. I haven't been put on this earth.
Okay, that's purpose.
With some god.
That's not meaning.
Mission or something.
Okay, so you believe that there's no purpose to your existence, nothing purposed you to exist or do anything, correct?
In terms of the universe and existence itself, yeah, I don't think that there's anything that I'm been put here to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so absurdism and nihilistic like together. You just like that's the amalgamation of like.
Let me handle it, Mayhem.
Mayhem again. I think you're getting caught up with terms here. I've already said maybe I'm
I don't know. You're both of those. You're
Okay,
both
sure.
of those actually.
Okay, sure.
Okay, Shady, why is that?
Why is that?
Why do you believe there's no purpose to the existence of anything?
I think that's a good question. I mean, there's plenty of people that are born and immediately die. I'd ask what is their purpose in life. There are plenty of people born with like horrible genetic defects that, you know, can't even properly think throughout their entire life. They're just kind of sensory machines at that point.
Properly.
Yeah, and they have no real conscious thought. They don't make any decisions for themselves.
What is properly? I thought there was no purpose.
Okay, all right. In terms of properly, I mean having conscious thought, making autonomous decisions. They're kind of just living life without really living, if you get what I mean.
So,
Maybe this has something to do with what you think it is.
Tell me if there's their purpose be is what I'm trying to ask here.
Shady, I asked you. I asked you why do you believe there is no purpose? You just stated all these other empirical facts about all the
And I'm saying that
defects
there's all these
or
people
so-called
that can't
defects that
possibly-
we detect.
Sure, and I'm saying there are all these people that are born that can't possibly do anything on their own ever, and I struggle to find that they'd have a purpose in life if you.
Hey,
can
Shady,
follow
do you think that maybe
Okay, you believe that there is no purpose because you struggle to. Hang on.
Because
You believe that there is no purpose because you struggle to see what the purpose of things are.
Yeah, in some sense, sure.
Okay, well, does it necessarily follow that there is no purpose just because you struggle to apprehend what the purpose of things are?
Not naturally, no.
Right. For instance, when you walk into the restroom and you have no conception whatsoever of a toilet, just because you fail to apprehend the purpose of a toilet doesn't mean the toilet doesn't have a purpose, right?
Yeah, I get that.
Okay, so that's not a justification for that conclusion.
Okay.
Hey, let's see if Heretic, do you want to come in with something?
I want to know if maybe your sense of purposelessness has anything to do with what you think you live on.
No,
What do you think you live on?
I don't care, I've said.
Okay, so that has no meaning to you. The topic of the server is completely meaningless to you.
As I've said, I came here just for some background noise.
You're not partial to any particular idea of what you live on?
Not really.
Hey, basically,
Did you forget the analogy with the toilet just now? If you don't know the purpose, perhaps there is a purpose, and you agreed that there might be.
I'm not following what you said. Say that again, sorry.
When he gave the example of the toilet, that it has a purpose, but if you were to not know it in the first place, you could still assume that it might have a purpose. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't.
Sure.
So in this case as well, just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't have a purpose.
Yeah, that's fair enough. There could be a purpose then, sure.
Freaking textbook nihilist, man, for sure.
I mean, look, like I said in the beginning, all I can do is talk. So I'm here. I want to talk. So either you want to seek the truth or you don't. It's up to you. Either you want to seek what is true so that you may be blessed and enjoy euphoric, complete blessedness in paradise, or you don't.
What do you mean by paradise?
What everyone means by paradise. Complete, euphoric blessedness. No good, nothing but no evil of any kind. Either you want to seek that or you don't. I'm not so self-defeating or self-hating that I don't want to seek the truth so that I may prosper and be blessed. I don't think that like that about myself. I don't like misery and agony and suffering and evil and falsehood and confusion and nonsense and absurdity and all this other garbage.
Right.
Yeah, I know, flying. They both should have the left side. But yeah, I was correct. And I knew it. He just, he struggles with terms because he doesn't want to maybe have labels on him or something, but he follows very much the same line of thinking as these guys. And like I said, as before, the globe earth and all of its trappings create this, or they foster this sort of thinking. In which now he just probably doesn't care about anything except for making a few bit of dollars in this world, and then that's it. He's gonna go into the ground, and that'll be all she wrote.
That's repugnant and absolutely horrifying to me.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. You'd hope for that not to be the case, but that's what Shady is on right now. He's smoking this drug that apparently to him it makes sense to say these things. But what's even more curious, that in a setting like this, he can hear the opposite view of that. And actually, what his mind doesn't realize, because he's so curious that he's in here and he's listening to us, is that that we're planting a seed in his mind. So even though he rejects it and now I don't care, he still is listening, and it still challenges his worldview. And for whatever it's worth, it's going to reach him or it's not. So.
Furthermore, I wonder, why should I listen to a bunch of people in academia and whatnot that believe there's no purpose, no meaning to the world, no good, no evil, no justice? There's no afterlife, there's no paradise, there's no God, it's just matter in motion and everything's absurd and don't care about anything. Why the hell should I listen to these people? Why should I make haste to believe their doctrine? Why? I would love to hear that answer, given that there is no purpose to anything. let them tell it.
Guess you have to have a 3-letter acronym behind your name, Gregory, in order for something to matter.
You should see my face right now, man.
Sad state of affairs. I mean, yeah. I mean, of course, people are going to feel this way, and I think they feel lofty in their own wisdom, but they live inside their heads. That's it. They think themselves wise and, you know, and smart in what they think, but it's utter foolishness, man. The whole lot of it. It's
As
a road
opposed
to
to all
nowhere.
that,
It's a road
as
to
opposed to
nowhere.
all that, you say, I believe that there is a God and that there is purpose and meaning to all things, and that there is good and that there is evil, and that we can know the difference, and that there is hope, and that there's a guaranteed hope that makes any and all suffering worthwhile, and that we're not worthless, and that the world actually can make sense and does make sense. And so to people who for some reason choose to wear on their shoulder for some reason that they don't care, and they all these other things that just obliterate knowledge and anything of value whatsoever, I wonder why they say it. And then I also wonder why they would expect anyone to come to them to help them. If you really believe that nothing can make sense, or it couldn't make sense but doesn't make sense, and that there is no purpose or could be no purpose, why would you expect anything to come help you? Especially when the very notion of help can't even be made sense out of. And you can't distinguish between help and harm, because there is no purpose in anything. There's no value to anything, including things being moral or immoral, detrimental or beneficial.
Hey, what's your purpose in being here, Shady?
I just wanted some background noise while I'm doing
Oh, so there is purpose then. Okay.
Yeah, there is. It's not background. Don't fool Shady. Don't fool yourself. It's not background noise. It's your conscience telling you that there's some people in here that have empirical data that can provide you with, and that you're able to discern for yourself and break away from this worldview that you have. And it's tugging at you right now. I'm sure it is.
Also, I feel like you guys are all getting this gotcha that there is purpose to action.
It's not a gotcha, bro. It's an
It's
actual
not a gotcha. What do you mean?
It is a
Like,
gotcha.
seriously.
I'm trying to argue that there's no inherent thing like the universe is.
You're trying to argue. The word is absurd. And there's no purpose.
How would you know that? Maybe you just don't know the purpose of this place. That doesn't necessarily mean there isn't one.
Why would you be biased towards logic if there's no purpose? Why would you want to try to argue anything ever?
It's not it's not background noise, man. You're in this because you know what's going on in your mind, and you're fighting it. And let it be, because it's gonna either cause something for you to think about later on when you're away from Discord. You're gonna think about it. You're gonna be like, oh shit, that was a pretty provocative conversation I had. Or you could be kind of prideful right now and say, nah, I'm never gonna do that. I know it's not the truth. Because we're humans, dude. We think about stuff whenever we're away from conversations like these. But anyway, our hope is that you say that you don't care. We know that you do. All right. And so all we're saying is, at some point, hopefully, you do come to terms with this really bad worldview that you got, and just let it go, man. Because things do have meaning. I mean, like Gregory
The world is meaningless and absurd. You see, the world is meaningless and absurd. So all those amputees, all these people with debilitating illnesses, and I wonder how I'm able to detect them to be illnesses, even though there really is no value. And I wonder how I'm able to make sense out of any empirical data, given that the world is absurd. I wonder how I'm able to be conscious that I'm thinking whatsoever about anything at all, given that the world is absurd. And but when I see all these things that seem to be evil, even though I can't, what is evil? But they seem to be evil, and why be troubled at it? Why be troubled at it? Why even bother helping it? Why not just cut their throats and be done with it? They're getting in the way of me trying to make my buck.
Yep.
It'd be much more convenient. Why don't we just toss all the disabled people, just grab them up and throw them in a volcano? Just be done with them. Why do we have to be bothered with grandma? She's useless.
Yeah.
Why do we have to be bothered with this baby? Fuck this baby. I want my orgasm. I want to go to the orgies.
Do you
Yeah,
hear how
maybe you're
that?
just-
Yeah, go
Maybe
ahead,
you're just-
Heretic.
Yeah, maybe you're just projecting there, Shady. Maybe you're seeing no purpose and you're just projecting your sense of purposelessness onto reality.
I'm sick of this world. I don't give a shit about trying to be respectful to my wife and to my children. So, I'll just pack my things and go somewhere else and go with this hot chick over here. We can have some fun over here.
Because that's the kind of world that Shady, if we all thought the way you were thinking right now, we'd all be living like. And yes, the world is already a bad place, but it's because of the fact that people are thinking this way. And if there's no buffer to that, and everybody thought that way continuously, what do you think would happen? There would be no order. It would be just all chaos. It would be just craziness.
Hey, look, I'm a politician, so I gotta get my fuck on. I gotta get my campaign going. I gotta get people to support me so I can do what I want to do with the most convenience possible. You heard? You see, because I got an ego, and it's got to be stroked daily and nightly, in the evenings and in the mornings. You see?
It'd be hell on earth, man, for sure. Like,
so when these when these people, these worthless $20 an hour people and less, when they get restless and start questioning me, hell no, I ain't gonna stand for that. I'm gonna do whatever I can to silence them, distract them, or if necessary, I really don't feel like being bothered with this, but I'll just kill them. You're not gonna defy me. I'm the king. I own the money you use. I'm God. How you liking this world, Shady?
Is that the kind of
You
world
having
we
fun?
want?
I mean, isn't it kind of the world we're already in?
How you liking it?
That's the point, bro. That
Yeah,
is
isn't
the
that the
point.
problem?
That's
Aren't
the
you having
problem.
fun? Isn't this great? This absurd, purposeless world. Isn't it just a fucking blast?
Yeah. Because if that's the choice you're making, then you are a part of the problem, and you're compounding to whatever's happening right now instead of being part of the solution. I mean, I don't know how else we can shake you awake, man. Because this is really bad. It's even worse.
I mean, Shady, listen.
Go full on.
It's fun and thrilling, isn't it? There's no God, right? So there's no one who could really guarantee an invincible guarantee of saving us from anything we perceive to be evil. Isn't that fun?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
What do you want me to
You
say?
you don't want it.
I don't think there is anyone to save us. No, so we have to save ourselves. Is what I'm.
Isn't that fun?
God, bro.
All the babies being anally raped by all the politicians and the celebrities, and being eaten by the cultists in the backwater alleys of the remote East Asian islands, drinking concoctions of serpent's blood and alcohol. Isn't that great? That sounds like fun. Oh, and you can't forget all the wars. Don't you love the wars? They're so much fun. Like all that blood, bro. There's so much blood and guts on the battlefields, bro. You got it. You got to go. You got to go. Bro. You got to go well equipped. You got to get all the weapons. You got to get all the equipment. Go onto the battlefield. You're going to have a blast, bro.
This is a powerful message, man. Just like mull it over. I would advise just don't just go. Oh, this doesn't matter, like whatever, because you're not gonna be able to. This is gonna haunt you a little bit.
Hey, look, it's 24/7. He can be here as long as he wants. Yep. He can go ahead and live in this godless, purposeless, asinine, absurd, miserable world all he wants to. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. It's not my cup of tea. I'll tell you that. To say the least.
Heck no, we're in the opposite end of that spectrum. Bet your bottom dollar.
But you know what? You know what he can't do, especially if we live in his world. He can't make an argument about anything.
Oh yeah, now because like we understand it fully, the worldview he's coming from. So
what the hell is an argument? I mean, what the hell is? What the hell is what? What the hell is the? What the hell is a question?
Oh my god. So it looks like, well, flying, you were that way too when you were 18, weren't you? Were you thinking like this gentleman that's in here?
Yeah, of course. I was a full-on atheist. I was like, thought there's no purpose to anything. Why even try? I was like, what the hell? And I look back now, and I look back at myself. I just want to go back in time and punch myself because I was just so unable to just think differently and see that it's not like that. See that there's beauty in order. There's order, and it's visible. You can verify it.
Right. At any rate, yeah, I think he's heard quite enough.
Perhaps not. He's still here. He didn't go deafen. He didn't leave the server. Perhaps to hear more, because I could tell you about all the such euphoric instances where the Muslim families in Palestine, they're being bombed by the Israeli government. Just amazing, so beautiful. Their bodies just exploded everywhere. Their guts exploded everywhere. It took so long to wipe up their flesh and blood. There's still some stains there because you can only do so much.
And Shady, we're saying these things because we care. We care that you maybe change your mind because we feel like you might. So we're saying these things not without a purpose. There's a purpose to this too.
Did you hear about the Nanjing atrocities? It's amazing how they call them atrocities, even though there is no God and there's no moral law to define good and evil. But anyway, the so-called Nanjing atrocities, where the soldiers, the Japanese soldiers, they whipped out their phalluses in the midst of the battlefield, and they penetrate whatever women they could find. A lot of children spawned that day. And it wasn't one day either. It was many days in the 1940s. I bet they had so much fun. You could just imagine the stories that they told one another. Once the whole thing was over, and they got to go home. By sheer luck. I mean, I don't think there's anything special about them. Just sheer luck. I mean, what is luck though? Anyway. Probability? Well, I don't know what that is either. It doesn't make any sense. Because I'm supposed to be ashamed of the glorious gospel, which is the power of the God. I'm supposed to forsake that. I'm supposed to be ashamed of that for this. I'm going to need a sound argument. You see what I mean? I'm going to need a sound argument to make me leave this position. Because I don't like misery. I don't like that.
Shady,
I don't like anguish.
When you go outside and you look up at the sky, like, do you ever wonder, you think to yourself, are we moving? Do you ever think that? Like, if you're honest with yourself and you just remove the things you've been taught and you just look up and feel like, okay, are we moving right now? Like, just sense. What does your sense tell you?
He thinks he probably never had a real conversation before actually have somebody talk to him the way we have.
Let me tell you this, if you want to listen, because again, remember I told you I can't make anyone do anything. If you want to talk about this, you can DM me. You can talk to me. You let these other folks testify about me. I can listen. It's up to you. It's up to you. You know, since you like statistics, you know, talking about probability and improbability, you as a statistician, what's the probability that you're immortal and you have an unlimited amount of time to make a profound decision concerning your everlasting fate? What's the stats on that? Because I would think the probability of you being immortal and having an unlimited amount of time to be nonchalant about this subject is, well, very close to zero, if not, you know, zero. No dice, no chance, zip, goose egg.
This wasn't the character you were waiting for, was it, Gregory?
No, it's not.
Weird.
But it's very similar.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like,
Very
even
similar.
Throughout the conversation, maybe the creator did bring us forth one that was in need of this, perhaps.
I suppose.
Which is kind of like what I'm seeing it as. So he does provide. So this is what this was. This person at this particular time had a divine appointment to come in here.
I believe that. I believe that.
Well,
how does math exist? I wonder. Like, how is it the case that things are quantifiable? How is it that we can string together these sentences, these propositions that include regular letters from the alphabet and numbers and all these other strange symbols from other languages and regions and people?
in a world where you don't have meaning or purpose. Interesting.
I mean, how does that, I wonder how that could come about when there's only matter. Because last time I checked, I never grabbed oneness. I never stubbed my toe on two-ness. I never smelled three-ness, you know?
Nobody's ever handed you a number 5?
I mean, they handed me some foam, you know, some little foam object in the shape of what I recognize to be a 5, but that's not 5 itself, is it?
No.
Like, if I erased that foam object from existence, would 5-ness no longer be real? There's no such thing as number 5 now? Is that right? That wouldn't really make sense. Because I don't see any I don't see any physical figure in the shape of a 5 right now, but I'm still conceiving of the notion of 5. I wonder.
I'm thinking Shady must have fell out of his chair or fell asleep or something. He's not responding. Earlier today, there was a guy who was struggling with the term horizon. Which is interesting. Well, it's not too uncommon from this place, but yeah.
What exactly was his struggle?
Yeah. Talking about the Black Swan having multiple horizons, and here, let me draw it there. I'm going to put this in the text chat. I feel like we could just easily post that and say, do we agree on this definition? Because, I mean, I feel like we're always mincing words when it comes to this.
No, Mickey, didn't you know this is the line not where the Earth's surface meets the sky, but where the sky meets the Earth's surface.
Oh, it's the other way around. Okay.
All right. And of course, it's not a line. It's a circle. It's a circle. It's not a line.
It's a curvizon. Curving. not horizontal.
Why isn't there another kind of line? You have straight lines and curved lines. What other kind of lines are there?
You'd be surprised. I could play a clip right now, probably have you laughing.
Please. Because, I don't like misery.
Here, let me look into my downloads here. See if I have it. I'll put the clip on. It's only a few, I don't even think it's a minute. All right, let me search here real quick. I'll pull it up. All right, here.
Horizon that we're saying is not physical. It's
No,
refracted.
nothing you bite. Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
Oh, that's not it. But
hold your hand out in front of you.
I'm gonna stop this
Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's Fight the Flat Earth. Being stupid.
Which one was the second voice? Was the last voice that spoke? The globalist?
No, the globalist was the one saying, "Put your hand out in front of your face."
Was that Wolfgang?
So it was the last voice.
Yeah. No, that's Fight the Flat Earth.
Play it again. Play it again.
Well, I'll play this one first, and then I'll play that. Oh shoot.
Okay.
Well, this has been a pleasure. I'm going to be off now. Goodbye.
See ya, Shady. Have a good one.
Okay. You can
See
DM me,
ya.
remember?
That was a meaningful exchange. Thanks, Shady.
Yeah, it was. All right, check this out.
An equator is a straight line. In spherical geometry, that's true. Look up the definition.
No, straight lines do not curve.
In spherical
They are not
geometry,
circular.
a straight line is one that will curve. As long as it curves in a straight way.
Oh god!
Along a sphere. That's
As long as it curves in a straight way.
So as
I
long
heard that.
as long as it's okay, so as long as it's not straight in a straight way, then it's straight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got to make it straight to make it crooked to make it straight. To
It's
make
got
it
a curve. It's got a curve in a straight way. As long as it does that, you're fine.
It's got to straighten up. No. It's got to straighten up at a curved way.
I mean, curve means not straight, so it's got to be not straight in a straight way. That's cool.
Oh my god. Oh, did you want to hear that last one again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see here.
Horizon that we're saying is not physical. It's
No,
refracted.
nothing you bite. Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
So hold your hand out in front of you is Fight the Flat Earth?
Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
And he denied that we're saying he's seeing his physical hand. Why?
Hold your hand out in front of you.
I wonder how he identified it as my hand.
Physical hand you're seeing.
If it's not my hand.
Correct.
No, it's not.
These are QE sound bites, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
What is the full context? Does he say it's like the light bouncing off it? Is that what it is? Or something like that?
He probably says refraction.
That's your apparent hand.
That's your apparent. That's funny. It's your apparent hand.
Your apparent hand.
Oh man,
This is my apparent fist in your cheek. It's not really my fist.
oh my gosh.
We got apparent hands, apparent chins.
Apparent chins. I think I have that one too.
This is me apparently screwing your. No, never mind. Can you imagine? Nothing is as it seems. Once again, illusionism. Reality is illusion. Refraction is not just a particular entity any longer. Refraction is a ubiquitous, perpetual phenomenon.
Yeah.
Reality is an illusion, and the illusion in your head is reality.
That's right.
I gotta say one thing though. I did peg that character who was in here just a while ago for a nihilist.
You did. You did.
Hey, but he denied it. He's like, nah, I'm not. I'm like, bro, that's what you are. Like, come on now. Like,
because nihilism and absurdism, they're very close cousins. It's funny because I was talking to the unbeliever in Lumi, so a server called Lumi, and he was complaining in text. I wasn't voice chatting. In text, he was complaining about the doctrine of the propagation of the human race from Adam and Chava, Adam and Eve, and brothers and sisters becoming husbands and wives, becoming mothers and fathers of sons and daughters, and on and on and on. And had a problem with close kin, coming together like that, but doesn't have a problem with the close kin of absurdism and nihilism coming together. Doesn't have a problem with that.
Yeah, the prime directive was to be fruitful and multiply. That's understood from the context of what was being said.
You give yourself pause, and how else would the human race increase its population?
Yeah.
If not that way, if it's going to do increase its population by decreasing its population.
Yeah, and and I always tell people, because they have a lot of heartburn with that issue, but it's like that was the prime directive from the command. So once it was given, that's what was happening. But after the law came, then everybody understood what things that we're doing in this world and what not to do. So it was like a mirror, a reflection of the behavior, and like people didn't have a structured order to go by. So now that the law came, they died to the law. So it's
amazing too, because dude said if God was smart, he would have done X, Y, Z. It's amazing. If the God is smart, you would think that he could create humans with the capability within their genetic makeup, within their gene pool, to reproduce from a few and increase their number from the close kin to more distant kin. You would think if he was smart, he could do that also. But no, we can't allow that part, no.
The earth is an independent variable. You are dropping it, and it is falling towards the earth. It falls to the earth consistently, and the earth is unaltered by this change. Therefore, the earth, regardless of shape, is the independent variable. What in the hell? Shit.
Let me read it. The earth is an independent variable. You are dropping it. Really? What am I dropping? The earth? And it is falling towards the earth. The earth is falling towards the earth. I don't think this is written well. It falls to the earth consistently, and the earth is unaltered by its change. Therefore, the earth, regardless of its shape, is the independent variable. Where was the manipulation in this sentence of the earth?
I think that happened in his mind. The manipulation.
I suppose.
Because he was freaking to believe this shit. Wow.
I mean, what's his name?
The Purplelist.
No, not the user. The Greek legend where he was cursed to push a boulder up the hill forevermore, never getting it to the top of the hill.
Atlas? Oh.
No, that's the Greek god that holds up the earth. Lord have mercy. Now I gotta look him up. Search engine.
At any rate, I'm about to head out because I got to get me some Z's.
I heard that. Yeah, bless you, brother. Good night.
Yeah, it was a good conversation anyway. But yeah, you guys have a good day. Good night. Talk to you later, Greg.
All right, Miggy.
Yeah, Miggy.
Later, Heretic. God
Sleep
rest.
tight. Sisyphus. There we go. Sisyphus. At least Sisyphus actually had, some sedimentary element object to actually touch, to manipulate the independent variable to make some effect happen to the dependent variable. I have to remember that. Of course, I misspelled push with a B. Curse to Bush the boulder up the hill. Well, that was edifying. That was edifying what just happened. I'm thankful for that. I'm very thankful for that. God have mercy on him. God bless you all. Y'all have a good night, and good morning, and good evening, and good afternoon.
Good day, sir.
Nice, see you.